Chapter 169. All the senior disciples turned around and saw an extremely beautiful woman with a curvaceous figure, wearing tight leather clothes. She was not old either, about 18 years old. Her cultivation was at the late stage of the 9th level. She was obviously a new disciple. This beautiful woman was, of course, Chu Jingyue. She had also received a considerable reward in the selection. Her cultivation was originally about to reach the late stage of the 9th level. After entering she reached it very quickly. Chu Jingyue was the most beautiful woman among the new disciples. Even among the senior disciples, no female disciple could compare to her. As soon as she entered she was called the most beautiful woman in the outer sect. These senior disciples all knew her. As for Yixing, although his reputation was not below Chu Jingyue's, he was either cultivating in seclusion in his mansion or in the Formation Source Valley. Most disciples had not seen him. Many knew his name, but not many of the senior disciples could recognize him. These senior disciples were not annoyed by Chu Jingyue's comment that they were crazy. Beautiful women always received special treatment. One of them asked, "Who is he? Is he famous?" Chu Jingyue simply spat out 2 words. Yixing. Yixing, the 10th outer disciple Yixing. The senior disciples looked at each other with fear in their eyes. The highest cultivation among them was only at the peak of the 9th level. They had not even reached the half-step martial sage realm. Yixing, on the other hand, had killed Duan Jinpeng, a first-class expert among the half-step martial sages. There was a huge gap between them and Yixing. To say that the 10th outer disciple was crazy behind his back, were they courting death? What if he heard them and challenged them to the life and death arena in a fit of anger? Thinking of this, the senior disciples shuddered. They could not continue reading the martial arts manuals, and hurriedly left the martial pavilion. Chu Jingyue looked at Yixing in the distance. She wanted to go up and say hello, but she did not dare to. She had an intense personality, and was very confident. She was devoted to martial arts. Since she was a child, there had never been a warrior in the same realm who could surpass her in terms of strength. Not even the genius of the martial sage destiny realm. Because of this, her heart was also proud. However, after meeting Yixing, her record of being invincible in the same realm was broken. Yixing's cultivation base was 1 level lower than hers, but he was able to jump levels and defeat her. This had already shattered the arrogance in her heart, but she was still a little unconvinced in her heart. However, after Yixing shot Duan Jinpeng to death, she was completely convinced in her heart. Chu Jingyue's strength was to challenge those of a higher level. Even if there were geniuses of the martial saint's mandate who had surpassed her in cultivation, she would still look down on them. It was difficult for such a woman to take a fancy to other men, but once her heart was subdued by a man, then it would definitely leave an extremely deep mark in her heart. In the end, Chu Jingyue summoned her courage and walked over. "Senior brother Yi." Yixing finished reading a secret manual and put it down. He turned to look at Chu Jingyue and smiled. "Junior sister Chu is here too." After that, Yixing picked up another secret manual and read it. In the time of 3 breaths, he turned a page. His speed was very fast. When Chu Jingyue saw Yixing turning the pages so fast, she thought that Yixing was pretending to read the book. The corners of her mouth could not help but curl up. In her opinion, although Yixing appeared calm, he was obviously very nervous. This made Chu Jingyue inexplicably happy. Chu Jingyue walked to Yixing's side and said, "Senior brother Yi, your upper-grade martial arts have already reached the martial perfection realm. Why are you still reading these lower-grade martial arts?" Yixing quickly flipped through the book and spoke at the same time. He did not delay either of them. "Reading more martial arts secret manuals will increase the martial arts knowledge in my heart. This is very beneficial for martial arts cultivation." A true martial arts genius did not rely on how much martial arts knowledge he had in his heart. Instead, he was born to practice martial arts. It was very easy for him to learn martial arts once he learned them. On the other hand, Yixing was not born to learn martial arts. He could only be said to have a good talent in martial arts. However, he had a super brain. He could simulate cultivation in the super brain first. Moreover, the super brain could also learn martial arts quickly. This made Yixing's level of martial arts knowledge far exceed that of ordinary people. That was why he could cultivate martial arts at such a fast speed. His speed of cultivating martial arts was faster than that of a true martial arts genius. He was equivalent to a supreme genius among martial arts geniuses. The higher one's martial arts knowledge, the easier it was to cultivate martial arts. In fact, many people understood this principle. However, except for some martial arts fanatics, there were very few who could do it. There was no other reason. Most of the contents of martial arts secret manuals were profound and difficult to understand. They did not seem to be interesting at all. If they had to cultivate, there was no other way. In addition, reading one or two superfluous books was fine. If one read too many, it would be irritating and too boring. Many people could do very difficult things. However, very few people could persist in doing very boring things. Chu Yinchi was puzzled. There are so many martial arts secret manuals. How can you learn them all? Take the secret manuals here for example. There are at least tens of thousands of them. If you read them all carefully, you won't be able to finish them all in a year. However, it's not enough to learn a secret manual just by reading it once. It takes a long time. There is not much golden time for cultivation. Every minute and every second is precious. How can you waste time in this aspect? Yixing chuckled and said, "You're right. Ordinary people can't do it, but I read books faster." While speaking, Yixing put down the book in his hand and took the next secret manual. When he saw the name of the manual, he brushed his palm over it and took the next one. What he had read before was already in his mind. Naturally, he did not need to read it again. Chu Jingyue looked surprised. Judging from Yixing's tone, it seemed that he was really reading the book just now. Even though she admired Yixing very much, she did not believe it. "Are you kidding me? Based on the speed at which you are flipping the book, I haven't even seen the words clearly. How can I understand the content if I can't even see the words clearly?" Yixing did not respond to Chu Jingyue's suspicious gaze. He turned the secret manual page by page in his hand and scanned them into his super brain. Not long after, Yixing put down the secret manual in his hand and picked up another one to read. Chu Jingyue's gaze began to change from suspicion to surprise. Looking at Yixing's expression, it seemed that he was not pretending. Could it be that he had really read it? This made Chu Jingyue feel incredulous. How could anyone read so fast? He was simply flipping the pages of the book. Chu Jingyue said in surprise, "Can you really understand it by reading it like this?" Yixing nodded. "My eyesight is a little stronger than ordinary people's, and my memory is also a little better than ordinary people's. If he could really see it clearly and remember it, it would be more than just a little stronger and a little better. It would be more than 10 times better." Even though Yixing did not seem to be lying, ordinary people would never believe him. However, Chu Jingyue believed him. She had also found it hard to believe before, but now that Yixing said it, she believed him. This feeling was very strange. She had an inexplicable feeling about Yixing's words. In short, she trusted him very much and no one doubted him. Chu Jingyue fell silent. Yixing was still flipping the book and reading it. One secret manual after another passed by Yixing's hands. Yixing quickly flipped through the secret manuals that he received from the beginning to the end. However, there were also some secret manuals that Yixing did not even touch. He directly ignored them and did not pick them up. Chu Jingyue understood that he must have read the secret manuals that he did not pick up. He only picked up and read the secret manuals that he did not read. This meant that Yixing had already memorized everything that he had read. What kind of heaven-defying memory was this? Originally, Yixing had left a very deep imprint in Chu Jingyue's heart. Now Chu Jingyue admired Yixing even more. The imprint in her heart had become even deeper. She looked at Yixing's side profile with a slightly infatuated gaze. Yixing kept reading, one book after another. Chu Jingyue was obsessed with reading for a while. Suddenly, she came to her senses. Her heart skipped a beat and a blush appeared on her face. She took another deep look at Yixing's figure. Chu Jingyue did not disturb Yixing and left silently. There were too many secret manuals in the Falling Star Sect's Martial Pavilion. There were tens of thousands of them. 80% of them were ones that Yixing had never seen before. They ranged from low-grade martial arts to supreme-grade martial arts. Even though Yixing read one book after another at a very fast speed, he only read about 1/5 of them after a day. The sky was dark. There was an illumination formation in the martial pavilion. Yixing did not leave and continued to read. With his cultivation, it was not a big deal to not eat for a day, let alone for dinner. Seeing that the martial pavilion elder reminded him to close the door, Yixing stopped. He had read almost 3,000 secret manuals throughout the day, and all of them were scanned in his mind. He did not have to practice these martial arts, but he had to at least understand them. As long as he understood them, he would be able to improve his martial arts knowledge. If he could master so many martial arts, Yixing was very sure that it would not be a problem to cultivate supreme-grade martial arts to the perfection stage. It might even be a matter of course. For example, Yixing had mastered more than 2,000 secret manuals in the Zishan Academy's library. Naturally, his upper-grade martial arts had broken through to the perfection stage. Every other day, Yixing would go to the Formation Source Valley. It was the same for the martial pavilion. He was in the top 10 of the outer sect, so he was not restricted by time. He also came every other day. It took Yixing 3 full days to read all the secret manuals on the first floor of the martial pavilion that he had not read before. All the contents were scanned into his super brain. Now, Yixing had the contents of tens of thousands of secret manuals in his mind. If it was an ordinary person, they would either not be able to remember such a huge amount of information, or they would feel like their brain was about to explode after memorizing it. However, Yixing's super brain was more than 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times stronger than a normal person's brain. Not only could Yixing remember all the contents in his mind clearly, but he could also organize and comprehend them. After learning all the martial arts, Yixing naturally did not need to go to the martial pavilion when he did not go to the Formation Source Valley. Instead, he would constantly comprehend the martial arts knowledge in his mind and master it through a comprehensive study. Many times, Yixing would also practice in the courtyard, and the theoretical knowledge in his mind would complement each other. Unknowingly, more than 10 days had passed. Yixing had been in the sect for almost a month, and he had finally mastered the chaotic rock formation to the perfection stage. Moreover, the cultivation of the origin restoration force had also naturally reached the highest level of the 7th level. Khan is so painful, but tomorrow should be smoother. If he doesn't update 4 times, I'll kill him. Still 10 votes away from the new book's 2nd place. Brothers, do you have one more vote? Chapter 170. The 7th layer of returning essence energy. How strong was the internal strength? It was hard to imagine, as no one had ever achieved it before. That was because there was no such thing as the 7th layer of returning essence energy. The strength of the 6th layer of returning essence energy was not as strong as celestial essence. Even the celestial essence of a half-step martial sage could not compare. However, Yixing was very confident. His returning essence energy was not inferior to the celestial essence of a half-step martial sage. He could feel it. The returning essence energy flowed through his body and finally condensed in his palms, turning into 2 bright balls of light that contained a terrifying power. Generally, if the returning essence energy was condensed in the palms of the hands, there would not be much left in the body. The same was true for the celestial essence of a half-step martial sage. However, at this moment, Yixing still had the vigorous returning essence energy circulating in his body, densely covering his whole body. It almost felt like the celestial essence of a martial sage. Of course, Yixing was still very rational, and did not blindly believe that his returning essence energy could not be compared to the celestial essence of a martial sage. With the cultivation of the returning essence energy to the highest level, Yixing's cultivation had also improved by a lot, almost reaching the late stage of the 9th layer. However, Yixing was very clear that without top-grade accumulating star pills and other auxiliary cultivation resources, it would not be easy to reach the late stage of the 9th layer just by sensing the stars. Even if it was just a small step, it would still take a lot of time. How could he obtain cultivation resources? Although Gu Tianshang was very good to Yixing, he did not want to ask Gu Tianshang for cultivation resources. He did not take Gu Tianshang as his master, but Gu Tianshang had been teaching him the Tao of array formations. He even took out precious star crystals and carved star stones for him to practice array formations. Yixing naturally did not have the face to ask Gu Tianshang for anything else. In Yixing's view, there was only one way to obtain cultivation resources, and that was to rush to the outer sect disciple ranking list. The top 10 disciples would receive 3 different rewards. The top 10 would receive 10 top-grade accumulating star pills, the top 3 would receive 20 top-grade accumulating star pills, and the top 3 would receive 30 top-grade accumulating star pills. Yixing ranked 10th, and had already obtained 10 best-quality accumulating celestial pills as a reward. If he wanted to obtain more rewards from the sect, he would have to rush into the top 3. Yixing was not confident that he could get into the top 3. He had entered the top 10 because he had killed Duan Jinping with his archery skills. Without a bow and arrow, he was definitely not Duan Jinping's match. Yixing's archery was a killing technique. The reason he killed Duan Jinping was because Duan Jinping was courting death. For no reason at all. Yixing couldn't possibly challenge the top 3 to the life and death arena and kill them with his archery skills, right? If he did not use archery, Yixing's inner strength would not be weaker than that of a half-step martial sage. However, he did not have the confidence to challenge the top 3. There were many half-step martial sages among the outer sect disciples. The top 10 were already first-rate experts among half-step martial sages. The top 3 were definitely experts among experts. I'd better cultivate some martial arts first. At least one of my best martial arts has reached the martial realm before I can challenge the top 3. Yixing thought to himself. Today was the day for cultivation. Yixing came to the Sky Wind Cave, one of the 5 great treasure lands of the Falling Star sect. The treasure lands were natural places for cultivation. With the help of the array, the effect would be magnified and the cultivation effect would be much stronger than outside. Different treasure lands targeted different aspects of cultivation. For example, the Sky Wind Cave could only increase the cultivation speed of wind-based martial arts. If it was fire-based martial arts, it would not have much effect. Fire-based martial arts should be cultivated in the Fire Kylin Cave. Yixing's main purpose of coming to the Sky Wind Cave was not to improve his wind-based martial arts attainment, but to improve his understanding of the wind force. He had even reached the perfection realm in his best martial arts attainment. If he improved further, he would reach the martial realm. It was difficult to cultivate martial arts to the martial realm, even in the treasure lands. It required one's own comprehension. As for Yixing, as long as he comprehended the martial arts knowledge in his mind, it would not be difficult for his best martial arts to reach the martial realm. He just needed some time. However, if Yixing could increase the wind force a little more, then he would be able to forcefully raise his best movement technique to the martial realm. Everything was difficult at the beginning. It was not easy to comprehend the wind force. Many martial sages did not manage to do so. However, Yixing had already comprehended it. It should not be a problem for him to raise it a little more in a treasure land like the Sky Wind Cave. The Sky Wind Cave was divided into 7 grades based on the strength of the array and the strength of the wind. The other treasure lands were also divided in the same way. The first grade was suitable for high-ranked martial artists. The second grade was suitable for half-step martial sages. The third grade was suitable for low-ranked martial sages. The fourth grade was suitable for mid-ranked martial sages. The fifth grade was suitable for high-ranked martial sages. The sixth grade was suitable for half-step martial sages. The seventh grade was suitable for martial sages. Most of the people who came to the treasure lands to cultivate were inner sect disciples, not elders. Thus, the people guarding the treasure lands were all mid-ranked martial sages. Excuse me, are there any free third-grade Sky Wind Caves? Yixing first went to the registration area of the Sky Wind Cave to register. A 9th-grade martial artist going to the 3rd-grade Sky Wind Cave? Are you seeking death? The 5-star martial sage deacon in charge of registration glanced at Yixing indifferently. Senior martial brother, may I ask if you have any free level 3 heavenly wind caves? Yixing asked calmly. Do you know how strong the wind is in the 3rd-grade Sky Wind Cave? Only low-ranked martial sages can withstand it and cultivate martial arts in there. Yixing's attitude was very good, so the deacon's attitude was much better. I know. I am not going there to cultivate martial arts. I just want to feel the wind. No matter how strong the internal energy is, it can't blow me to death. Yi Xing said indifferently. It may not blow you to death, but you will definitely suffer. The deacon was surprised. Suddenly he thought of something. You want to feel the wind and comprehend the general wind force? Comprehend the general wind force? Yi Xing smiled in his heart. I have already comprehended the wind force. Now I am just continuing to comprehend it and increase the strength of the wind force. Before Yi Xing could say anything, the deacon sneered. I am not trying to discourage you, but don't be whimsical. I am a 5-star martial sage, but I can't comprehend the wind force. What cultivation do you have? Yi Xing thought to himself. You also know that you can't comprehend the wind force when you are at the 5th grade of the star vortex realm? I comprehended the wind force when I was at the 5th grade of the star tempering realm. How can you compare with me? Yi Xing did not lower himself to the deacon's level. He handed over his identity token. If there are any free 3rd grade sky wind caves, I will reserve them for this month. Ordinary outer sect disciples could only cultivate for 2 hours a month in each of the treasured lands. Disciples of the Martial Saints Mandate had 4 hours of cultivation time every month. The top 10 outer sect disciples could cultivate for 6 hours a month. The top 3 disciples could cultivate for 10 hours, and the first disciple could cultivate for 20 hours. What a wishful thinking! You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The deacon muttered as he took Yi Xing's identity medallion. Then he sneered. 6 hours of cultivation time? You are at the 9th grade of the outer sect? Yi Xing nodded. No wonder you are so arrogant. However, you want to comprehend the wind force without becoming a martial sage. Forget it. If you are asking for trouble, I will not bother with you. The deacon quickly finished the registration and returned Yi Xing's identity token. Sky Wind Cave number 37. You cannot stay for more than 6 hours. Of course, if you can't take it, you can come out earlier. The remaining time can be changed to a lower grade Sky Wind Cave. Thanks. Yi Xing kept the identity token and headed to the Sky Wind Cave. The deacon watched Yi Xing leave and muttered to himself. Young man, you are so arrogant just because you have some ability. Heh. Let's see how long you can last in the grade 3 Sky Wind Cave. You are only at the 9th grade of the star tempering realm, and yet you want to comprehend the wind force. Sky Wind Cave number 37. As soon as Yi Xing entered, his body was blown up. Once again, he felt the same feeling as when he was blown up at the Azure Cloud Mountain range. His body was out of control, and he slammed into the stone wall at the end of the wind cave. However, Yi Xing was no longer the same as before. Previously, he had not comprehended the wind force. However, after that experience, Yi Xing had already comprehended a little bit of the wind force. Even if it was just a little bit of the wind force, his perception of the wind force was much stronger than if he had not comprehended it. It was not a difference of 10 or 20 times, but the difference between having and not having it. Yi Xing used that little bit of the wind force, and the surrounding wind force was clearly sensed by Yi Xing. In particular, Yi Xing's superbrain had also activated its scanning mode, and scanned the changes in the wind force clearly. Wind was like water. It was difficult to go against it, but easy to go with it. Water had buoyancy, but so did wind. It could float some extremely light things, but it would not be as strong as water. With the weight of a martial artist's body, it was naturally difficult for the wind force to float. However, if one used the power of the wind force and moved with the wind force, it could greatly reduce the damage caused by the wind force. If one mastered the wind force, they could completely treat the wind as water and move with the wind, floating in the air. Right now, Yi Xing was still far from being able to float in the air. However, he could still reduce the damage caused by the wind force and try his best to merge with the wind force. In an instant, Yi Xing's speed decreased by a lot. Originally, Yi Xing should have been slammed into the wall, as if he had been slapped by a warrior sage. In the end, although he still slammed into the wall, the force was much weaker. With Yi Xing's defensive power, he could completely withstand it. After 2 blinks of an eye, Yi Xing's legs kicked off the wall. His thick inner force exploded, and his entire body suddenly went against the wind. He rushed forward towards the eye of the wind tunnel's strongest wind force. Although going with the wind could reduce the damage caused by the wind force, to truly feel how strong the wind force was and how strong it was, one could only go against the wind. Going against the wind to comprehend the wind force and increase one's attainment. Going with the wind to reduce the damage caused and protect oneself. Yi Xing had not even rushed out 30 meters when he was blown back by the terrifying wind. Bang! Yi Xing crashed into the wall and made an explosive sound. However, after Yi Xing used the power of the wind force to dissolve it, he did not suffer much damage. After adjusting his breathing for a while, Yi Xing rushed forward once again, comprehending against the wind, protecting himself with the wind. This repeated repeatedly. Every time he rushed out against the wind and returned with the wind, Yi Xing could feel the terrifying power of the wind. He continued to comprehend and feel the wind force. With each impact and being blown back, Yi Xing's clothes gradually tore. However, Yi Xing's comprehension of the wind force gradually deepened. Chapter 171. Sky Wind Cave Registration Office. Ever since Yi Xing entered the Sky Wind Cave for more than an hour, the deacon in charge of registration, Qiu Jingshan, began to frown and look surprised. After that, with every 15 minutes that passed, the surprise in Qiu Jingshan's eyes grew more intense. In his opinion, Yi Xing would never be able to last for an hour in the Grade 3 Sky Wind Cave. However, the result was obviously beyond his expectations. It was not just beyond his expectations, it was far beyond his expectations. Every once in a while, someone would come to register, either entering or exiting the Sky Wind Cave. However, Yi Xing was not among them. 3 hours had passed. 4 hours had passed. 4.5 hours had passed. Qiu Jingshan looked more and more surprised, but Yi Xing still did not come out. Suddenly he was shocked, and a thought flashed through his mind. Could that kid have died in the number 37 Sky Wind Cave? That should not be the case. Every Sky Wind Cave was set up with a surveillance formation. Every once in a while, there would be a deacon in charge of safety checking the situation in the Sky Wind Cave. If someone died in the Sky Wind Cave, it was impossible for no one to know. Even before the person died, as long as someone was seriously injured, the deacon in charge of safety would enter the Sky Wind Cave to save the person. This meant that Yi Xing's safety in the Sky Wind Cave was not a problem. Seeing that the 6 hours were approaching, Qiu Jingshan's face was filled with shock. Senior brother Qiu, are there any Grade 3 Sky Wind Caves available? At this moment, a second-level Star Vortex Stage Inner Court disciple came. Qiu Jingshan came back to his senses, checked and said, "Not at the moment, but the number 37 Sky Wind Cave will be available soon." Speaking of this, Qiu Jingshan was stunned. The number 37 Sky Wind Cave was where Yi Xing was. Then I'll wait. The inner court disciple nodded, then noticed Qiu Jingshan's strange expression. Senior brother Qiu, is there any problem with the number 37 Sky Wind Cave? Qiu Jingshan shook his head slowly and glanced at the inner court disciple. You'll never guess who's cultivating in the number 37 Sky Wind Cave. The inner disciple smiled. I can't guess your name, but you're still an inner disciple. Qiu Jingshan said, he's an outer disciple, and a level 9 star tempering stage outer disciple. He's been in there for almost 6 hours. Outer sect disciples entering level 3 Sky Wind Cave. The inner disciple's eyes widened. Moreover, he's at star tempering stage 9. 6 hours is the time limit for the top 10, right? Yu Jingshan nodded. That inner court disciple exclaimed. Our falling star sect actually produced such a formidable outer court disciple? In the number 37 Sky Wind Tunnel, Yi Xing was once again blown back by the wind. However, the next time he rushed out, he rushed against the wind for tens of meters, which was more than twice the distance when he first entered the Sky Wind Cave. Whoosh! Once again, he was blown back by the strong wind and collided with the wall. It's time. Yi Xing noticed the quarter hour. At this moment, Yi Xing's clothes were in tatters and there were holes everywhere. He looked like a beggar. However, there was an extremely satisfied smile on his face. After 6 hours of cultivation, his comprehension of wind force had not only increased by 1 or 2 times, it had at least increased by 10 times or more. The wind force that he had previously comprehended could only be described as a sliver. It was not enough to forcefully raise his ultimate light body skill to the perfection stage. However, it was definitely enough now. Now the wind force that he had comprehended could no longer be described as a sliver. It was more like he had comprehended the surface of the wind force. This level was impressive even for an advanced martial sage. After coming out of the number 37 Sky Wind Cave, Yixing waved his hand and took out a set of clothes from his storage ring. He quickly changed into them and left the Sky Wind Cave. When Qiu Jingshan saw Yixing walk out of the Sky Wind Cave, he was shocked. You are actually not injured?" It was impossible for him not to be injured. However, it was only a superficial wound. It was not a big deal. Yixing had changed into a set of good clothes. Naturally, others would not be able to tell that he was injured. Yixing nodded and handed his identity token to Qiu Jingshan. "I am done." After registering, Yixing left, leaving Qiu Jingshan and the inner disciple behind. They were shocked. Not far from the Sky Wind Cave, Yixing merged the wind force into his ultimate light body skill, Goose Cloud Warp. Previously, when Yixing had fused the wisp of wind force he had comprehended into the Winged Cloud Warp, he had not been able to raise the Winged Cloud Warp to the transformation realm. But now Yixing's comprehension of wind force was more than 10 times stronger. When he fused it with the Winged Cloud Warp, it easily increased the Winged Cloud Warp speed by a large margin, allowing it to stand at the transformation realm. Yixing had mastered the Goose Cloud Warp and the Goose Cloud Steps. Obviously, he could also advance to the transformative realm after merging with the wind force. Not long after, Yixing returned to the outer area. When he passed by the first peak, he saw Chu Jingyue surrounded by a few disciples. He immediately walked over. Then Yixing raised his eyebrows. Just now, his gaze was blocked by a few disciples, and he only saw Chu Jingyue. Now that he was closer, he realized that Chu Jingnan was behind Chu Jingyue. However, there was blood at the corner of Chu Jingnan's mouth. It was obvious that he had been beaten up. As he got closer, the voices of a few people entered Yixing's ears. "You are just an ordinary piece of trash. Why are you pretending to be noble? It's your fortune that Senior Brother Ji likes you. Don't be so shameless. Senior Brother Ji invites you to admire the flowers. You have to go even if you don't want to. Hey, how can you talk to Junior Sister Chu like that? What's with your tone?" Junior Sister Chu, if you follow me Ji Haoyan, in the outer area of the Falling Stars sect, you will definitely live a good life. When I become an inner disciple, I can take care of you. Don't be so willful. Come. The creeping moon orchids at the back of the mountain are blooming brilliantly. Let's admire the flowers together. After that, Yixing heard Chu Jingyue's reply, "Get lost." Ji Haoyan was about 20 years old. He was dressed in a white robe and looked very handsome. He pulled a long face and said, "Chu Jingyue, don't be so disobedient. If you don't agree, I will break your brother's legs. Then, you two won't have a day of peace in the Falling Stars sect." Although Yixing didn't see the previous scene, based on these people's words, he instantly understood what was going on. Ji Haoyan liked Chu Jingyue and wanted to force her to submit by injuring Chu Jingnan. But what kind of person was Chu Jingyue? How could she compromise with Ji Haoyan? If Chu Jingyue did not agree, the most Ji Haoyan could do was to force her. It was not a big deal for a Destiny's disciple of a martial saint to beat up an ordinary Destiny's disciple. However, if a Destiny's disciple raped a female disciple, it would be a capital offense strictly forbidden by the sect. 1 dog, 2 dogs, 3 dogs, 4 dogs. Including you, there are 5 dogs in total. Yixing strode over and pointed a finger at Ji Haoyan. "Who was the one who slapped Junior Brother Chu just now? Step out and slap yourself 10 times, then scram. If you dare to disrespect Junior Brother Chu and Junior Sister Chu again, I'll slap you every time I see you." Yixing had been in the Falling Star sect for a month. Although he didn't pay attention to the other disciples, he still recognized Ji Haoyan, who was ranked 4th. However, Yixing still looked down on those who he looked down on, even if they were ranked 4th in the outer gate. He also didn't take their strength seriously. Yixing's current goal was to enter the top 3 in the outer gate. If Ji Haoyan was ranked 3rd, Yixing would have directly challenged him. Chu Jingyue and Chu Jingnan were delighted to see Yixing. As for Ji Haoyan and the other four, they were furious. Dogs. They were all senior disciples and genius disciples of the martial saint's destiny disciple. 3 of them were at the peak of rank 9 while the other 2 were half-step martial saints. How could they not be angry when they were called dogs? How dare you scold me? Ji Haoyan looked at Yi Xing. Of course, he recognized Yi Xing, who was also ranked in the top 10. Earlier, when Yi Xing had entered Duan Jinping's mansion, Ji Haoyan had seen him from afar, and had even commented on him to his good friend, Huang Huarong. Ji Haoyan and Huang Huarong didn't take Yi Xing seriously. They thought that Yi Xing was only relying on his bow and arrow. In terms of strength, he was not good enough. Now, Yi Xing had actually dared to scold him. Ji Haoyan's face instantly turned pale, and his eyes revealed a fierce light. As for the other 4, some of them knew Yi Xing and some of them didn't. However, without exception, they all looked furious. Senior brother Yi. Senior brother Yi Xing. Chu Jingyue and Chu Jingnan greeted him in surprise and immediately went to Yi Xing's side. Both of them relied on Yi Xing. After all, Yi Xing was also ranked in the top 10 of the outer disciples. There were not many things that Yi Xing couldn't stand, but forcing a woman was one of them. Naturally, he only scolded Ji Haoyan. Yi Xing looked at Ji Haoyan and said coldly, "I'm scolding you, you trash dog. How dare you admire flowers with junior sister Chu with your dog face? Take a look at your dog face. Were you the one who injured junior brother Chu just now? If you are, hurry up and do it. Otherwise, I'll cripple your dog paws." Yi Xing scolded Ji Haoyan because he despised him in his heart. In fact, Ji Haoyan was quite good-looking. Since he was scolding Ji Haoyan, he naturally said it out of anger and could not be taken seriously. However, when Chu Jingyue heard Yi Xing say that Ji Haoyan was not worthy of admiring flowers with her, she was inexplicably delighted. It was as sweet as honey. Chu Jingyue's heart was as sweet as honey, but Ji Haoyan's heart was not sweet at all. Instead, it was filled with anger. Ji Haoyan shouted angrily, "Yi Xing, you're courting death." In an instant, his inner force was activated and his aura erupted. As the 4th outer disciple, his strength was naturally very high and his power covered the sky. Yi Xing faced Ji Haoyan's power and said calmly, "What are you planning to do here? Do you want to fight to the death or to the death? You can choose from the duel arena or the life and death ring." Sweat. My hands. Forget it, I have to hurry up and write. In order to save my hands, I have to complete the 4th chapter. Chapter 172. Although Ji Haoyan said that Yi Xing was courting death, he did not dare to enter the life and death ring. Those who could enter the top 10 of the outer disciples were all powerful. Duan Jinping was ranked 10th, which was slightly weaker than Ji Haoyan, who was ranked 4th, but not by much. If Yi Xing could kill Duan Jinping with 2 arrows, it was very likely that he could also kill Ji Haoyan with his archery skills. How would Ji Haoyan dare to enter the life and death ring with Yi Xing? However, apart from Yi Xing's archery skills, Ji Haoyan was still very confident that he could defeat Yi Xing. Ji Haoyan said, "If you have the guts, don't use your bow. Let's fight on the duel platform. The loser will be slapped 10 times. If Yi Xing was not allowed to use his bow, he could only enter the duel platform and not the life and death ring. How could one be restricted from using their most powerful skills on the life and death ring? It would be better to just stand still and let others kill him." There was no such logic. Although Yi Xing hated Ji Haoyan, it was not to the extent that he wanted to kill him. It was just right for him to enter the duel platform and teach him a lesson. Yi Xing accepted the challenge, and the 2 groups immediately went to the outer court square. Ji Haoyan was confident that he could defeat Yi Xing. He laughed and walked forward quickly. He also ordered the 4 people beside him to spread the news and let people come to watch. He wanted to defeat Yi Xing in front of everyone and let Yi Xing take 10 slaps. Yi Xing walked at a normal pace with Chu Jingyue and Chu Jingnan on his left and right. "Senior brother Yi, Ji Haoyan is the 4th outer disciple. Can you not use your bow? If you lose, you will have to take 10 slaps. There will be many people watching. Won't that be embarrassing?" Chu Jingnan muttered in a low voice with a worried expression. Since senior brother Yi dares to accept the challenge, he definitely can. Chu Jingyue's voice was firm. She trusted Yi Xing very much, and was full of confidence. Chu Jingnan glanced at Chu Jingyuan in surprise. He had a feeling in his heart. Why does it feel like my cousin is a little different? By the time Yi Xing and the other two arrived at the outer court square, many disciples had already heard the news and rushed over. On the first day Yi Xing entered the sect, he killed Duan Jinping and became one of the top 10 outer disciples. He became famous in the outer disciples of the Falling Star sect. Now less than a month had passed, and he was going to fight the fourth outer court disciple, Ji Haoyan, on the duel arena. This attracted even more interest, and everyone who heard the news rushed to the outer court square. After Ji Haoyan arrived at the square, he went straight to the northernmost battle stage. He looked confident and waited with a smile on his face. Below the battle arena, there were naturally many outer sect disciples gathered. Most of them were new disciples, but there were also some old disciples. He killed senior brother Duan Jinping on the first day of entering the sect, and he's going to challenge senior brother Ji Haoyan to a duel in less than a month. This Yi Xing is really not easy to deal with. However, he is indeed powerful. Senior brother Duan Jinping was killed by him with 2 arrows. Will senior brother Ji Haoyan be a match for him? You don't know about this, right? Senior brother Ji Haoyan is going to duel with him, and both of them have agreed not to use bows and arrows. That can't be, his strength lies in his archery skills. If he doesn't use bows and arrows, how can he be compared to senior brother Ji Haoyan? Let's just wait for a good show. He is a new disciple, but he killed senior brother Duan Jinping on the first day of entering the sect and entered the top 10. He is both arrogant and savage. Senior brother Ji Haoyan can avenge us old disciples. Yes, I heard that whoever loses will have to bear 10 slaps. This time Yi Xing will be taught a lesson. Many old disciples were discussing. Although Yi Xing was in the top 10, and many of them were wary of him, they were obviously not convinced by Yi Xing. From the way they addressed him, regardless of whether it was Duan Jinping or Ji Haoyan, they addressed him as senior brother. When they talked about Yi Xing, they called him by his name. This showed that Yi Xing's strength was not deeply rooted in the hearts of the old disciples. In the hearts of the old disciples, they did not acknowledge Yi Xing as one of the top 10 disciples. The reason why no one dared to challenge him was because Yi Xing entered the top 10. His methods were cruel, and he took Duan Jinping's life to enter the top 10. However, this only caused the old disciples to be wary of him, and they did not acknowledge him. In their hearts, they were hoping that one of the old disciples would be able to step on Yi Xing. Today Ji Haoyan was going to challenge Yi Xing, and this was exactly what the old disciples wanted. As for the new disciples, they were naturally convinced by Yi Xing, and they hoped that Yi Xing would be able to achieve glory again. However, there were not many new disciples who had confidence in Yi Xing. This was because they all knew that Yi Xing would not use a bow and arrow in this duel. Everyone knew that Yi Xing's archery skills were very powerful. Apart from his archery skills, he had obtained first place in the selection of the ordinary destined disciples. This strength was nothing in front of a half-step martial sage, let alone Ji Haoyan, who was ranked 4th in the outer sect, who was a top expert among the half-step martial sages. When Yi Xing arrived, regardless of whether it was the new disciples or the old disciples, they all took the initiative to open up a path for him. Yi Xing walked all the way to the bottom of the arena, and with a leap, he landed on the arena. Senior brother Ji, you will win. Senior brother Ji, you will win. As soon as Yi Xing landed on the arena, a loud shout came from below. It was one of the 4 people who had been with Ji Haoyan previously. When this person shouted, many old disciples started to breathe. Senior brother Ji, you will win. When Chu Jingnan saw this, he also shouted, Senior brother Yi, you can do it. Senior brother Yi, you can do it. Along with Chu Jingnan's voice, some of the new disciples also shouted, Senior brother Yi, you can do it. However, although there were many new disciples, the number of people who shouted was not as great as the old disciples. There were too few people who had confidence in Yi Xing. In the arena, Ji Haoyan chuckled, Yi Xing, you meddled in other people's business. Let's see how I will deal with you today. Yi Xing looked indifferent as he walked forward step by step and said, Cut the crap. Bring it on. Firmament palm. Ji Haoyan's expression froze. Yi Xing's words had made him swallow all the words he had wanted to say, and he immediately roared. The firmament palm was a supreme-grade martial technique. It was a martial technique that focused on big movements and big momentum. Ji Haoyan's attainment of the firmament palm was very profound. It had almost surpassed the consummate realm, and was already on the verge of the transformative realm. As long as he took a small step forward, he would be able to stand in the transformative realm. With a loud shout, Ji Haoyan pounced forward and struck out with both his palms towards Yi Xing's celestial essence condensed in his palms. The terrifying firmament palm was like a turbulent sea of clouds, blowing Yi Xing's clothes and black hair in the air. Tyrant Dragon Fist. Yi Xing faced Ji Haoyan's frontal attack without dodging. He wanted to test his opponent's strength. Tyrant Dragon Fist, a supreme-grade martial technique. The Tyrant Dragon Fist in the transformative realm was not inferior to Ji Haoyan's firmament palm, which had not yet reached the transformative realm. Yi Xing's origin-returning internal force condensed in his fists. It was bright and its strength was not inferior to Ji Haoyan's half-step celestial essence. At the same time, Yi Xing also activated his invincible golden body. A layer of golden luster covered every part of his body. In an instant, the fists and palms collided. Bang! The terrifying power collided with each other, creating a deafening explosion. In the explosion, Yi Xing and Ji Haoyan's bodies shook violently at the same time. They both felt a terrifying force from each other. Unable to stabilize their bodies, they retreated at the same time. Yi Xing retreated 3 steps. Ji Haoyan retreated 5 steps. What? Whether it was the new disciples or the old disciples, they were all horrified at this moment. In a head-on confrontation, Ji Haoyan was pushed back 5 steps by Yi Xing, while Yi Xing was only pushed back 3 steps. This result was unbelievable. Especially the person involved, Ji Haoyan, who was shocked and could not believe the fact in front of him. He had never thought that he, a first-class expert in the half-step martial sage realm, would be pushed back by a level 9 martial artist one day. As for Yi Xing, his expression was normal. Through this head-on collision, he already knew that his opponent's strength was about the same as his. Even if it was inferior, it was only by a little. Even if he did not comprehend the wind force to a higher level today, he could still defeat Ji Haoyan with the super brain scan without using the supreme movement skill of the transformative realm. However, the increase in his comprehension of the wind force naturally increased the speed of Yi Xing's victory. After Yi Xing retreated 3 steps, he steadied himself and immediately executed the cloud goose steps. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xing's body disappeared like a wild goose in the clouds. Yi Xing did not really disappear, but his speed was so fast that it made people feel as if he had suddenly disappeared. In an instant, Yi Xing had already circled behind Ji Haoyan. Tyrant Dragon Fist. Tyrant Dragon Transformation. Yi Xing attacked without hesitation, and immediately executed the ultimate move of the Tyrant Dragon Fist. Most of the disciples did not see the changes in Yi Xing's footwork clearly. They only knew that Yi Xing had disappeared in a flash. When they calmed down and looked again, Yi Xing had already executed his ultimate move behind Ji Haoyan. However, as the 4th strongest expert in the outer gate, Ji Haoyan was obviously much stronger than the disciples below. Although Yi Xing's speed shocked him, he could still see Yi Xing's figure clearly. In a hurry, Ji Haoyan suddenly turned around and shouted, "Tumultuous clouds and rain!" Both of them executed the ultimate move of the firmament palm. Their fists and palms collided in an instant. Ji Haoyan had executed the move in a hurry. However, he did not have time to execute the move. Its power was obviously not as strong as Yi Xing's Tyrant Dragon Transformation. Bang! Amidst the explosion, Yi Xing did not move at all. On the other hand, Ji Haoyan's body suddenly retreated 7 to 8 steps back. "You're defeated!" Yi Xing shouted and executed the cloud goose steps. In an instant, he changed his move. His fist turned into a finger and pointed at Ji Haoyan. Sky extinguishing finger, heaven pointing. In an instant, the dense origin restoration inner force condensed into a huge finger shadow. Following Yi Xing's finger, Ji Haoyan was stabbed. The change in this move was due to its speed. The Tyrant Dragon Fist could only be as powerful as thunder, and as fast as lightning when it was charged up. When it changed the move again, the speed would be slower. However, the sky-extinguishing finger was different. With a point of the finger radiance shot out and attacked Ji Haoyan. Ji Haoyan obviously did not expect Yi Xing's attack to be so fast. He was instantly hit by the finger. Bang! Ji Haoyan vomited blood and was sent flying. 55555. Tears streamed down his face. I'll have to chop off my hand today. I've already tried my best to write. I really want to write 4 chapters, but my brain can't take it anymore. I've overused my brain, and my writing efficiency is extremely low. I'd better take a break first so that I can continue writing tomorrow. There are only 6 days left in this month. I'll try my best to adjust my condition and write 4 chapters a few more times so that Yi Xing can break through the star vortex, awaken his astrology and become a martial saint. My fingernails are a little too long. I'll chop them off a little. I'll be thick-skinned and continue to ask everyone for more votes. The task is very difficult. We have 6 days, but we're still 600 votes away from first place. On average, we need more than 100 votes a day. The pressure is huge. Chapter 173. In the blink of an eye, Ji Haoyan was blasted off the stage by Yi Xing's finger and fell to the ground. The power of Yi Xing's finger of heaven severing was not small. Ji Haoyan's clothes were pierced through by the power of the finger. Although his skin was not pierced by the power of the finger, it left behind a bloody black fingerprint. When the sky-extinguishing finger force entered Ji Haoyan's body, it had the effect of blocking his meridians. Ji Haoyan's meridians were blocked at his middle finger, and he was unable to circulate his inner strength. Even his breathing was painful. This was a serious injury and his fighting strength was greatly reduced. If he and Yi Xing were to have a life-and-death battle, he would be dead with such a serious injury. Yi Xing took a step to the edge of the stage and looked down at Ji Haoyan. Ji Haoyan struggled to get up. He pressed his right hand on his middle finger. His every move would trigger the intense pain there. His eyes were also looking at Yi Xing. They were filled with anger and hatred, and were extremely vicious. Although he was injured by Yi Xing's finger, Ji Haoyan was obviously not convinced. Yi Xing did not care if he was convinced or not and said coldly, "You've lost. Slap yourself 10 times. Only then did everyone regain their senses from the shock of Yi Xing defeating Ji Haoyan. Their gazes shot towards Ji Haoyan. Previously, the crowd was only concerned about the outcome of the battle. Now that Yi Xing mentioned it, they realized that there was a bet between the two of them. Whoever lost would have to slap himself 10 times. This bet was even more interesting than the outcome of the battle between the two of them. To slap himself 10 times in front of so many disciples, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Both Yi Xing and Ji Haoyan were outer disciples ranked in the top 10. No matter which one of them slapped himself, it would be a shocking matter. However, due to their standpoints, the disciples were divided into 2 groups. The senior disciples naturally wanted Yi Xing to lose and slap himself 10 times. Now that Ji Haoyan lost, they felt very sullen. Not only was Ji Haoyan the 4th outer disciple, but he was also an old disciple. Since he slapped himself, the old disciple would naturally feel embarrassed as well. However, while the old disciples were depressed, the new disciples were all very excited. Although they had no confidence in Yi Xing before the battle, they still hoped that Yi Xing would win. Now that Yi Xing had won, how could they not be excited? It was as if they also had glory. Especially Ji Haoyan, who was ranked 4th in the outer sect, was going to slap himself in front of them. The eyes of the new disciples lit up. How many times would they get such an opportunity in their lifetime? Ji Haoyan's face instantly flushed red. He'd lost to Yi Xing under the gazes of everyone present, and his heart was filled with resentment, so how could he be willing to slap himself? Ji Haoyan raged, "I didn't lose." Since he had to slap himself 10 times if he lost, then he would not admit defeat no matter what. Although the senior disciples felt their faces burning, they also felt that it was a good idea. If you refuse to admit defeat, then bite me. As for the new disciples, they instantly roared with laughter. Ji Haoyan's gaze swept angrily and the laughter stopped. Although Ji Haoyan had lost to Yi Xing, his ability was unquestionable. Now that he was glaring angrily, which new disciple dared to continue mocking him? Yi Xing said disdainfully, You've already been injured by me, and I've even thrown you off the battle stage. Isn't that a loss? If this isn't considered a loss, then let's continue. I'll beat you until you admit defeat. How would Ji Haoyan dare to continue fighting with Yi Xing? He snorted coldly. I won't stoop to your level. After saying that, he turned around and wanted to leave. Yi Xing's face was instantly covered with a layer of frost. Since he had made a bet, he had to admit defeat. How could it be so easy to not admit defeat? Yi Xing shouted. You don't want to slap yourself, fine. I'll slap you. See if I don't slap your stinky mouth. Ji Haoyan's body trembled and he shouted sternly. You dare. However, from his body's reaction, it was obvious that he was only putting on a brave front. At the same time, a voice came from afar. Yi Xing, where it's possible to make mistakes, you should spare them. Don't go too far. Let's see if I dare. Yi Xing didn't care about the sound coming from afar. With a furious shout, he executed the cloud goose steps and charged towards Ji Haoyan. Since Ji Haoyan didn't keep his word, Yi Xing had to teach him a lesson. Compared to him slapping himself 10 times, Yi Xing had to teach Ji Haoyan a lesson. While he was in the air, Yi Xing launched a ferocious attack on Ji Haoyan, kicking out with both his legs. Upper grade martial art. Fatal chain kick. The stage of the transformative stage's fatal chain kicks were launched one after another. In Ji Haoyan's eyes, the kicks were everywhere. As Ji Haoyan was heavily injured, it was hard for him to circulate his internal energy in his chest, causing his strength to be greatly reduced. How could he block Yi Xing's deadly chain kicks? Bang 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 bang. A series of heavy breathing sounds were heard. Ji Haoyan didn't know how many kicks he had blocked. Instead, he was kicked to the ground in the blink of an eye and screamed in pain. Yi Xing landed on the ground and stepped on Ji Haoyan's hands. Then he sat down and pinned Ji Haoyan's body down. Then he clenched his right hand's fingers and slapped Ji Haoyan's face. I'll let you admire the flowers. 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 I'll make your face bloom. Slap 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 slap. With every sentence Yi Xing shouted, he slapped Ji Haoyan. As expected, Ji Haoyan's face was blooming with flowers. Yi Xing's palm strength was extremely powerful. Although Yi Xing purposely held back and didn't use his returning origin force and only used his physical strength to slap Ji Haoyan 10 times, it was enough to make Ji Haoyan's face bleed. His mouth was filled with broken teeth and blood. Although Ji Haoyan was a half-step to martial sage, after being beaten up by Yi Xing, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Swoosh! Just as Yi Xing finished his 10th slap, a scorching hot palm print suddenly shot toward him from afar. Swoosh! Yi Xing's body leaped and he instantly left Ji Haoyan's body. With a somersault, he avoided the palm print and landed on the battle arena. The palm print didn't hit Yi Xing. Instead, it hit the stone wall of the battle arena, and there was a loud explosion. The battle arena was made of solid ores, and was reinforced by a formation. Even a martial sage would have a hard time destroying it, let alone a half-step to martial sage's attack. The person who attacked was a young disciple in a red robe. He was around 23 or 24 years old. His appearance was ordinary, but he had a scorching aura, as if he was a fireball. Yi Xing, how dare you? The red-robed disciple stopped beside Ji Haoyan. After glancing at Ji Haoyan, he glanced at Yi Xing and shouted coldly, It's senior brother Chao. Third senior brother is here. Teach Yi Xing a lesson and avenge senior brother Ji. Many senior disciples began to clamor when they saw the person. The person was the third outer disciple, Chao Huarong. When Chao Huarong heard the news, he immediately rushed over. However, Ji Haoyan had already been defeated by Yi Xing. Chao Huarong's voice was as sharp as a blade, sending chills down one's spine. The new disciples were astounded. Although there was only a name difference between the third and fourth outer disciple, there was a significant difference in terms of strength. It was obvious from the rewards given to the top 10 disciples by the sect. The top 10 disciples were ranked on the same level, while the top 3 disciples were ranked on the same level. Being able to be ranked in the top 3 among so many outer disciples, his strength was definitely terrifying. On the other hand, Yi Xing's expression was as calm as ever. He was planning to challenge the top 3 disciples, so why would he be afraid of Chao Huarong? He stared at Chao Huarong with a sharp gaze. Yixing calmly said, "What is it? Do you want to have a try too?" The disciples were astounded. They did not expect Yixing to be so calm in front of Chao Huarong. It was as if he did not treat Chao Huarong seriously. This caused the disciples to be astonished. Chao Huarong was ranked 3rd among the outer disciples. There was a huge difference between her strength and Ji Haoyan, who was ranked 4th among the outer disciples. Although Yixing had beaten Ji Haoyan badly, most of the disciples did not think that Yixing was a match for Chao Huarong. Chao Huarong and Ji Haoyan had a good relationship. Furthermore, he was also one of the disciples who looked down on Yixing for entering the top 10. Now that Ji Haoyan was involved, he was filled with anger. Even if Yixing did not challenge him, he would still go up the stage to teach Yixing a lesson. How could he reject Yixing's challenge? Chao Huarong stared at Yixing and said fiercely, "Fine, today I will let you know the immensity of heaven and earth." He probed Ji Haoyan's aura. Seeing that Ji Haoyan had only fainted, he asked 2 senior disciples to carry him away for treatment. Then Chao Huarong's figure flashed and turned into a red afterimage, appearing on the stage in an instant. Looking at Chao Huarong's movement skill, Yixing knew that Chao Huarong was even more powerful than Ji Haoyan. Once on the stage, Chao Huarong's aura became much more terrifying. His entire body was like a ball of burning flames, causing the surrounding temperature to rise abruptly. Above him, the air surged without any wind, as if there was a heat wave rushing towards the sky. Yixing felt a gust of hot air rushing towards him. Yixing observed Chao Huarong, only to see that there seemed to be a raging fire burning within his body, emitting a crimson glow, almost the same color as his clothes. Especially Chao Huarong's palms, they turned from red to red, as if they contained a terrifying power. Naturally, Yixing could tell at a glance that Chao Huarong cultivated a fire attribute martial art. Yixing's martial arts were basically non-attribute martial arts. It was purely based on the strength of one's inner strength. This was because martial arts with attributes were related to the martial artist's physique and the cultivation environment. Comparatively speaking, it was much less related to one's martial arts talent. If Yixing practiced attribute martial arts, his advantage would not be as great as non-attribute martial arts. Therefore, with attribute martial arts, Yixing only learned the theory and did not practice it. However, with the same strength of inner strength, attribute martial arts were stronger than non-attribute martial arts. And to challenge someone of a higher level was an extravagant hope for most martial artists. Therefore, in order to pursue a strong attacking power, in order to have a stronger strength than other martial artists of the same level, many martial artists were willing to practice attribute martial arts. Chao Huarong's physique leaned towards the fire attribute. Thus, he practiced fire attribute martial arts much faster than other martial arts. His cultivation method, 9 Suns Tactics, was a fire attribute martial arts inheritance. His martial arts technique, Blazing Divine Palm, was a fire attribute martial arts technique. Chapter 174. The grade of a martial art was not determined by its name. Although the Blazing Divine Palm had the word divine in it, it was only a supreme grade martial art. It was neither a spiritual martial art nor a black martial art. However, elemental martial arts were powerful. Even if Chao Huarong's martial arts attainments were on par with Ji Haoyan's, his fire elemental cultivation techniques and martial techniques were more powerful than Ji Haoyan's. This could be seen from Chao Huarong's violent aura. The disciples around the dueling stage felt Chao Huarong's terrifying aura. Although they were dozens of meters away, they still felt terrified and instinctively retreated. On the other hand, Yixing stood on the dueling stage. His clothes fluttered in the hot air, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. However, he did not retreat at all. Yixing's eyes were slightly serious, but his expression was as calm as usual. He circulated the origin restoration force, and also released a powerful and terrifying aura. Yixing's inner strength was powerful not because of any attribute, but because it was powerful and vigorous. As he circulated the origin restoration force, his essence surged like smoke and rushed out from the top of his head. Visible to the naked eye, A pillar of energy shot out from the top of Yi Xing's head into the sky. His aura was terrifying and was not inferior to Chao Huarong's at all. This made the spectating disciples' expressions change. Yi Xing's cultivation was only at the 9th level of the star-tempering realm, but he had such a terrifying aura. Chao Huarong's aura was terrifying because he borrowed the power of the flames. However, Yi Xing's aura was terrifying because of his pure inner strength. He almost had the aura of a martial sage. At this moment, the disciples realized that Yi Xing had not used his full strength to deal with Ji Haoyan. This shocked the disciples. Could it be that Yi Xing is really qualified to compete with Chao Huarong? Chao Huarong stared coldly at Yi Xing. He was extremely displeased by Yi Xing's aura and shouted angrily, "Die!" With a furious shout, Huang Huarong's body did not move, but her crimson-red palm slapped towards Yi Xing. The celestial essence of the Nine-Yang secret art was already extremely hot. Coupled with the raging inferno divine palm's transformation, the palm imprint that Ningqing shot out almost turned into flames. In an instant, Yi Xing felt a scorching wave of air rush towards him. A palm print that was like a red flame struck towards his face like a bolt of lightning. Chao Huarong's every move was under Yi Xing's observation. If this palm strike was unleashed, Yi Xing would not be able to dodge it. However, the moment Chao Huarong raised her palm, Yi Xing already knew that she was about to attack. He instantly executed the cloud goose steps and disappeared in a flash. At the same time, there was a loud explosion as the raging inferno palm instantly slapped the place where Yi Xing was standing. A huge shockwave burst out, engulfing everything within a radius of several feet. It was as if a small bag of explosives had exploded. The might of Chao Huarong's palm strike could be imagined. After Chao Huarong's first palm strike, she immediately followed up with a second palm strike. Yi Xing's speed, for other disciples, was extremely fast. They could barely see him clearly, giving off a vague feeling. However, in Chao Huarong's eyes, that was obviously not the case. She could clearly see Yi Xing's dodging trajectory, so she immediately followed up with a second palm strike. Yi Xing's movement technique was superb, and in an instant his body flashed and slashed again. Bang! There was a loud explosion, and the place where Ningqing stood once again exploded with flames. "Let's see how many of my palms you can dodge." Chao Huarong sneered. He stood motionless, attacking with only a palm strike, while Yi Xing had to dodge at least a few feet away to avoid the attack range of the raging inferno divine palm. Even if Yi Xing's movement technique was exquisite, it was impossible for him to be faster than the raging inferno divine palm attack every time. Bang 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 bang. The sound of explosions continued without end, and one after another, flames exploded in all directions around the dueling platform. Yi Xing wanted to test his extreme speed, and with the help of his super brain scanning Chao Huarong, he could clearly see every move the other party made. As such, Yi Xing naturally avoided Chao Huarong's palm strikes one after another. After Chao Huarong sent out a dozen or so palm strikes, he felt a little embarrassed. Yi Xing's reaction was just too fast. Every time he attacked, Yi Xing seemed to know in advance where he was going to attack, and dodged again and again. If this battle continued, Yi Xing did not need to fight back. Just the consumption of palm strikes was enough to exhaust Chao Huarong to death. Yi Xing used the cloud goose steps, but the consumption was far less than Chao Huarong's raging inferno divine palm. Raging inferno prairie! Chao Huarong shouted, her body flashed, and she rushed towards Yi Xing, both palms striking out. Horrifying flaming celestial essence surged out, turning into a fan-shaped flame ripple that rushed forward in an instant. Half of the battle ring was within the attack range of this move. Coupled with Chao Huarong rushing forward, the range was compressed, making it impossible for Yi Xing to escape. This time, even if Yi Xing knew Chao Huarong's intentions, he could not avoid it. After all, the dueling platform was only so big. Although Yi Xing's attainments in movement techniques were a little higher than Chao Huarong's, it was not so strong that he could not make up for the gap. Tyrant Flood Dragon transforms into dragon. Since he could not avoid it, he could only fight with all his strength. Yi Xing roared, and instead of retreating, he punched out with both his fists. The Tyrant Flood Dragon fist in Yi Xing's hands was truly superb. In Chao Huarong's eyes, Yi Xing's fists were no longer two fists, but two overbearing raging flood dragons. No. It was not just the raging flood dragons. The moment the two overbearing raging flood dragons attacked, a pair of horns appeared on their heads, and they leaped into a dragon. The two raging flood dragons turned into two raging dragons, multiplying the power of this move, making it extremely terrifying. Boom! Just the confrontation between the fist and the palm had already erupted into a fierce collision. Celestial essence was more powerful than internal strength, and the nine-yang celestial essence had a fire attribute, which made its power amazing. However, Yixing's returning essence internal strength was not ordinary. The seventh layer of returning essence internal strength was stronger than the half-baked celestial essence of a half-step martial sage. Even if the nine-yang celestial essence had a fire attribute, Yixing's returning essence internal strength was not weak. Moreover, Yixing's tyrant flood dragon fist had reached the perfection realm, which was not weaker than Chao Huarong's raging inferno divine palm, which was close to the perfection realm. Therefore, in the confrontation between the fist and the palm, Yixing did not fall into a disadvantage at all. Amidst the explosion of the fist and the palm, Yixing and Chao Huarong continued to attack as fast as lightning. Two punches. Two palms. They collided in an instant. Bang. Bang. At this time, the two explosions were really earth-shattering. The fist and the palm collided directly, which was much more terrifying than the confrontation between the fist and the palm. The two explosions shook the hearts of the disciples who were watching the battle. They instinctively closed their eyes, feeling a sense of fear. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the confrontation of strength was. If it were any other disciple in the audience, they would not be able to withstand the attack of either Chao Huarong or Yixing. The waves of energy surged and the energy exploded. In an instant, the air on the battle stage was distorted, and many disciples could only see a distorted light. Only a few disciples with excellent eyesight could vaguely see the figures of Yixing and Chao Huarong, who were retreating at the same time during the collision. Chao Huarong only took one step back, but Yixing took 5 or 6 steps back continuously. The strength of the two people's attacks was instantly clear. Chao Huarong was worthy of being the third outer disciple. Ji Haoyan had also collided with Yixing once before, but Yixing had the upper hand at that time, but now he was absolutely at a disadvantage. Chao Huarong's body refinement skill was even better than Yixing's. Those who could see the two people retreating, except for a few new disciples, were mostly experts among the senior disciples. Seeing Yixing take 5 or 6 steps back, the senior disciples immediately cheered. This made most of the new disciples who did not see the situation change their expressions, thinking that Yixing had lost. On the battle stage, Chao Huarong, who had the upper hand, laughed happily. "Your strength is only SOSO, I will defeat you in 10 moves." While laughing, Chao Huarong's figure charged toward Yixing again like lightning. She raised her palm and slapped down on Yixing's head from above. The ultimate move of the fire god palm, fire covering the sky. This slap was unstoppable and powerful. At this moment, the terrifying qi and waves had already dissipated. All the disciples could clearly see the figures of the two people on the dueling platform. All the new disciples were shocked, while the old disciples revealed excited smiles. In their opinion, Yixing would definitely not be able to block this slap. As for Yixing, who was at a disadvantage, his expression was calm, and there was no trace of fear. Instead he shouted, "Good move." As he shouted, his figure flashed and he used the cloud goose steps again. However, Chao Huarong's attack was too fast, and even the cloud goose steps could not completely avoid it. Chao Huarong sneered. The senior disciples sneered. The new disciples were shocked. Yixing's lips curled up, revealing a thought-provoking smile. He did not use the cloud goose steps to avoid Chao Huarong's attack. Whoosh! Just as Yixing's figure flashed, Yixing pointed his finger. Sky extinguishing finger. Sky extinguishing finger. It was the killing move of the sky extinguishing finger. In an instant, a finger light burst out. The disciples were puzzled. On the other hand, Chao Huarong's expression changed greatly. Her palm, which had covered the sky, suddenly paused. She withdrew her hand and retreated. The disciples were horrified. They did not know why Chao Huarong suddenly stopped. If this slap landed, Yixing would definitely suffer heavy injuries. Moreover, that finger light could be blocked by celestial essence. Even if he was injured by the finger light, it would only be a minor injury. However, they did not know that Yi Xing's finger attack was aimed at the flaw of the Raging Inferno Divine Palm. Chao Huarong had cultivated the Raging Inferno Divine Palm to the extreme perfection realm. She was only half a step away from the perfection realm. There were no flaws in her martial arts attainments. However, martial arts itself had flaws. Outsiders could not see it, but Yi Xing could scan it with his super brain. Chao Huarong, as a cultivator of the Raging Inferno Divine Palm, naturally knew about it. If Chao Huarong's slap continued, the power of this slap would be broken by Yi Xing's finger, and it would not pose much of a threat to Yi Xing's body. On the contrary, Yi Xing's sky-extinguishing finger light could cause harm to him. The result was obviously Chao Huarong suffering a big loss. Of course, she had to withdraw her palm. However, an attack was like an arrow that was shot out. How could it be so easy to withdraw? Especially since Chao Huarong had already used this move. She did not expect that Yi Xing could see the flaw in her martial arts. Chapter 175. Just as he retracted his palm and retreated, Yi Xing's finger light had already struck his palm. Although Chao Huarong retreated, the finger light did not hit the flaw, but it did not deviate too far. Chao Huarong's middle finger suddenly felt a soreness. In the blink of an eye, Chao Huarong's retreating speed was so fast that he retreated dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. Although he was hit by Yi Xing's finger light, it happened in 1/10 of an instant, so it was not a big deal. Chao Huarong retreated quickly, but Yi Xing did not chase after him. No matter how fast his body was, it could not be compared to the speed of an attack. 3 parts restoration energy. Yi Xing let out a loud roar. The vigorous Gui Yuan inner force in his body was like a broken dam at this moment, suddenly attacking Chao Huarong. 3 groups of sharp internal force, like arrows, instantly blasted in front of Chao Huarong. Chao Huarong was about to defend, but 3 explosions sounded at the same time, and the 3 groups of sharp internal force all exploded. Each group of sharp internal force exploded, and its power was not weaker than Chao Huarong's full blow of the Raging Flame Divine Palm. 3 groups of sharp internal force exploded at the same time. How terrifying was the power! Chao Huarong never expected that Yi Xing would act so decisively. Just as he was about to retreat, Yi Xing suddenly launched such a ruthless attack. The celestial essence defense that he had just condensed instantly shattered under the 3 explosions. The next moment, Chao Huarong spat out a mouthful of blood, and his speed was twice as fast as before. He continued to retreat. Whoosh, in the blink of an eye, Chao Huarong flew over the range of the duel arena. When Chao Huarong fell to the ground, he was nearly 10 feet away from the duel arena. With blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, he stood up immediately. Although he was blasted out of the arena by Yi Xing like Ji Haoyan, Chao Huarong's injury was much lighter than Ji Haoyan's. Ouch! After a brief moment of surprise, the new disciples immediately let out excited and pleasantly surprised shouts. Senior Brother Yi Mighty! Senior Brother Yi, I admire you! Senior Brother Yi, I love you! The new disciples let out all sorts of shouts. There were even quite a few female disciples who directly shouted the slogan, I love you. It could be seen that after Yi Xing defeated Chao Huarong, his popularity among the new disciples had reached its peak. Compared to when he defeated Ji Haoyan, the new disciples were even more excited. After all, Ji Haoyan was only ranked at the 4th position, whereas Chao Huarong was ranked at the 3rd position. The difference of a single position was absolutely different in terms of quality. Although Yi Xing had defeated Ji Haoyan and was ranked 4th, he was still ranked in the top 10. However, he had defeated Chao Huarong and was ranked in the top 3. There was a fundamental difference. As a new disciple, Yi Xing's entry into the top 10 had already shocked the other new disciples. However, this was the first time he had entered the top 3. Compared to the cheers of the new disciples, the older disciples looked at each other in shock. Chao Huarong clearly occupied the upper hand earlier, yet she suddenly took the initiative to withdraw and retreat, causing her to lose to Yi Xing. This caused all the senior disciples to be unable to understand. Senior Chow, what happened to you just now? Senior Brother Chow, why did you withdraw and retreat? Senior Brother Chow, did you take the initiative to let her win? Some of the senior disciples who were on good terms with Chow Huarong immediately rushed to her and asked, took the initiative to let her win? Chow Huarong was already in a bad mood after being defeated by Yi Xing. These questions made her feel even more embarrassed. Get lost! Pushing the senior disciple in front of her, Chow Huarong used her lightness skill and quickly left the square. Soon she disappeared. Senior Brother Yi. Senior Brother Yi. Although Chow Huarong was present, many of the new disciples were excited, but they did not dare to shout loudly. Once Chow Huarong shouted, they joined in the shouting army, causing the cheers to shake the heavens and the earth. Hundreds of people shouted in unison, and in the end, their voices became the three words Senior Brother Yi. The ordinary new disciples of the Destiny Realm looked at Yi Xing with admiration, and the female disciples were even infatuated with him. Even many of the new disciples of the Destiny Realm looked at Yi Xing with admiration. Only a small number of new disciples of the Destiny Realm felt that their future was far beyond Yi Xing's, so they did not think much of Yi Xing's defeat of Chow Huarong. Yi Xing stood on the dueling platform and nodded slightly to the new disciples who were shouting. He waved his hand, then jumped down and floated away. Chu Jingnan looked at Yi Xing's back with eyes full of admiration. He said, Senior Brother Yi became the top 10 of the outer gate on the first day he entered the sect. In less than a month he became the top 3. I wonder how long it will take for him to become the first in the outer gate. Chu Jinghua looked at Yi Xing's back with a somewhat infatuated gaze. Her heart thumped as she murmured, I'm afraid it won't take long. An old disciple happened to hear Chu Jingnan and Chu Jinghua's words, and was immediately displeased. Originally, the old disciple was very unhappy that Yi Xing had defeated Ji Haoyan and Chow Huarong. Now that he heard Chu Jingnan say that Yi Xing would become the first in the outer gate, he was naturally even more displeased. The old disciple said coldly, The first in the outer gate? I really don't know if you are ignorant or arrogant. Senior Brother Xian Yuan is known as the Little Sword Saint. His flowing light sword technique has been cultivated to the acme of perfection. His supreme refining body cultivation technique is also close to perfection. If Senior Brother Xian did not want to break through the star vortex after cultivating his supreme refining body cultivation technique to perfection, he would have already become a martial sage and become an inner disciple. Yi Xing wants to become the first in the outer gate? Bah! Unless Senior Brother Xian becomes a martial sage and becomes an inner disciple, Yi Xing will never become the first in the outer gate. Chu Jingnan and Chu Jinghua only said this in a low voice. Only a few disciples beside them could hear them. However, this old disciple's voice was so loud that a large group of disciples nearby heard it. When some of the old disciples heard this, they seemed to have found an outlet to vent their anger. One by one they sneered. Yi Xing wants to become the first in the outer gate? This is simply a fantasy. Haha, Yi Xing can also be compared with Senior Brother Xian. Senior Brother Xian can defeat Yi Xing with 3 moves at most. 3 moves? Huh. Do you think the title Little Sword Saint is just for show? He can defeat Yi Xing with 1 move at most. That's right. He can defeat Yi Xing with 1 move at most. If Senior Brother Xian Yuan does not become an inner disciple, Yi Xing will never become the first in the outer gate. Now Senior Brother Xian is out on a mission and not in the sect. Otherwise humph. How can we allow Yi Xing, a new disciple, to be so arrogant today? Once the topic was discussed, the old disciples spoke one after another. Suddenly, everyone heard the topic of Yi Xing and Xian Yuan. The new disciples were naturally very clear about Xian Yuan, the first in the outer gate. They knew that Xian Yuan was very powerful. They heard that the second in the outer gate, Ling Yu, and the third in the outer gate, Chow Huarong, couldn't even last 10 moves against Xian Yuan. From this, it could be seen that Xian Yuan's strength was indeed terrifying. The title of Little Sword Saint was not just for show. The gap between Chow Huarong and Xian Yuan was too big. Yi Xing defeated Chow Huarong. Even the new disciples felt that they couldn't be compared with Xian Yuan. Naturally, they couldn't refute the disdain of the old disciples. However, there were a few outer disciples who were still very confident in Yixing. For example, Chu Jingnan, Chu Jingyue. They knew very well how abnormal Yixing was. Chu Jingnan witnessed Yixing's growth from a 6th-level martial artist to a 9th-level martial artist in just a few months. Chu Jingyue knew about Yixing's heaven-defying learning ability. Such a monstrous figure was just an outer disciple. Who couldn't surpass him? When everyone was talking about him, Yixing had already gone to the affairs hall. He defeated Chao Huarong and ranked in the top 3. According to the sect's rules, he would be rewarded with 20 best quality star accumulation pills. Now Yixing was lacking cultivation resources. He wanted to break through the late and peak 9th level quickly but couldn't. If he had 20 best quality star accumulation pills, it wouldn't be a problem for him to cultivate to the peak 9th level. It wouldn't take too long. After the affairs hall confirmed that Yixing defeated Chao Huarong, the reward of 20 best quality star accumulation pills was given to Yixing. Yixing was overjoyed and returned to his residence. That night, Yixing took 3 pills, sensed the stars, ran the origin restoring force, and continued to cultivate, striving to reach the peak of 9th level as soon as possible. Only when one's cultivation reached the peak of 9th level could he apply to the sect for the spiritual martial inheritance. Ordinary martial arts couldn't form star essence when one's inner strength was cultivated to the peak. Only the spiritual martial inheritance could. If one wanted to become a martial sage, they must learn the spiritual martial inheritance. The next day, Yixing continued to go to the Array Source Valley. Yixing cultivated one day, and worked in the Array Source Valley the other. This was Yixing's daily routine. Of course, although he was going to work in the Array Source Valley, Yixing had never worked in the Array Source Valley. He had been learning arrays all the time, and Gu Tianshang was willing to teach him. Elder Gu, my chaotic stone array has reached the perfection realm. Am I now considered a first-level array grandmaster? In the wooden house in the Array Source Valley, Yixing asked Gu Tianshang for advice. Gu Tianshang's face was full of happy smiles. For an array fanatic like him, Yixing was a genius in arrays. The more he looked at him, the happier he was. Gu Tianshang shook his head. Even though he was shaking his head, there was still an excited smile on his face. Every first-level array grandmaster needs to meet 3 conditions. First, you need to be able to set up a perfect defensive or trap array. Second, you need to be able to set up a perfect killing array. Third, you need to be able to set up a perfect illusory array. Only when all 3 conditions are met can you be considered a first-level array grandmaster. The chaotic stone array that Yixing was learning was a trap array. The trap array was very similar to the defensive array. The trap array trapped the enemy inside the array, while the defensive array kept the enemy outside the array. Both arrays limited the enemy's movement range, except that one was for the inside and the other was for the outside. Therefore, among the 3 conditions for becoming an array grandmaster, the killing array and illusory array had to be at the perfection realm. As for the defensive array and trap array, any one of them had to be at the perfection realm. Yixing's chaotic stone array was at the perfection realm, but he still needed a first-level killing array and a first-level illusory array to be considered a first-level array grandmaster. Only by becoming a first-level array grandmaster would one be qualified to learn second-level arrays. Yixing bowed to Gu Tianshang. Elder Gu, please teach me the killing array or illusory array. Chapter 176. Another half a month had passed. Yixing had absorbed all 20 supreme grade star accumulating pills. Yixing's cultivation had already reached the late stage of the 9th level. He was only 1 step away from the peak of the 9th level. Even without the pills, it would only take another half a month for Yixing's cultivation to truly reach the peak of the 9th level. He would be qualified to learn the legacy of the spiritual martial force. Yixing's martial arts attainment had also increased rapidly in this half a month. With the integration of various martial arts in the superbrain and Yixing's hard work, he had already mastered several supreme grade martial arts to perfection. This time, Yixing's speed in integrating the martial arts was much faster than when Yixing was learning the martial arts of the Purple Mountain Academy. This did not mean that it was easier to integrate the martial arts of the Falling Star sect. On the contrary, The number of martial arts of the Falling Star sect far exceeded that of the Purple Mountain Academy. Yi Xing's speed was faster because everything was difficult at the beginning. He had already gone through the most difficult process of integrating the martial arts in the Purple Mountain Academy. Although there were many martial arts they were all normal martial arts below the spiritual martial force. With Yi Xing's level of martial arts, the speed of integration was naturally much faster. In this half a month, Yi Xing had spent 8 days cultivating, and the other 7 days in the Formation Source Valley to learn formations. With Yi Xing's mastery of a Grade 1 formation, it would be much faster for him to learn another Grade 1 formation. In just 7 days, Yi Xing had practiced the Level 1 Killing Formation, Chaotic Blade Formation, to perfection. Gu Tianxiang also taught Yi Xing a Level 1 Illusion Formation, Illusion Formation. If the Illusion Formation was also practiced to perfection, then Yi Xing would truly be a Level 1 Formation Grandmaster. According to the current speed, it wouldn't take long for Yi Xing to reach this level. Based on the time it took for Yi Xing to come every other day, it would only take half a month. Reading the basics of array formations in 1 day, learning array formations in 3 days, mastering the chaotic stone array in 1 month, and becoming a level 1 array grandmaster in 2 months? Gu Tianxiang had lived his entire life, but he had never even heard of a formation genius like Yi Xing, let alone seen one. It was hard to imagine how long it would take for Yi Xing to reach his level and become a level 2 array grandmaster if he focused on studying arrays. Gu Tianxiang started learning array Dao when he was 17, and he only became a grade 2 array grandmaster when he was 48 years old. It took him a total of 31 years to become a grade 2 array grandmaster. After that, he was stuck at grade 2 array grandmaster for nearly 20 years, unable to learn grade 3 array Dao. Talent! What an enviable thing! When Gu Tianxiang thought that Yi Xing might be able to catch up to him in terms of formation Dao in a few years, he was both excited and emotional. After learning the illusory array today, Yi Xing left the Array Source Valley not long after. He didn't rush back to his residence, but went to the square of the first peak instead. Today was an important day. There was another new disciple who was going to challenge the top 10. Among the new disciples, apart from Yi Xing, Chu Jingyue's combat strength was high. She was also very talented in martial arts and had the ability to challenge those of a higher level. The new disciple who was going to challenge the top 10 was naturally Chu Jingyue. When Chu Jingyue participated in the disciple selection, her cultivation was close to the late stage of the 9th level. After becoming a disciple of she reached the late stage of the 9th level in less than 10 days. After another month or so, Chu Jingyue's cultivation had consolidated to the peak of the 9th level. Chu Jingyue was originally a 9-star mandate. In addition to the Supreme Grade Star Accumulation Pill, she also had more than a dozen Supreme Grade Star Accumulation Pills donated by her family to the Falling Star sect. That was why she was able to consolidate her cultivation to the peak of the 9th level so quickly. There were 2 ways for disciples to obtain cultivation resources in addition to the monthly allowance. The first was to climb the ranking list of outer disciples. The top 10, top 3, and first place all had different rewards, but this was only suitable for a very small number of disciples. The second was to exchange for 1 Supreme Grade Star Accumulation Pill with contribution points. 10 contribution points could be exchanged for 1 Supreme Grade Star Accumulation Pill. There were also 2 ways to obtain contribution points. One was to be given gold by the family. 30,000 taels of gold could be exchanged for 1 contribution point. That was to say, 1 Supreme Grade Star Accumulation Pill required 300,000 taels of gold. This was not something an ordinary family could afford. The other way was to complete missions. According to the difficulty of the missions, one would obtain corresponding contribution points after completing them. Many disciples' families could not afford to exchange gold for contribution points, so they could only earn contribution points by completing missions to exchange for cultivation resources. As for Yi Xing, he did not have that much gold to exchange, nor did he have the time to do missions. He used the simplest and fastest way to reach the top 10 of the outer disciples ranking list. This was the best way, but not many people could use this method. Now Chu Jingyue was also using this method. She had stepped into the peak of the 9th level, and obtain the spiritual martial inheritance of the sect. However, it was very difficult to transform the internal strength in her body into star essence. It required a small amount of star power. If she cultivated by herself, she might not be able to transform it in a few years. Especially for ordinary disciples of the mandate of heaven, it would take a long time to transform. Therefore, resources were especially important when transforming star essence. The consumption of gold in exchange for supreme-grade star accumulation pills was too high. 1 pill would cost 300,000 taels of gold, and 10 pills would cost 3 million taels of gold. Even a martial saint family would find it difficult to exchange for them at will. What she took out was gold, not silver. Chu Jingyue challenged the 10th outer disciple, Wei Ming. Originally, Wei Ming was the 9th outer disciple. After Yixing rushed to the top 3, the 3rd and 9th outer disciples fell 1 rank, so he was now the 10th outer disciple. Today, the number of disciples who came to the outer square was much more than when Yixing fought with Ji Haoyan and Chao Huarong. Because the duel between Yixing and the two was temporary, while the duel between Chu Jingyue and Wei Ming had been arranged yesterday. After a day, the number of disciples who heard the news naturally increased. Moreover, this was the first time a new disciple challenged a top 10 disciple, so it attracted the interest of many disciples. Therefore, there were many people who came to watch the battle. Senior Brother Yi. Senior Brother Yi. Yixing's arrival immediately caused a sensation. The new disciples in front of him took the initiative to open a path for him to go directly to the duel arena. Among the new disciples, Yixing had a very high reputation and popularity. However, the senior disciples did not take Yixing seriously. Most of them pretended not to see him, but a small number of them stared at him from afar. They hated Yixing, who had slapped their senior disciples' faces. When Yixing walked to the duel arena, there was a sudden commotion among the senior disciples. Senior Brother Xen is here. Am I seeing things? It's Senior Brother Xen. Senior Brother Xen is back. Hello, Senior Brother Xen. The voices of the senior disciples rose one after another, and they also opened a path for him. Soon, a young man in a green robe walked out of the path. Apparently, he was the first outer disciple, Xian Zhuiyuan. Yixing looked at Xian Zhuiyuan. Xian Zhuiyuan was known as the Little Sword Saint, but he did not have a sword on him. Yixing immediately noticed his palm. Sure enough, there was a storage ring on it. When Yixing's gaze landed on Xian Zhuiyuan, the other party's gaze also instantly locked onto Yixing. His gaze was very sharp, like an unsheathed sword. After Yixing sized up the other party, he moved his gaze away. Xian Zhuiyuan's gaze swept over Yixing's body a few times, but it was fixed on the scimitar on Yixing's waist. Behind Xian Zhuiyuan, there were a few disciples who were basically in the top 10 of the outer disciples. Among them, Chao Huarong and Ji Haoyan were among them. The two of them glanced at Yixing with anger in their eyes. Senior Brother Xian, he is Yixing. Chao Huarong, who was the closest to Xian Zhuiyuan, whispered in Xian Zhuiyuan's ear. I know, don't worry, I will deal with him. Xian Zhuiyuan nodded slightly, retracting his gaze from Yixing. Chao Huarong once again glanced at Yixing, with a ruthless look in her eyes. Yixing, today, you will not be able to bear the consequences. Next to her, Ji Haoyan's expression was the same. Yixing naturally felt the malicious intent in the other party's eyes, but his expression remained the same, without any fear. Becoming the first in the outer sect, there will be a reward of 30 best quality accumulating star pills. Since Xian Zhuiyuan is back, should I take this reward? Yixing also thought in his heart, with the best quality accumulating star pills, I can reach the peak of 9th level in a day or two, which will save me a lot of time. Moreover, the extra accumulating star pills can be used to transform celestial essence. I will wait until Junior Apprentice Sister Chu's duel is over. I can't miss this opportunity. Not long after, the two parties to the duel, Chu Jingyue and Wei Ming, came to the square. The two naturally walked towards the duel platform from the direction of the new disciples and the old disciples respectively. Senior Apprentice Sister Chu, come on. Senior Apprentice Sister Chu, come on. As soon as Chu Jingyue stepped on the duel platform, The new disciples burst out with earth-shattering cheers. Chu Jingyue was the first in the outer sect, Jiang knew. Among the martial artists, the number of men and women was very unbalanced, about 3-to-1. Female disciples were already popular, so the popularity of the first beautiful disciple could be imagined. In terms of popularity, she was even more popular than Yixing, the first powerhouse among the new disciples. Yixing was indeed inferior to her in this aspect. Even many of the old disciples left the camp because of Chu Jingyue and publicly supported her in this duel. This made Wei Ming, who was participating in the duel, very annoyed. Although he also felt that Chu Jingyue was very attractive, a martial artist's honor was the most important thing. Chu Jingyue's challenge made him very dissatisfied. In the duel platform, Chu Jingyue and Wei Ming started fighting after a few words. Chu Jingyue was still using the best quality martial art, title palm, but her attainments were much higher than in the disciple selection. She had reached the perfection of martial arts. Moreover, her physical body was extremely strong. As a martial saint clan, the Chu clan had a large fortune. They must have used many top-grade medicinal herbs to help her practice top-grade body tempering techniques. Her attainments in body tempering techniques were even higher than Yixing's. Although she was weaker than Wei Ming in terms of internal force, Chu Jingyue completely won in terms of martial arts attainments and physical strength. Therefore, there was no suspense in the outcome of this duel. The two exchanged more than 10 moves and Wei Ming was defeated. Another new disciple rushed into the top 10. Today's monthly votes are very poor. Can I still get one more vote? Chapter 177. Oh, Senior Sister Chu. Senior Sister Chu. Below the duel arena, the new disciples cheered enthusiastically. 2 new disciples had entered the top 10 of the outer sect. Naturally, the new disciples were very excited. Although they were not the ones who had entered the top 10, they still felt proud and cheered for them. This was not to say that it was rare for new disciples to enter the top 10 of the outer sect. It was normal for outstanding new disciples to enter the top 10. Some new disciples had even broken through the star vortex realm to become martial saints, and were promoted to inner sect disciples in less than a year after becoming outer sect disciples. However, the new disciples had entered the falling star sect for less than a month and a half, and 2 of them had entered the top 10. Moreover, Yixing had even entered the top 3. This was an amazing thing. It was extremely rare in the history of the falling star sect. Wei Ming covered his shoulder that had been hit by Chu Jingyue's title palm. It hurt faintly, and he left the duel arena with a guilty look. Chu Jingyue had a sweet smile on her face. She was very happy to have entered the top 10. She nodded slightly to the cheering new disciples, and also left the duel arena. The duel arena was over. The new disciples cheered while the old disciples frowned. They had different emotions, but their actions were the same. They were ready to leave. At this moment, a green light flashed, and a figure appeared on the duel arena. In an instant, all the new and old disciples who were ready to leave stopped and looked at the young man on the duel arena. They looked at each other in surprise. The person who appeared on the duel arena was the number 1 outer sect disciple, Little Sword Saint Xian Zhuiyuan. What is Senior Brother Xian doing? Senior Brother Xian is already the number 1 outer sect disciple. Who else can he challenge? Could it be that Senior Brother Xian has something to say to everyone? Suddenly, whether it was the old disciples or the new disciples, they were all talking about it. Their attention was attracted by Xian Zhuiyuan. Yixing was also surprised. He did not know what Xian Zhuiyuan was doing on the duel arena. Xian Zhuiyuan had already reached the top of the outer sect disciples. There was only one person who could challenge him. He had no reason to challenge someone who was ranked lower than him, because regardless of the outcome, this was a matter that would cause him to lose face. In the next moment, Yixing understood that Xian Zhuiyuan had entered the battle arena for him. Because the moment Xian Zhuiyuan entered the battle arena, his gaze was like a sword, locking onto Yixing. All the disciples followed Yixing's gaze and immediately understood Xian Zhuiyuan's intention. Obviously, Xian Zhuiyuan wanted to deal with Yixing. This made many senior disciples excited, but it also made a large number of new disciples panic. Xianzhuiyuan was the #1 outer court disciple, and had the title of Little Sword Saint. It could be seen that his strength was terrifying, and no one thought that Yixing would be a match for Xianzhuiyuan. All the senior disciples were eager for someone to deal with Yixing. Since Xianzhuiyuan had such intentions, the senior disciples were naturally excited. As for the new disciples, they were in a panic, sweating profusely for Yixing. On the battle arena, Xianzhuiyuan's gaze was fixed on Yixing, and his hand pointed towards Yixing as he shouted, "Everyone today, I will take care of a scum." Xianzhuiyuan's first sentence caused all the disciples to stare blankly. There was a problem with these words. There was a big problem. Through Xianzhuiyuan's expression and actions, they knew that the person Xianzhuiyuan wanted to deal with was Yixing. Although Yixing had rushed into the top 10 and lost face as a senior disciple, he was not a scum. If a new disciple who defeated a senior disciple was a scum, then it was over. Which batch of outstanding new disciples didn't surpass one senior disciple after another after entering the sect, and finally enter the inner court? It was just that Yixing, this new disciple, rose too quickly, making the senior disciples uncomfortable. This also showed how outstanding Yixing was. How could he be a scum? Even if many senior disciples were uncomfortable with Yixing, they also felt that Xianzhuiyuan's words were too much. However, Xianzhuiyuan didn't feel that his words were inappropriate, and continued, "Junior brothers, you must be very surprised as to why I said he was a scum." All the disciples' spirits were lifted, and their ears perked up. They were indeed very interested. Yixing squinted his eyes and cursed in his heart. "F***ck. You're the scum, your whole family is scum." Xianzhuiyuan's eyes were like swords, looking straight at Yixing, and walked forward step by step. "Junior brothers, who is our Falling Star Kingdom's biggest enemy?" "That goes without saying, it's the East Fu Nation. It's the people of East Fu. It's the dogs of East Fu." When Xianzhuiyuan asked, the disciples one by one began to drink as if a barrel of explosives had been ignited. Although their answers were different, the meaning was the same. There was no doubt that the East Fu Nation was Falling Star Kingdom's biggest enemy. Xianzhuiyuan shouted again, "That's right, it's the East Fu Nation. The weapons of the East Fu Nation have been stained with the blood of many of our Falling Star Kingdom's people, and have killed many of our Falling Star Kingdom's people. However, there's someone who carries a weapon from the East Fu Nation around his waist all day long. I want to ask, are you still a Falling Star Kingdom? Junior brothers, tell me, isn't he a scum?" Yixing touched the scimitar on his waist. This was the spoil of war he obtained from killing Shi Jingxiang in the battle at Eastern Mountain City. This was a top-grade weapon, and was extremely sharp. This was his first spoil of war, and it had an extraordinary meaning. He had handed in all the other spoils of war, and only this scimitar was left behind, and he carried it with him. This was because once he felt this scimitar, Yixing would remember the battle at Eastern Mountain City. Once he felt this scimitar, he would remember Wan Xingliang, Yang Yun, and Lu Chun, his 3 comrades. With this scimitar, he would never forget the blood that the people of the East Fu Nation had stabbed into his heart. He always carried this scimitar on his waist, and yet he was called a scum by others. Yixing couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Xianzhuiyuan's voice was still shouting, "As a Falling Star Kingdom, you actually use an object from the East Fu Nation. How can such a scum be tolerated? Today, I, the Little Sword Saint, will deal with this scum, ruthlessly deal with this scum." Finally, his voice turned into a loud roar. "Yixing, get up here." The disciples beside Yixing retreated in all directions, and their gazes fell on the scimitar on Yixing's waist. So this is a weapon from the East Fu Nation. He has a storage ring, but he doesn't even hide this East Fu Nation weapon, and still carries it on his waist to show off. Hateful. He actually uses an East Fu Nation weapon. He's indeed a scum. To think that I used to worship him. Senior brother Xian's eyes are like torches. If he didn't say it, I wouldn't have known. Our Falling Star sect actually has a scum who uses an East Fu Nation weapon. Is he a spy from the East Fu Nation? All the disciples were suddenly discussing spiritedly. Whether it was the new disciples or the old disciples, the way they looked at Yixing had changed. Only a few people didn't despise him, but they revealed their suspicions. Volsh asterisk T. Yi Xing channeled his inner strength and shouted loudly, causing everyone's ears to buzz. All of you are Volsh asterisk Ting. As he spoke, Yi Xing's figure flashed, and he was already on the battle stage. Xian Zhuiyuan's face sank, and he shouted, You said I'm Volsh asterisk Ting? Yi Xing took out his scimitar, pointed at Xian Zhuiyuan and shouted, You're Volsh asterisk Ting. Let me ask you, have you ever been on the battlefield? Yi Xing's imposing manner was like a rainbow, and Xian Zhuiyuan was stunned by his shout. He really hadn't been on the battlefield. But Xian Zhuiyuan couldn't weaken his imposing manner, so he shouted, So what if I haven't been on the battlefield? Yi Xing asked again, Have you ever killed a dog from the East Fu nation? Xian Zhuiyuan's imposing manner weakened again. His talent was very high, and he had always been valued by his family. Even if he wandered, he would wander within a certain range. Not to mention killing a person from the East Fu nation. He had never even seen one before. Xian Zhuiyuan said, So what if I haven't killed one before? But I will never use a weapon from the East Fu nation. Unlike a scum like you, carrying a weapon from the East Fu nation on your body every day. Do you still have the Luoxing kingdom in your heart? In order to put on airs, Xian Zhuiyuan also shouted at Yi Xing towards the end of his sentence. Yi Xing no longer looked at Xian Zhuiyuan, but raised his scimitar, looked at the disciples and said, Senior and junior brothers, do you know where this scimitar came from? Senior brother Yi, please speak. Chu Jingyue's voice sounded. He knew that there must be a reason why Yi Xing carried a weapon from the East Fu nation on his body. Yi Xing said, A few months ago the East Fu nation's army invaded my Luoxing kingdom. Everyone hasn't forgotten about it, right? Of course not. Zishan Ho displayed his invincible might and annihilated a 200,000-strong army from the East Fu nation. He also killed the enemy's commander, giving our army a complete victory. Many disciples were very concerned about this matter, and they were very clear about it. Yi Xing said, I am from the Zishan county. I have fought with the 200,000-strong army that Zishan Ho annihilated. This scimitar was the spoil of war I obtained from killing the first East Fu nation's army. In the battle after that, I killed dozens of Dongfu army's generals. Only this scimitar was left behind as a souvenir. Although we won that battle, our side also suffered great losses. 3 of my comrades in the same squad fell in that battle. I was seriously injured and was saved by Zishan Ho. That was how I managed to escape from death. This scimitar has too many memories of me. Whenever I feel it, I can recall the battle in East Mountain City. I can recall the comrades who left me. Why can't I carry it with me every day? Yi Xing's voice was agitated and filled with anger. He turned around and stared at Xian Zhuiyuan as he shouted, You have never been on the battlefield, never killed a East Fu nation's dog, and only grew up in a stable environment. How dare you call me a scum? Below, the disciples looked at each other in dismay. They were all stunned. They never thought that Yi Xing would have such an experience. These people, compared to ordinary warriors, which one of them was not a genius? Which one of them had been on the battlefield and fought with the East Fu nation's people? But Yi Xing had fought head-on with the East Fu nation's people and killed them. His comrades also died in the hands of the East Fu nation's people. How could they have the qualifications to question Yi Xing? Xian Zhuiyuan lost all his momentum after hearing Yi Xing's words. He was like a defeated rooster, dejected. This junior brother Yi, I misunderstood you. Today I won't fight with you. Xian Zhuiyuan said in a panic and wanted to leave the stage. Wait. Yi Xing stopped him. You won't fight with me, but I want to challenge you, the outer sex number 1. The 4th chapter has ended. Today's monthly votes are so bleak. Only 0 votes, brothers. There's not much time left for this month. There are only 4 days left. And the arrow god is still very far away from the new books number 1. Many brothers advised me to focus on my health and write less if I have a headache. They can understand and I express my gratitude. But I've persevered for this month. How can I not persevere in the last few days? There are still 4 days left. I will do my best to write more chapters. Whether or not I can take the new books number 1 monthly votes, I can only rely on my brothers and sisters. I took a look. This month, I have 2 monthly votes from reading. I have to hurry up and vote. Otherwise, 0 votes will be too ugly. Brothers, please take a look at the voting booth. Is there one more vote? Just 1 monthly vote, is that okay? Chapter 178. Heh. All the disciples' eyes lit up. They thought that the matter was over, but they didn't expect that there would be another wave. Yixing actually took the initiative to challenge Xianzhuiyuan. This made all the disciples' spirits rise. Xianzhuiyuan was the outer sex #1, and was known as the Little Sword Saint. There was no doubt about his strength, he was extremely powerful. The disciples didn't expect that Yixing would take the initiative to challenge Xianzhuiyuan, when he already gave Xianzhuiyuan no reason to find trouble with him. Wasn't this seeking his own death? Xianzhuiyuan's expression also changed. Originally, he was defeated by Yixing's words, like a defeated rooster, dejectedly wanting to step down from the battle stage. However, Yixing's challenge made his gaze focus, and his aura once again condensed. His purpose on the stage was to take care of Yixing. What Yixing's scimitar was Dongfu's weapon, it was just an excuse to make a move. Now that he had no way to make a move, Yixing taking the initiative to challenge him was exactly what he wanted. Xianzhuiyuan turned around, and his gaze turned sharp again. You challenge me? Yixing nodded. That's right. Xianzhuiyuan was happy that he had the opportunity to take care of Yixing, but at the same time, he was angry that Yixing dared to challenge him. Yixing challenged him because he thought he could defeat him. Although this was only Yixing's opinion, it still made Xianzhuiyuan unhappy. This was a challenge to his prestige as the outer sex #1 disciple. Xianzhuiyuan sneered. You're seeking your own death. Many disciples agreed with Xianzhuiyuan's words. Yixing smiled indifferently. Blind confidence is not a good thing. Xianzhuiyuan's face turned green. Ever since he became the outer sex #1, he had the title of Little Sword Saint, dominating the outer sex #1, and no one dared to challenge him. Yixing was just a new disciple who had entered the sect for less than 2 months, and the implication was that his strength wasn't enough. How could Xianzhuiyuan not be angry? Xianzhuiyuan raised his hand, and a dazzling sword appeared in his hand. It was a superior-grade mortal weapon. You are the one who is blindly confident. Today, I will let you know the price of arrogance. Xianzhuiyuan coldly snorted. The brilliance of the sword in his hand exploded, and like lightning, it suddenly pierced towards Yixing's heart. Xianzhuiyuan's flowing light sword art was a sword art that emphasized speed. He had cultivated the flowing light sword art to the acme of perfection. His speed was so fast that it was almost like a ray of flowing light. At least in Yixing's eyes, Xianzhuiyuan's sword was only a ray of light, and there was no sword shadow at all. Such a fast sword strike surpassed the reaction ability of the vast majority of martial artists. Before they could block it, the sword would pierce through their heart, killing them instantly. Even if they were all half-martial Sacred Realm experts, there were very few who could block Xianzhuiyuan's attack. Only the top 10 half-martial Sacred Realm experts of the outer disciples would have a chance. The title of Little Sword Saint was not given by Xianzhuiyuan himself, but by others. It could be seen that his sword art was indeed extremely terrifying. Looking at the sword that was like a ray of flowing light, even if the disciples weren't affected by the spirit of the sword, their hearts instantly turned cold. They knew that they wouldn't be able to dodge this sword no matter what. Then, how would Yixing block it? Facing Xianzhuiyuan's terrifying sword, Yixing's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Although Yixing had seen the secret manual of the flowing light sword art, he had never cultivated it. Yixing was proficient in fist and leg techniques, as well as archery. Yixing knew that unless he used archery, no matter what kind of martial arts he used, he wouldn't be able to match the speed of Xianzhuiyuan's sword. However, Yixing only revealed a surprised expression. He wasn't shocked, nor was he afraid. Origin returning energy. Facing this sword, Yixing didn't dodge. The inner strength of Origin returning energy instantly condensed in the palm of his right hand. Facing Xianzhuiyuan's sword, he grabbed it. No matter how fast Xianzhuiyuan's sword was, it couldn't be faster than Yixing's grab. In an instant, the tip of the sword pierced Yixing's palm. The sword light instantly dissipated under the dazzling inner strength of origin returning energy. The tip of the sword couldn't pierce through it. When it was still half an inch away from Yixing's palm, it couldn't go any further. On the dueling platform, the two seemed to be still. Palm and sword were facing each other, separated by half an inch, but they couldn't touch each other. Below the dueling stage, all the disciples were stunned. They were dumbfounded. They never expected that Yixing could block Xian Zhuiyuan's sword with just inner strength. How terrifying was the power of Xian Zhuiyuan's sword? How destructive was it? Even a half-step martial sage with the same cultivation as him couldn't block this sword with just celestial essence. However, Yixing's cultivation was only at the 9th stage of the Star Shatterer realm. He hadn't cultivated the spiritual martial inheritance, and the inner strength in his body hadn't been converted into celestial essence. Yet he was able to block it. This didn't make sense at all. Even the origin returning energy, which was known for its vigorous inner strength, couldn't compete with celestial essence when cultivated to the limit. How could he block Xian Zhuiyuan's sword with just inner strength? However, Yixing did it. The fact was right in front of their eyes. How could this not shock all the disciples to the point of being dumbstruck? Naturally, they didn't know that Yixing's origin returning energy had been improved by the super brain. Moreover, it wasn't just the 6th stage, but the 7th stage. The 7th layer of the returning essence inner strength was even better than the 50% conversion of celestial essence. Moreover, the origin returning energy was a combination of cultivation methods and martial skills. Now that Yixing's top-grade martial skill had reached the transformation realm, the power of the origin returning energy naturally rose as well. In terms of the strength of inner strength, Yixing's celestial essence was no weaker than Xian Zhuiyuan's. In terms of martial skills, Yixing's origin returning energy wasn't inferior to Xian Zhuiyuan's flowing light sword art. Since the origin returning energy was condensed together, its attack power and defensive power were extremely high. Naturally, it could block Xian Zhuiyuan's sword. This is impossible. After a full 3 breaths of time, Xian Zhuiyuan still couldn't stab forward. Even he couldn't help but exclaim. Yixing laughed. Impossible? How could the facts in front of them be impossible? Xian Zhuiyuan couldn't pierce through the origin returning energy in Yixing's palm. He immediately withdrew his sword. In the blink of an eye, his sword was like a flowing light, sweeping towards Yixing's waist. The flowing light sword art's secret was only one word, and that was fast. As long as it was fast to a certain extent, so fast that the opponent couldn't react in time, one sword could easily take the opponent's life. Unfortunately, although Xian Zhuiyuan's sword was fast, Yixing wasn't slow either. It was impossible to reach a speed where Yixing couldn't react in time. Yixing's 2 palms struck out consecutively. 2 balls of sharp inner strength in his palms blocked Xian Zhuiyuan's sword attack one after another. Xian Zhuiyuan's fast sword attack couldn't do anything to Yixing. At this moment, the disciples had already recovered from their stupefied state. However, their expressions were still shocked. It was hard to imagine that Yixing's cultivation was only at the 9th stage of the star-tempering realm. How could his strength reach the same level as Xian Zhuiyuan? Xian Zhuiyuan's cultivation and martial skills had both reached the peak of the martial saint realm. Logically speaking, other than the martial saint realm, no other martial artist could suppress or even contend against him. However, Yixing was able to fight him to a standstill. What they didn't know was that Yixing wasn't inferior to Xian Zhuiyuan in terms of inner strength or martial skills. The only thing that he was slightly inferior to was his martial skills. However, the difference wasn't too great. Moreover, the current confrontation between the two was a competition of inner strength and martial skills. Physical strength didn't have much to do with it. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged another 10 moves. All the disciples were shocked to the point of being numb. Their expressions changed from sluggishness to shock, and then to excitement. They stared intently at the battle between Yixing and Xian Zhuiyuan, afraid that they would miss a single moment. "Is this the end of your sword art?" All of a sudden, Yixing shouted coldly and slashed with his hands. His martial skills didn't change. It was still the origin restoration force. However, Yixing's attack was much more powerful. The inner strength he used was also much more vigorous. As he waved his hands, the origin restoration force turned into a light screen. It gathered around him like a round light shield, protecting him. Ding 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 ding, Xing Yuan's sword pierced the inner strength light shield. Although it was dented a lot, it couldn't pierce through. Instead, it made a sound of objects colliding. All the attacks were blocked. Oh my god! How can there be such a vigorous inner strength? It's almost like a martial saint's attack. When the disciples saw this, they were once again shocked and cried out in surprise. The 7th level of the origin restoration force was not only powerful, but also very vigorous. In this aspect, it was almost comparable to a martial saint's star essence. It was impossible for a half-step martial saint's star essence to form a light shield to protect the whole body. Only a martial saint could do it. However, the 7th level of the origin restoration force could also do it. Xing Yuan couldn't pierce through Yixing's returning origin inner strength light shield. Furthermore, when the treasured sword pierced through the light shield, it would be affected by the returning origin inner strength. Between piercing and withdrawing, the speed of the sword would be greatly reduced. Originally, Xing Yuan's sword was very fast. Although Yixing could block it, he had to use all his strength. It was difficult for him to counterattack. Now that Xing Yuan's sword speed had decreased, Yixing's counterattack began in an instant. Even though the origin restoration force had turned into a light shield to protect the whole body, Yixing's origin restoration force was still profound. The sharpness of the inner strength condensed in his palm didn't change. He waved his left palm and instantly slapped the tip of the sword. Xing Yuan's sword was a little slower, and was suddenly pushed to the side. At the same time, Yixing's right palm also carried a bright inner strength and suddenly slapped forward, directly towards Xing Yuan's chest. Xing Yuan was shocked. He couldn't dodge in time and instantly retracted his sword to block. Dang, the sword vibrated and made an explosive sound. Xing Yuan was hit hard and instantly retreated. In the blink of an eye, Xing Yuan flew back more than 10 meters. After landing, he retreated a few steps before stabilizing his body. At this moment, the blood in his body was surging. He couldn't hold his breath and a mouthful of blood gushed out. The disciples were stunned again. Xing Yuan was injured? He lost just like that? Yixing also thought so. He cupped his hands towards Xing Yuan. Thank you for letting me win. You think I lost just like that? Unexpectedly, Xing Yuan shouted and didn't admit defeat. In the blink of an eye, the sword in his hand disappeared and another sword appeared. It was bright and resplendent, causing everyone's pupils to dilate. Someone exclaimed, "Spiritual weapon? Will the monthly votes break 200 today? It's not far." Chapter 179. Ordinary Martial, Spirit Martial, Black Martial. Ordinary Weapon, Spirit Weapon, Profound Weapon. In the Star Continent martial arts, weapons, herbs, they were all classified according to ordinary level, spirit level, profound level. Top-grade ordinary weapons were still ordinary weapons and were not in the same realm as spirit weapons. No matter how good an ordinary weapon was, it was only sharp. However, spirit weapons could affect a martial artist's strength. The sword that Xing Yuan had just taken out was a low-rank spirit weapon. However, even though it was a low-rank spirit weapon, it was still an incomparably precious item. Even martial saints might not possess a low-rank spirit weapon. For a martial saint clan, a low-grade spirit weapon could be the clan's treasure. From this, it could be seen how precious a low-grade spirit weapon was. For a half-step martial saint to have a low-grade spirit weapon, it would make people jealous and envious. Since a low-grade spirit weapon was so precious, it naturally had a great effect. With a low-grade spirit weapon, Xing Yuan's strength would increase by at least 30%. Originally, Xing Yuan's strength was already very strong. He was almost at the peak of the martial saint realm. Increasing his strength by 30% was quite terrifying. When Yixing saw Xing Yuan take out a spirit weapon, his face instantly became more dignified. Xing Yuan did not admit defeat. He took out a spirit weapon and wanted to fight again. It would be difficult for Yi Xing to easily defeat him again. Yi Xing's face was dignified. He valued his opponent's strength, not fear. He carefully looked at the spirit weapon in Xian Zhuiyuan's hand. I didn't expect you to have a spirit weapon. Xian Zhuiyuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He was not injured. He only spat out a mouthful of blood because he could not suppress his surging qi and blood. He basically did not lose any battle strength. Xian Zhuiyuan smiled. Isn't your inner strength very strong? I want to see how strong it is, and whether it can block the attack of a spirit weapon. A spirit weapon could even break through a martial saint's star essence defense. How could inner strength defend against it? When the disciples heard this, they couldn't help but sigh. Even though Yi Xing had just repelled Xian Zhuiyuan and shocked them, they didn't think that Yi Xing was a match for Xian Zhuiyuan, who possessed a spirit weapon. However, this was not because of the lack of strength but because of the weapon. Even some of the older disciples felt pity for Yi Xing. During the ranking, it did not matter if you used a spirit weapon or not. Instead, it depended on the outcome of the duel. In the eyes of the disciples, Yi Xing could have defeated Xian Zhuiyuan and obtained first place, obtaining a generous reward. But in the end, because of a spirit weapon, he lost all of this. It was truly a pity. Just now, Yi Xing had repelled Xian Zhuiyuan and made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Many of the older disciples were convinced by Yi Xing's heaven-defying battle prowess. Of course, there were also some older disciples who had a strong prejudice against Yi Xing. They were happy to see Xian Zhuiyuan deal with Yi Xing. Seeing Xian Zhuiyuan take out a spirit weapon, they all showed a gloating expression. For example, Ji Haoyan, Chao Huarong, and the older disciples who were close to the two of them or close to Xian Zhuiyuan. Facing Xian Zhuiyuan's confident smile, the dignified expression on Yi Xing's face faded and the corner of his mouth curled up. This did not mean that Yi Xing was underestimating his opponent. Instead, his expression was introverted and he took it seriously in his heart. There was also a faint smile on his face. Yi Xing said, "Weapons are dead, people are alive. Spirit weapons are indeed powerful, but it also depends on who is using it. If a martial saint uses it, its power will naturally be terrifying and unstoppable. As for you, Yi Xing did not finish his words, but the meaning was obvious. Even if Xian Zhuiyuan took out a spirit weapon, he was not afraid. Xian Zhuiyuan snorted. "Ignorant brat. Today I will let you experience the power of a spirit weapon." Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Xian Zhuiyuan had already launched an attack on Yi Xing. The sword technique was still the same. The moves were still the same. The one who used the flowing light sword technique was still the same person. However, when Xian Zhuiyuan made his move, Yi Xing felt an incomparably sharp aura. Not only could he feel the sharp aura on his skin, he could also feel it in his heart. The power of Xian Zhuiyuan's sword was much stronger than before. It was all because the weapon had been changed from a normal weapon to a low-grade spirit weapon. Yi Xing had already removed the inner strength light shield outside his body. The returning origin force was so scattered that it could not block the spirit weapon in the slightest. It was useless. Facing Xian Zhuiyuan's sword, Yi Xing still used the returning origin force. When this martial art reached the transformation stage, it could completely dominate the world with one move. Without the spirit martial force, he could match it. However, Yi Xing had only used one hand to block Xian Zhuiyuan's sword. Now he used both hands. The inner strength in his palms condensed into a ball. The power was much stronger as it blocked the spirit weapon. However, even so, the tip of the sword pierced through the inner strength like cutting through tofu. Most of the disciples were astounded as their hearts skipped a beat. They immediately performed a spell on behalf of Yi Xing. How sharp was the spirit weapon? If this sword continued to attack, not to mention piercing a hole in Yi Xing's body, Xian Zhuiyuan's sword would be able to cut through Yi Xing's palms. Yi Xing's heart suddenly tightened. He had finally witnessed the power of a spirit weapon. It was not as simple as increasing one's strength. It could also break through inner strength and star essence defense. Otherwise, even if the opponent's strength increased by 30%, It would be impossible to cut through his returning origin force like tofu. Fortunately, Yi Xing did not think of using the returning origin force to block the opponent's sword. The moment the sharp inner strength light touched the tip of the spirit weapon, Yi Xing immediately used the sharp inner strength light to wrap around the spirit weapon and move it to the side. In an instant, the spirit weapon's attack trajectory changed and stabbed to the side. This time, it was Xian Zhuiyuan's turn to be shocked. He never expected that Yi Xing would be able to change the trajectory of his attack in such a short period of time. This was simply an impossible feat. How fast and powerful was this sword strike of his? Unless Yi Xing could see the flaw of this sword, or even the trajectory of the power, how could he do it? However, in such a short time, how could he see the flaw of the sword and the trajectory of the power? Xian Zhuiyuan could not believe that Yi Xing had such eyesight. However, Xian Zhuiyuan's guess was not wrong. Yi Xing did have such eyesight. Moreover, it was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Yi Xing did not only see the flaw of his sword through his eyesight, but also through the superbrain scan. Not only did he see the flaw of Xian Zhuiyuan's sword, but Yi Xing also saw the circulation of his celestial essence and inner strength. Yi Xing had already completely grasped the truth and falsehood of Xian Zhuiyuan's swordsmanship. Even the spirit of Xian Zhuiyuan's swordsmanship couldn't affect Yi Xing. Therefore, Yi Xing was naturally able to easily change the trajectory of his attack. Even if the sword in Xian Zhuiyuan's hand was a spirit weapon, it was useless. No matter how sharp or powerful a weapon was, it had to hit the target for it to be effective. If it could not even touch the target, how could it hurt? Xian Zhuiyuan did not believe it. He changed the trajectory of his sword and decisively retracted it. In an instant he attacked in a different direction. As for Yi Xing, he still condensed the inner strength in his two palms and slapped the tip of the spirit weapon. It was as if the sword in Xian Zhuiyuan's hand deliberately pierced the inner strength in Yi Xing's palms. Yi Xing's strength changed and guided the sword in Xian Zhuiyuan's hand to the side. At the same time, Yi Xing used the cloud goose steps and quickly approached Xian Zhuiyuan. A sword was not a short blade. The closer one was, the more difficult it would be to use the sword. Yi Xing's superbrain scanned Xian Zhuiyuan and understood the opponent's every move. Where the opponent wanted to attack, even before the body moved, Yi Xing could determine it based on the circulation of the inner strength in his body. Once he got close, the opponent was naturally not his opponent. As Yi Xing moved forward, Xian Zhuiyuan retreated backward. He naturally knew that there was no advantage to being too close. Below the duel stage, the disciples were completely dumbfounded. What kind of situation was this? Xian Zhuiyuan had already taken out his spirit weapon, but he was still forced to retreat by Yi Xing? The two of them, one advancing and one retreating, were extremely fast. Soon they reached the edge of the duel stage. Xian Zhuiyuan had nowhere to retreat. If he retreated any further, he would be out of the duel stage. In a duel between two people, the other was forced out of the duel stage. This was a sign of defeat. Xian Zhuiyuan stopped retreating, but Yi Xing did not stop and continued to press forward. Kill! Xian Zhuiyuan was forced into a rage. With a loud shout, the blade of his sword was like a ray of light. At this moment, all the strength in his body completely exploded and slashed at Yi Xing's waist. Yi Xing immediately used both his palms to meet the attack. The inner strength in his palms blocked the blade of the sword in an instant. Crash! The inner strength was instantly sliced apart by the spirit weapon. However, before it could be completely sliced apart, the spirit weapon was affected by a force and moved upwards. At the same time, Yi Xing, who was close enough to Xian Zhuiyuan, used his second trump card. Supreme Grade Martial Art Whip Wind Kick. Yi Xing instantly swept out his leg. The whip wind kick integrated with the wind force. Its speed was not inferior to Xian Zhuiyuan's flowing light sword technique. At this moment, the spirit weapon in Xian Zhuiyuan's hand was guided by Yi Xing's returning origin inner strength and changed its attack trajectory. Although the sword was not completely moved, it still greatly delayed the time. Before the spirit weapon sword could sweep Yi Xing's body, Xian Zhuiyuan had already been hit by Yi Xing's whip wind kick. Bang! With a loud explosion, Xian Zhuiyuan was instantly sent flying by Yi Xing's kick. He spat out another mouthful of blood. Yi Xing's attack power was not low. Xianzhui Yuan took the kick head-on. If it wasn't for his extraordinary attainments in the body refining technique, this kick was enough to seriously injure him. Even so, he still spat out blood. His injury was not light. Xianzhui Yuan fell far away, while Yi Xing stood at the edge of the duel stage, revealing a victorious smile. This time, Xianzhui Yuan was completely defeated. From now on, the title of number 1 in the outer sect was changed and belonged to Yi Xing. And for becoming number 1 in the outer sect, Yi Xing would receive a generous reward from the sect, a total of 30 supreme grade star accumulating pills. Below the duel stage there was silence. All the disciples were dumbfounded. Xianzhui Yuan used a spirit weapon sword, but he was still defeated by Yi Xing. This was too unbelievable. How was this still a person? This was simply a monster. This was the thought in all the disciples' hearts at this moment. The episode number 1 in the outer sect had ended. The next episode, Star Awakening. 20 chapters in one episode. Yi Xing would soon become a martial saint. Today, I still need 20 more votes to break 200 votes in a single day. Please complete it. In addition, tomorrow will be in the public. Mass. Wei. Xian, please search EK Chocolate. Posted Wei Qingyan's picture. Yi Xing's picture was also in hand and would be posted soon. Chapter 180. What? You're ranked first in the outer sect so soon? Did you really defeat the little sword saint Xianzhui Yuan? Last time, when Yi Xing received the top 3 rewards in the affairs hall, the deacon of the affairs hall was already surprised. Today he was even more surprised and asked 3 questions in a row. Yi Xing looked as usual. This matter should be known by all the outer sect disciples. Wait. I'll send someone to verify it. The deacon of the affairs hall sent someone to verify. Soon, the person came back with a shocked face and confirmed the fact. 30 top-grade accumulating star pills were in his hands. That night, Yi Xing took 3 top-grade accumulating star pills. Once he refined and absorbed them, his cultivation would be completely consolidated to the peak of the 9th level. At that time, he could learn the spiritual martial arts inheritance, transform his internal strength into star essence, and stride towards the martial saint realm. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Yi Xing's cultivation had indeed progressed rapidly and reached the peak of the 9th level. The next day, Yi Xing still went to the array source valley to practice the illusion array. After practicing for a day, Yi Xing applied to the sect to learn the spiritual martial arts inheritance. As the first disciple of the outer sect, Yi Xing's cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level. No one could stop him from learning the spiritual martial arts inheritance. Naturally, he was quickly approved by the sect. Martial Pavilion. Yi Xing did not get the permission to enter the 2nd floor directly. Instead, the elder of the Martial Pavilion gave him an introduction book to the spiritual martial arts inheritance, and asked Yi Xing to choose one first, and then get the cultivation manual. This made Yi Xing very depressed. He planned to enter the 2nd floor of the Martial Pavilion, and use his super brain to scan and store all the spiritual martial arts inside. However, he could not go up. Yi Xing could only follow the sect's rules and read the introduction book to the spiritual martial arts inheritance first, and then choose a spiritual martial arts inheritance. According to the introduction book, the inheritance could be divided into 2 or 3 categories according to the division method. According to the 2 main categories, they could be divided into elemental inheritance and non-elemental inheritance. Among them, elemental inheritance was further divided into many subcategories, such as fire, water, wood, wind, lightning, and so on. As for the attributeless inheritance, the celestial essence cultivated would have no attribute, and would be pure celestial essence. Although compared to fire attributed, water attributed, lightning attributed celestial essence, pure celestial essence was slightly inferior to fire attributed, water attributed, lightning attributed celestial essence in the same realm. It still had its advantages. Cultivating an elemental inheritance might be powerful, but it also limited a martial artist's path. That was because one could only cultivate martial arts of that elemental attribute based on their celestial essence. For example, with a fire-attributed inheritance, if one cultivated a fire-attributed celestial essence, then one could only learn fire-attributed martial arts or non-attributed martial arts. As for water, thunder, and other martial arts with other attributes, one could forget about it. On the other hand, with a non-attributed martial inheritance, one could cultivate non-attributed celestial essence and learn any martial arts, whether it was attributed martial arts or non-attributed martial arts. Of course, martial artists were not limited to cultivating one type of inheritance. They could cultivate 2 or even 3 types of inheritance. If they cultivated different types of inheritance, they could naturally learn different types of martial arts. However, the more inheritances one cultivated, the more energy one would have, and the more chaotic the celestial essence in one's body would become, which was not a good thing. Generally speaking, many martial artists would cultivate 2 types of inheritances. One was the non-attributed inheritance, while the other was the attribute inheritance that suited one's physique. In this way, one would not only have the power of an elemental inheritance, but also the convenience of a non-attributed inheritance. This way, one's path would not be too narrow, and one would not be able to cultivate a powerful martial art because of conflicting attributes. According to the 3 major categories, inheritances were further divided into offensive, defensive, and auxiliary categories. Literally, it could be understood that for attack-type inheritances, the celestial essence cultivated would have a strong offensive power. For defensive-type inheritances, the celestial essence cultivated would have a strong defensive power. For auxiliary-type inheritances, the celestial essence cultivated would have different effects. These 3 categories did not conflict with the previous 2 categories. Among the 3 categories, each one was divided into 2 types, attributed and non-attributed. Therefore, to choose an inheritance, one had to choose from 2 aspects. First, one had to look at one's physique, whether it was suitable for an attribute inheritance or a non-attributed inheritance. This was an objective choice. Second, one had to look at one's personal preferences, whether it was offensive, defensive, or auxiliary. The Spiritual Martial Arts Introduction book introduced many kinds of spiritual martial inheritances, all of which were low-rank spiritual martial inheritances. 9 Yang Art, Fire Attribute Inheritance Offensive Type. Cultivates Fire Attribute Celestial Essence. When cultivated to the extreme, 9 scorching celestial essences would form in the body. The power would be terrifying, just like 9 suns that could release real flames. 10,000 Water Art. Water Attribute Inheritance, Offensive Type. Cultivates Water Attribute Celestial Essence. When cultivated to the extreme, countless drops of celestial essence would form in the body and suddenly attack like a rainstorm. Even a martial artist with a higher cultivation could be killed by the rainstorm of celestial essence. Greenwood Heart Cultivation Method. Would Attribute Inheritance Auxiliary Type. Cultivates Would Attribute Celestial Essence. It has healing effects and can save people and oneself. Golden Armor Art. Metal Attribute Inheritance Defensive Type. Cultivates Metal Attribute Celestial Essence. It has defensive effects. When cultivated to the extreme, it would form a layer of golden armor that could ignore the attacks of martial artists in the same realm. Pure Essence Art. Non-attribute inheritance, offensive type. Cultivates pure essence, celestial essence. It is extremely dense and powerful. It can sweep away all celestial essences of the same realm. However, it is very difficult to cultivate. It has high requirements for martial artists. If one is not a martial arts genius, one cannot cultivate it. Yellow Dragon Art. Earth Attribute Inheritance, defensive type. Cultivates Earth Attribute Celestial Essence. It has defensive effects. When cultivated to the extreme, it would form a yellow dragon to protect the body. It can ignore the attacks of martial artists in the same realm. Primeval Chaos Art. Non-attribute inheritance, defensive type. Cultivates Primeval Chaos Celestial Essence. It is extremely dense and powerful. It can defend against all celestial essences of the same realm. However, it is very difficult to cultivate. It has high requirements for martial artists. If one is not a martial arts genius, one cannot cultivate it. There were many more at the back. Yixing flipped through the introduction book from beginning to end, and read through all the spiritual martial inheritances. In the end, Yixing chose the pure essence art. It was better to practice well than to practice more. Yixing still decided to focus on practicing a legacy. As for learning theoretical knowledge, he was naturally open to all, and would not reject anyone who came to him. The reason why he chose the pure essence art was that the pure essence art was very powerful. Although it was a non-attribute inheritance, it could sweep away all celestial essences of the same realm. From this, one could see that if he successfully cultivated it, it would not lose out to the power of an attribute inheritance. Secondly, the pure essence art was a non-attribute inheritance, which suited Yixing's needs. Yixing only wanted to specialize in one of the inheritances. However, he wanted to learn more about other martial arts. A non-attribute inheritance was just right, as he could cultivate any martial arts. Thirdly, Yixing's personal hobby was to attack. Therefore, between the pure essence art and the primordial chaos art, which were the two strongest non-attribute inheritances, Yixing chose the pure essence art. Seeing Yixing choose the pure essence art, the martial pavilion elder was a little surprised and tried to dissuade him. Although the pure essence art is powerful and can sweep away all celestial essences of the same realm, it is not easy to cultivate. My falling star sect has been established for hundreds of years, but the number of people who have successfully cultivated it is not more than 5. It is rare to see a person who has successfully cultivated the pure essence art in 100 years. If you are not an extremely outstanding martial arts genius, you cannot cultivate it. This martial pavilion elder obviously did not understand Yixing. Only martial arts geniuses could cultivate an inheritance. Wasn't it just right for Yixing? There was no other inheritance more suitable for him than the pure essence art. Moreover, the pure essence art also had a very important point, that is, the purity of celestial essence. In the future, when cultivating a higher level inheritance, the conversion of celestial essence would be more convenient, without any hidden dangers. Yixing smiled indifferently. Elder, I choose the pure essence art. The martial pavilion elder sighed. Sigh, young people are too ambitious. They won't turn back until they hit a wall. Just wait, I will give you the secret manual soon. The martial pavilion elder instructed a deacon. Not long after, the deacon returned from the second floor of the martial pavilion with the secret manual of the pure essence art. The martial pavilion elder passed the pure yuan technique to Yixing and said, if you choose other inheritances, there are still elders in the sect who can teach you. However, for this pure yuan technique, in the past 100 years, only Grandmaster Lin has successfully cultivated it. Grandmaster Lin is in closed-door cultivation and cannot come out to teach you. If you insist on learning this pure yuan technique, you will have to figure it out yourself. Of course, without martial arts talent, you will not be able to learn it even if someone teaches you. If you are really a martial arts genius, you will be able to learn it even if no one teaches you. Yixing accepted the pure essence art. Thank you, Elder. I will study diligently. The martial pavilion elder nodded. I will give you the secret manual for 1 month. You are not allowed to spread it out or lose it. If you break the rules, you will be expelled from the sect. After 1 month, you will return the secret manual. If you have any achievements, you can continue to cultivate it. If there are no results, then you can change to another inheritance. After Yixing left the martial pavilion, he went straight back to his residence. He took out the pure essence art and started to read it. The first step was to scan the contents of the pure essence art into his superbrain, Yixing. The feeling of reading the contents in the secret manual and having it appear in his mind was completely different. The latter allowed Yixing to have a deeper understanding. Not long after, Yixing understood the contents of the pure essence art. The pure essence art was a low-grade spiritual martial inheritance. It could be cultivated up to the 5th level of the star vortex realm. It was divided into 7 levels. With each level of attainment, the star origin would be purified and its power would be stronger. The current Yixing was no longer an idiot who knew nothing about martial arts. He knew a lot about cultivation. The low-grade spiritual martial inheritance was also divided into levels. Some could be cultivated up to the third level of the star vortex realm. Some could be cultivated up to the fourth level, and some could be cultivated up to the fifth level. Those who could cultivate up to the fifth level of the star vortex realm were definitely the most impressive low-grade spiritual martial inheritance. No wonder the pure essence art could sweep away the star origin of the same level. It was definitely the top among the low-grade spiritual martial inheritances. Of course, it was very difficult to cultivate an inheritance to the highest level. It was only possible if one was an extremely talented person. Therefore, it was very difficult to cultivate up to the second or third level of the star vortex realm for low-grade spiritual martial inheritances. It could be said that cultivating up to the fourth level of the star vortex realm was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Although the pure essence art was only a low-grade spiritual martial inheritance, and after cultivating to the star vortex realm, it would not be long before he would have to cultivate a higher grade inheritance. However, Yixing attached great importance to the pure essence art. The transformation of inner strength into star origin was an important process. The more thorough the transformation, the better the effect for future cultivation. Last 3 days, begging for monthly votes. Chapter 181. After thoroughly studying the pure elemental method, Yixing began to cultivate the pure elemental method. For other martial artists, the pure elemental method was extremely difficult to cultivate, but in front of Yixing, it was as easy as water flowing through a canal. The difficulty of cultivating the pure elemental method lay in the cultivation of the pure elemental celestial essence, which was extremely strong. Every time one cultivated a trace of pure elemental celestial essence, it required a lot of star power. If one did not have enough star power, it would be impossible to cultivate the pure elemental method. This point was not only related to the martial artist's physique, but also related to the astrological aspect. Sensing the stars, absorbing the star power, this point was closely related to the astrological aspect. Then, how much of the absorbed star power could be converted into one's own use? This was closely related to one's destiny. In other words, if one's astrological aspect was average, or even average, then one would not be able to cultivate the pure elemental method. Yixing cultivated the pure elemental method without any difficulties, just like water flowing through a canal. From this, one could see that his astrological aspect was more than enough to cultivate the pure elemental method. Of course, the reason why cultivating the pure elemental method was difficult was not only because of the high astrological aspect, but also because of other aspects. Cultivating the pure elemental method was very complicated, and as long as there was a mistake in the middle, then all the previous efforts would be wasted. This required a super powerful brain to ensure that there would be no mistakes in the cultivation. For this reason, the number of people excluded was more than the astrological aspect. It could even be said that more than 90% of the people who failed to cultivate the pure elemental method failed, because of this reason. But this point for Yixing was not a problem at all. His brain was more powerful than the smartest brain in the world. Not to mention the difficulty of cultivating the pure elemental method. Even if the difficulty was 10 times higher, his super brain would still be able to remember all the details and cultivate it without any mistakes. Therefore, the pure elemental method, which was an inheritance in the falling star sect that only one person could successfully cultivate in 100 years, in the hands of Yixing, cultivating it was as simple as drinking tea. After determining that he could cultivate it, Yixing took 3 accumulating star pills at once and continued to cultivate, speeding up his cultivation. A day later, Yixing could feel that there was an extra force in his body that was different from internal strength. It was more than 10 times more powerful than internal strength. Pure origin celestial essence. The strength of pure essence celestial essence was much stronger than ordinary celestial essence. In fact, it was even stronger than celestial essence of the same level. Of course, it was very powerful. Even the 7th layer of returning essence internal strength was not even 1/10 of it. Yixing's superbrain scanned and measured the amount of pure essence celestial essence in his body. Although the amount of pure essence celestial essence in his body was very small, not even 1/1000th of the pure essence celestial essence, The amount of pure essence, celestial essence in his body was reduced by about 3%. What did this mean? This meant that 3% of his returning essence internal strength had already been converted into pure celestial essence. This was a very rare speed in just one day. In 10 days he would be able to convert 30%. In half a month he would be able to convert 50%, reaching the limits of half martial sage. Although the process of transforming celestial essence would become more difficult the further one progressed, and the real time required would also be longer. Therefore, even if the real time required was twice as long as half a month, it would still only take a little more than a month. In a little over a month, he had gone from the peak of the 9th rank to the limit of the half-step martial sage realm. What kind of concept was this? This was a level that many martial sages and Heaven's Mandate disciples could not achieve even after several years. For example, there were many half-martial sages in the outer court of the Falling Star sect. However, there were less than 10 disciples who had already converted 50% of their internal strength into celestial essence. In comparison, Yixing's speed of transforming celestial essence was simply godly. It seems that it won't be long before I can go to the depths of the Clear Sky mountain range and cultivate the invincible golden body to perfection. This will lay the most solid foundation for breaking through the celestial spiral and becoming a martial sage. Yixing thought in his heart. After cultivating for a day, Yixing went to the Array Source Valley the next day to practice the illusion array. Time flew by, and before he knew it, another half a month had passed. Yixing's illusion array had also reached perfection. The chaotic stone array, the chaotic blade array, and the illusion array had all reached perfection. Yixing had become a level 1 array master, and was also qualified to learn level 2 array formations. Today I will teach you the level 2 killing array, the coiling snake array. Gu Tianshang was very happy to see that Yixing had become a level 1 array master in 2 months. He immediately struck while the iron was hot, and taught Yixing the level 2 array formation. Gu Tianshang reminded him, the level 2 array formation is 10 times more difficult than the level 1 array formation. If you learn it successfully, you can kill martial sages. Yixing, you have to work hard. Although Gu Tianshang did not think that he was qualified to be Yixing's master, and did not accept Yixing as his disciple, Yixing regarded Gu Tianshang as an existence on par with Zishanhou. He nodded respectfully and listened carefully to Gu Tianshang. Yixing's memory was terrifying. After listening to Gu Tianshang's explanation, he remembered it all in his superbrain without missing a single word. Gu Tianshang listened to Yixing talk about the theory behind the coiling snake formation, and he looked very satisfied. Very good. No matter what you see or hear, you can remember it all at once. No wonder your learning speed is so fast. You already know how to set up the coiling snake formation. My experience might not be suitable for you. You can slowly practice on your own. Yixing nodded and said, Elder Gu, I will be leaving the sect tomorrow. I'm afraid I won't be able to come to Formation Source Valley for a while. Gu Tianshang was surprised. What are you going to do? Yixing said, Disciple will be going out to find an opportunity to become a martial sage. Yixing wanted to become a martial sage within a year. He only had about a month left. If he stayed in the sect, he would not be able to break through the star vortex and become a martial sage in such a short time. If one wanted to be faster, one could only seek out fortuitous encounters. The star continent was filled with miracles. Not to mention becoming a martial sage. Even becoming a veritable personage would not be difficult if one had sufficient fortuitous encounters. Gu Tianshang frowned when he heard this. In his opinion, Yixing's talent in formations was monstrous, and his heavenly fate was so low. If he did not wholeheartedly cultivate formations, he would be neglecting his proper occupation. Now, in order to break through to the martial saint realm, he had to leave the sect to look for opportunities. Opportunities were not easy to come by. Opportunities were often proportional to risks. Leaving the sect to look for opportunities was a very dangerous thing to do. Gu Tianshang did not agree to it. What if he died outside? How great of a loss would that be? Furthermore, Yixing was not even a martial sage. The chances of him dying outside were very high. A martial sage could kill him. Although the falling star sect's disciples had extraordinary statuses and ordinary people did not dare to provoke them, the Jianghu was still the Jianghu. As long as one roamed the Jianghu, they would definitely be involved in grudges. As long as one was involved, there would be risks. It was impossible to be safe just because one was a falling star sect disciple. Even the inner sect disciples who wandered in the Jianghu would often die. The outer sect disciples had low strength and were not valued by the sect, so the chances of them dying in the Jianghu were even higher. Gu Tianshang said, "If you study formations wholeheartedly and become a third-level formation master, there will definitely be a large number of experts who will give you whatever you want. If you want to become a martial sage, there will be people who will give you the heavenly treasures needed to become a martial sage. If you want a divine weapon, there will be people who will give you an extremely high-grade divine weapon. At that time, opportunities and fortunes will automatically come to you. Why do you have to risk your life now?" Yixing was unmoved. He had not become a second-level formation master yet. He was even further away from becoming a third-level formation master. Before becoming a perfected person, the golden age of cultivation was only about 25 years old. Yixing obviously wanted to do everything he could to improve his cultivation first. Otherwise, as he grew older, his potential would decrease, and his achievements in martial arts would be extremely limited. Yixing was very clear that martial arts was his pursuit, but formations were not. Therefore, he would not affect his martial arts for the sake of formations. Yixing said, "Elder Gu, I have made up my mind. Even if I am outside, I will spend time practicing formations every day and strive to learn the coiled snake formation as soon as possible. Once I become a martial sage, I will return to the sect." Seeing Yixing's expression, Gu Tianshang knew that Yixing had already made up his mind. It was impossible to persuade him otherwise. Gu Tianshang sighed and took out 2 formation discs. "Zai, Yixing, I admire your talent in formations. I really don't want you to have an accident when you are outside. These 2 formation discs are for you. One is the second-level demon trapping formation at the initial stage, and the other is the second-level coiled snake formation at the initial stage. The first-level demon trapping formation at the initial stage can trap an intermediate martial sage, while the second-level coiled snake formation at the initial stage. I hope these 2 formation discs can help you survive if you are in danger." Rank 2 array discs were extremely precious treasures. Array masters needed to inscribe array discs into array discs. Firstly, they needed array discs, star crystals, and array discs. Only array discs could contain such a powerful array discs. "Thank you, Elder Gu." Yixing did not refuse the formation discs given by Gu Tianshang. He accepted them respectfully. He knew that there was a certain amount of danger in the Jianghu. It was naturally better to have 2 formation discs as protection. After leaving the formation source valley, Yixing went to the outer court square of the first peak. Today another big event happened. The 10th outer court disciple, Chu Jingyue, challenged the 3rd outer court disciple, Ling Yu, after half a month. Ling Yu was originally the 2nd outer court disciple. After Yixing eliminated Xian Zhuiyuan, Ling Yu became the 3rd outer court disciple. In terms of strength, Ling Yu and Chao Huarong were about the same. The 2nd and 3rd positions had changed many times, but Ling Yu won more than she lost. In the end, Chao Huarong recognized Ling Yu as the 2nd outer court disciple. Chu Jingyue's cultivation was at the peak of the 9th level. With the title palm, she rushed into the top 10 outer court disciples. Now, she had cultivated the spiritual martial inheritance and transformed her internal strength into star essence. In half a month, she had transformed more than 10% of her internal strength into star essence. She had become a half-step martial sage, and her strength had improved a lot. Therefore, she was aiming for the top 3. In half a month, she had transformed more than 10% of her internal strength. This speed was very slow compared to Yixing. Yixing only used half the time and transformed about 20% of his internal strength. But for others, this speed was very fast. "Brothers, the time is running out this month, but the archer god is still more than 400 votes away from the first place. I am anxious. After writing for 5 years, I finally got the first place in the monthly votes for new books with my real ability. but it was taken away by improper means. Brothers, can you help the archer god take back the first place that belongs to him? Please monthly votes. Chapter 182. As a martial arts genius who could challenge those of a higher level, Chu Jingyue's strength had improved greatly after she became a half-step martial sage. She defeated Ling Yu and became the top 3. However, it was impossible for her to become the second. Xian Juiyuan had also cultivated a supreme-grade martial art to the perfection realm, and his supreme-grade body refining technique was close to perfection. His strength was at the peak of the martial sage realm. If Chu Jingyue wanted to fight with Xian Juiyuan, she would have to reach the limit of a half-step martial sage. Congratulations, junior sister Chu. Haha. Compared to senior brother Yi, my results are nothing. Haha, junior sister Chu, it won't be fun if you keep competing with me. Go to the affair hall to get your reward. Don't forget about tomorrow. See you at the affair hall tomorrow morning. The affair hall dealt with the internal affairs of the sect. The sect's rewards were all given out by the affair hall. The affair hall dealt with the external affairs of the sect. The sect's missions were all given out by the affair hall. The next day, Yi Xing and Chu Jingyue came to the affair hall early in the morning. According to the sect's rules, outer disciples were not allowed to go down the mountain alone. They had to team up to accept the sect's missions and leave the sect. Since Yi Xing could not leave alone, he had to find a partner. Originally, Yi Xing was looking for Chu Jingnan. However, Chu Jingnan had just broken through to the 9th level of the star-tempering realm and wanted to continue cultivating in the sect for a while. Chu Jingyue heard from Chu Jingnan that Yi Xing was going to explore the outside world. She took the initiative to find Yi Xing and wanted to team up with him. The two of them had already agreed that they would leave the sect after Chu Jingyue became the 3rd outer disciple and received the reward. There were not many missions that outer disciples could accept. They were not allowed to take on missions such as hunting down bandits or eradicating criminals. Each county had a powerful force. If a star-tempering realm martial artist caused trouble, even if he was at the 9th level of the star-tempering realm, he would be easily eliminated by the county marquis mansions. Only when a martial sage caused trouble and the marquises had many things to do, they could not catch bandits every day. Ordinary martial artists could not do anything about it. Therefore, the sect's disciples were needed. Of course, inner disciples or even core disciples were needed to deal with a martial sage. In fact, if the rebels were strong enough, it was even possible that the elders of the sect would take action. Yi Xing and Chu Jingyue accepted a task of collecting medicinal herbs and went down the mountain. Inner gate. A small messenger pigeon flew into a certain mansion. A young martial artist was practicing his saber technique in the courtyard. His essence chi was like smoke rising into the sky. His aura was terrifying. He was a martial saint. When the young martial sage saw the pigeon, he sheathed his saber and extended his palm. The little carrier pigeon immediately flew into the young martial saint's hand. The young martial saint took the note from the pigeon's leg and opened it. His face immediately revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell. Yi Xing, you've caused a lot of trouble in the outer sanctum and attracted a lot of attention. It's very troublesome for my Zhen prison temple to touch you. I didn't expect you to leave the sect. You're simply courting death. The young martial saint was Zhen Qiuxi. He murmured as a terrifying light burst from his eyes. Yi Xing and Chu Jingyue first bought 2 demonic horses in the capital at the foot of the mountain. Then they went to the Blue Cloud Mountains. Yi Xing spurred the horse and galloped wildly. Looking at the vast blue sky, he felt free and at ease again. He couldn't help but let out a long howl. Chu Jingyue, who was beside him, saw Yi Xing's valiant and high-spirited appearance. Deep in her eyes, there was a blurred color. She had an indescribable feeling for Yi Xing. She was completely convinced. This time, she was very happy to be able to carry out a task with Yi Xing and explore the Jianghu. However, her happiness was different from Yi Xing's. The demonic horses were very fast and could travel thousands of miles in a day. Not long after, the two of them were far away from the capital. A mountainous area appeared in front of them. Yi Xing looked into the distance and was surprised. He saw a blue-winged eagle standing on a hillside dozens of miles away. On the back of the blue-winged eagle sat a young man. The distance was too far. Yi Xing couldn't scan the young man's cultivation with his super brain. However, what surprised Yi Xing was that the blue-winged eagle seemed to be looking at him from afar. Yi Xing didn't know the young man on the back of the blue-winged eagle, but he had a bad feeling about him. Perhaps it was because he had been chased by the masked assassin on the blue-winged eagle twice. Yi Xing felt threatened by the person on the blue-winged eagle. Moreover, the blue-winged eagle was looking in the direction of Yi Xing and Chu Jingyue. The blue-winged eagle's eyesight was very good. Yi Xing didn't doubt that the blue-winged eagle could see him. As for the young man on the blue-winged eagle, he couldn't see so far unless he also practiced eye techniques. Let's go this way. Yi Xing decisively changed his direction. No matter whether the other party was a threat or not, Yi Xing didn't want to meet him. Chu Jingyue didn't object to Yi Xing's sudden change of direction. She followed Yi Xing to another road. Yi Xing looked at the blue-winged eagle dozens of miles away. After a while, the blue-winged eagle moved. Its head and gaze changed according to Yi Xing's direction. In this way, Yi Xing was sure that the blue-winged eagle was indeed looking at him. Based on the blue-winged eagle's reaction, the young man on the back of the eagle knew that Yi Xing and Chu Jingyue had changed their direction. He immediately patted the blue-winged eagle's back. Whoosh! The blue-winged eagle rushed into the sky and flew toward Yi Xing and Chu Jingyue. Knowing that the other party was coming for him, Yi Xing didn't panic. He called Chu Jingyue and stopped the horse. He had the demon trapping formation and the coiled snake formation. Even if he encountered an intermediate martial sage, he wouldn't be afraid. He didn't believe that the young man was a noble. What's wrong, senior brother Yi? Chu Jingyue saw Yi Xing stop and asked. I think we're in trouble. Yi Xing pointed in the direction of the blue-winged eagle. The blue-winged eagle was very fast. Chu Jingyue soon saw the figure of the blue-winged eagle and said, There's someone on the eagle's back. When the distance was close enough, Yi Xing scanned the other party's cultivation. He was at the 3rd level of the Star Vortex realm, a 3-star martial sage. Yi Xing raised his hand, and the piercing cloud bow and the blue sandalwood arrow appeared in his hands. At the same time, he frowned slightly. If the other party was a 2-star martial sage, Yi Xing could kill him with the coiled snake formation. However, if the other party was a 3-star martial sage, the ordinary coiled snake formation recorded in the formation might not be able to deal with him. After all, the formation in the form of a formation disc was the weakest. If he used the demon trapping formation to deal with him, Yi Xing felt that it would be a loss. It felt like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. A small success demon trapping formation could trap an intermediate martial sage. After thinking for a while, Yi Xing activated a recording formation. Who are you? If you dare to come closer, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Yi Xing put an arrow on the bowstring and pointed at the blue-winged eagle, shouting loudly. The blue-winged eagle landed on a small hill 2 miles away. The young man jumped down from the eagle's back. Who am I? The young man shouted loudly. His voice was passionate and murderous. Yi Xing, do you still remember the Zhenxiang Temple of the Ziyang College? Yi Xing's eyes narrowed. He instantly reacted. You are the elder brother of the Zhenxiang Temple, Zhenqiuxi? Chu Jingyue, who was beside him, was surprised. He exclaimed, Zhenqiuxi? The 10th inner disciple Zhenqiuxi? No wonder Chu Jingyue was surprised. The 10th inner disciple was an influential figure among the inner disciples. As for the outer disciples, the inner disciples were already unreachable. Yes, it's me. The murderous intent in Zhenqiuxi's eyes grew stronger. He took a step forward and floated more than 100 meters. He walked toward Yi Xing. Yi Xing, you killed my younger brother. Today, I will cut you into pieces as a sacrifice to my brother's soul in heaven. Yi Xing looked calm. When he was about to shoot the arrow, he heard Chu Jingyue say loudly, Senior brother Zhen, the sect's rules forbid disciples from killing each other. As an inner disciple, are you going to violate the sect's rules? Zhenqiuxi snorted coldly and said, the sect also has rules. If a disciple has a grudge, they can settle it in the life and death arena or outside the sect. He is only protected in the sect. Now that he has left the sect, it is time for us to settle our grudge. Da Yixing. As he spoke, Zhen Qiuxi was already within 1,000 steps of Yixing whoosh. Yixing did not say anything else. The blue sandalwood arrow instantly left the bowstring and shot toward Zhen Qiuxi. Yixing's inner strength was very strong now. He still had 20% of pure star essence. The stacking wave arrow art had reached 14 stacks. 10 stacks could threaten a martial sage who had just stepped into the star vortex realm. 14 stacks could kill a 1-star martial sage. Even a 2-star martial sage would be threatened. However, Zhen Qiuxi was not a 2-star martial sage, nor was he a 1-star martial sage. He was a 3-star martial sage. Moreover, he was a 3-star martial sage with extremely high combat strength. Otherwise, he would not have been able to enter the top 10 of the inner disciples. Zhen Qiuxi did not use any weapon. He only circulated his star essence and grabbed forward. A palm covered in flames caught the blue sandalwood arrow directly. Obviously, Zhen Qiuxi cultivated the fire inheritance. Yixing's arrow could kill a 1-star martial sage. However, it was nothing in front of Zhen Qiuxi. It was like a child throwing a tree branch. So your strength has reached such a level. The power of this arrow can kill a 1-star martial sage. What a pity. Zhen Qiuxi's eyes were filled with killing intent. He used his light body technique to quickly approach Yixing. What a pity. Your opponent today is me, Zhen Qiuxi. Even if your strength is doubled, you will still die. Senior brother Yi, run. Chu Jinghua shouted when she saw Zhen Qiuxi rushing towards her. She immediately jumped off her horse and stood between Yixing and Zhen Qiuxi. Yixing looked at Chu Jinghua in surprise. He did not expect her to help Zhen Qiuxi, the 10th-ranked inner disciple. Yixing's surprise only lasted for a moment. He took out the demon-trapping array and threw it at Zhen Qiuxi. Child's play. Zhen Qiuxi shouted coldly. He continued to circulate his star essence and grabbed the array with his flaming palm. However, before the array landed in his palm, it was suddenly activated. It shone brightly and formed a huge light shield that covered a radius of a few hundred feet. Zhen Qiuxi happened to be in the middle of it. Array. Zhen Qiuxi's face finally changed. He took out his spiritual weapon and slashed at the light shield. There's a third update tonight. Please vote. Chapter 183. The blade radiance was like a waterfall. Zhen Qiuxi didn't use too much strength in his attack. He didn't even use his fire elemental celestial essence. The blade radiance was dazzling and bright. Although he was moved by the array, Zhen Qiuxi didn't believe that Yixing could have a powerful array disc. As far as he was concerned, it would be a piece of cake for him to slash apart the light barrier with a single slash. However, the result was out of Zhen Qiuxi's expectation. The dazzling blade radiance hit the array light barrier, but it didn't move at all. There wasn't even a ripple on the barrier. Zhen Qiuxi's expression changed drastically. A level 2 trap array? How could Yixing have a level 2 array disc? Zhen Qiuxi couldn't understand. Chu Jinghua also looked at Yixing in shock. She didn't expect Yixing to have such a treasure. Array masters were very rare. There were only a few of them in the entire Falling Star sect. Moreover, only 2 of them had high achievements. One was Lin Fenghua, a level 3 array master, and the other was Gu Tianshang, a level 2 array master. There were more than 2,000 people in the entire Falling Star sect. The array masters had to maintain the sect's array and help other sect members to set up the array. They were so busy that they didn't have much time to carve array discs. Even if they did, the sect was in short supply. Even the inner sect disciples couldn't get their hands on an array disc. Yixing, a mere outer sect disciple, actually had an array disc. Moreover, it was a level 2 array disc. This was indeed shocking. Yixing smirked at Zhen Qiuxi's question. A level 2 trap array? No, it should be a minor level 2 trap array. Generally speaking, a level 2 trap array referred to the most common level 2 trap array. There was a huge difference between the two. If it was a level 2 trap array, it wouldn't be able to trap Zhen Qiuxi for long. If it was a minor level 2 trap array, Zhen Qiuxi would definitely be trapped. Yixing put away the recording array and said, Zhen Qiuxi, you can take your time in there. Today's matter will be remembered in the future. When I return to the sect, it will be the time of your Zhen prison temple's death. Yi Xing decided not to return to the sect until he had cultivated to a level stronger than the Zhen prison temple. The two of them had already shed all pretenses of cordiality. Once they returned to the sect, they would either settle their personal grudges outside the sect or fight to the death in the life and death arena. In short, they would fight to the death. You think you can trap me with a grade 2 trap array? Zhen Qiuxi roared angrily and attacked again. This time, Zhen Qiuxi's power multiplied. His aura skyrocketed as he displayed his true power. His entire body seemed to be burning with a layer of flames. Low-level spiritual martial art, flaming blade technique. The spirit weapon saber carried a burning flame as it ruthlessly chopped towards the light barrier of the array formation. There was a loud explosion, but the light barrier didn't even shake. Only a small layer of ripples appeared on it. Zhen Qiuxi's expression changed again. This trap formation was more advanced than he had imagined. Right at this moment, a scream came from afar. Zhen Qiuxi immediately looked over and saw the blue-winged eagle lying in a pool of blood on a small hill 2 miles away. There was an arrow in its head. It had been killed by an arrow. This was Zhen Qiuxi's mount. Yi Xing didn't let it go. This blue-winged eagle was equivalent to a half-step martial sage. Yi Xing used the wave-stacking arrow technique and easily killed it with one arrow. Yi Xing, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to skin you alive. In the demon trap array, Zhen Qiuxi was infuriated. He held his spirit weapon saber and slashed wildly, roaring. Yi Xing looked coldly at Zhen Qiuxi and said, I don't need to skin you alive, but when I see you again, I'll take your life. After saying that, he looked at Chu Jingyue and said, Junior sister Chu, let's go. Chu Jingyue was still deeply shocked. She nodded numbly and got on her horse to follow Yi Xing into the distance. Only Zhen Qiuxi was left in the demon trap array, roaring and attacking with all his might. However, the light shield of the array didn't shake much, and the effect was minimal. The energy of the demon trap array could last for about 3 days. If Zhen Qiuxi didn't attack, he would be trapped for 3 days. However, although his attack power couldn't break the array, it could speed up the energy consumption of the array. If he kept attacking, he should be able to break out of the array in about a day. Yi Xing galloped on his horse. Chu Jingyue followed behind Yi Xing. She looked at Yi Xing's back in silence. In Chu Jingyue's eyes, Yi Xing suddenly became a stranger. Yi Xing used a level 2 array disc, and the arrow Zhen Qiuxi shot could kill a 1-star martial sage. Chu Jingyue was extremely shocked. She felt like she had just met Yi Xing. Chu Jingyue's attention was on Yi Xing, but Yi Xing's attention was on the surroundings and the sky. He noticed that there was a black dot in the sky far away. It was following them. Yi Xing could vaguely see that the black dot was a black-feathered eagle. It could be seen that the black-feathered eagle was extremely far away from him. It was more than 20 miles away. Otherwise, Yi Xing could see the black-feathered eagle clearly. The black-feathered eagle was equivalent to a beginner martial sage. This made Yi Xing frown slightly. Fortunately, he still had a level 2 killing array, the coiling snake array, which could deal with a beginner martial sage. Therefore, Yi Xing was not too worried. The two of them galloped for a while, and ran for more than 100 miles. The black-feathered eagle in the distance didn't catch up with them. Yi Xing was a little puzzled, but soon his expression became serious. In the sky behind them, 2 more birds appeared and caught up. Yi Xing looked into the distance. They were 2 green-winged eagles. Unlike the black-feathered eagle in the distance, these 2 green-winged eagles were obviously chasing after Yi Xing and Chu Jingyue. Moreover, Yi Xing looked into the distance and found that there were warriors riding on the 2 green-winged eagles. There was 1 person on the back of one and 2 on the back of the other. Moreover, they were all wearing night clothes and black masks. This made Yi Xing immediately think of the assassins of the Dark Knight organization, who were dressed very similarly. However, the Dark Knight organization was an assassin organization in Zishan Commandery, and had been eliminated by Zishan Ho. These black-masked warriors should have nothing to do with the Dark Knight organization. Chu Jingyue saw that Yi Xing was looking at the sky behind them, so she also turned her head to look. The two green-winged eagles caught up very quickly, and soon entered Chu Jingyue's line of sight. Ah! Chu Jingyue exclaimed, "Senior brother Yi, there are more people catching up. These people are not friendly." They were wearing night clothes and had black masks on their faces. Of course, Chu Jingyue could see that they were not friendly. Yi Xing had already taken out the piercing sky bow and the green sandalwood arrow. He was ready to take out the snake coil array and throw it out at any time. Such a big black eagle. It's a black-feathered eagle equivalent to a martial saint. Soon Chu Jingyue exclaimed again. The black-feathered eagle that was following them from a distance also came over. Its speed was much faster than the green-winged eagles. Yi Xing originally planned to use the snake coil array. However, when the black-feathered eagle approached, Yi Xing relaxed. Yi Xing was very familiar with this black-feathered eagle. It was the black-feathered eagle that Zishan Commandery had tamed. It was originally the mount of Watanabe Zhan. In Zishan Commandery, when Zishan Ho taught Yi Xing the eyes of Blue Cloud, he also let Yi Xing communicate with the black-feathered eagle. Black-feathered eagles all looked similar. Moreover, they were too far away just now, so Yi Xing did not recognize it. However, as soon as he got closer, he recognized it. In order to distinguish this black-feathered eagle from other black-feathered eagles, Yi Xing gave it a name in his heart, Lao Hei. Lao Hei did not rush toward Yi Xing and Chu Jingyue. Instead, it rushed toward the two green-winged eagles. Yi Xing understood. Although he was in the Zishan Ho had been paying attention to him. Now that Yi Xing had left the mountain, Zishan Ho received the news and sent Lao Hei over. On the green-winged eagles, the three men in black frowned when they saw Lao Hei flying toward them. The black-feathered eagle was faster than the green-winged eagles. They could not escape and could only fight. Moreover, the black-feathered eagle's main battlefield was the sky. The three men in black did not dare to fight the black-feathered eagle in the air. Once the green-winged eagles were killed, they would fall from the sky. Immediately, the two green-winged eagles landed on the ground. When they were still tens of meters away from the ground, the three men in black jumped down. One of them held a bow and arrow in his hand, while the other two held short blades. They were all spirit weapons. The man in black holding the bow and arrow immediately drew his bow. An arrow instantly shot toward Lao Hei, who was rushing toward them in the air. At this moment, Yi Xing urged his horse and rushed toward the three men in black in the distance. He could not let Lao Hei fight alone. Ding! Lao Hei grabbed out with his claws and slapped the arrow away. His diving speed did not decrease. The man in black who shot the arrow was only a one-star martial saint. As for Lao Hei, his strength was only higher than that of a two-star martial saint. This man in black's archery was obviously not very good. He could deal with martial saints of the same realm, but he could not deal with those with higher cultivation. Kill this beast. The man in black who rode the green-winged eagle by himself shouted. His cultivation was higher than the other two. He was a two-star martial saint. A two-star martial saint and two one-star martial saints. They had sent out three martial saints at once to kill Yi Xing. It could be seen that the person who wanted to kill Yi Xing had prepared a foolproof plan. However, the person behind this clearly did not expect that Yi Xing would have Lao Hei's help. The two-star martial saint leaped tens of meters. He slashed with the short blade in his hand, sending out a bright blade light that was more than 10 feet long toward Lao Hei. The other one-star martial saint with a short blade also leaped up and attacked Lao Hei from another direction, attacking Lao Hei from the left and right. As for the one-star martial saint with the bow and arrow, when he saw Yi Xing riding his horse over, his gaze turned cold. In an instant, he drew his bow and shot an arrow. An arrow shot toward Yi Xing like a shooting star. As soon as the other party drew his bow, Yi Xing knew that the other party was going to shoot an arrow at him. At the same time, he drew his bow and locked his eyes on the other party. The other party's arrow was already 200 steps away from Yi Xing. Seeing that Yi Xing was about to be shot dead, Yi Xing's arrow left the bowstring. Whoosh! The 14-layered green sandalwood arrow instantly split the other party's arrow into two halves. Then it continued to shoot toward the other party. At this time, Yi Xing drew his bow again. The one-star martial saint with the bow was shocked. However, after the green sandalwood arrow split his arrow into two halves, it also paused for a moment. He took the opportunity to roll and avoid the attack of the arrow. Whoosh! However, Yi Xing's second arrow had already shot over like a shooting star. He had calculated the position of the other party's dodge. The one-star martial saint with the bow was horrified. He could not avoid it, and could only circulate his celestial essence to defend himself. Puff! The arrow instantly pierced through his celestial essence defense and pierced his throat. Chapter 184. The one-star martial saint with the bow had a look of disbelief on his face. He had never expected that as a first-level celestial vortex realm martial saint, he would be killed by Yi Xing, a half-step martial saint with 2 arrows. The other 2 martial saints who were fighting with Old Hay were also shocked, their faces filled with shock. A half-step martial saint had killed a martial saint. What kind of archery was this? Although Lao Hei's strength was weaker than that of a 2-star martial saint, under the pincer attack of 2 martial sages, he was still at a disadvantage. However, the death of the martial saint with the bow shocked the other 2 martial saints. They panicked and saved Lao Hei from his predicament. Lao Hei let out a sharp cry and flapped his wings. The wind was like a blade as he attacked the 2 martial saints with short swords. Yi Xing, who was far away, had already knocked an arrow on his bow and aimed at the other 1-star martial saint. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the arrow left the bow and pierced through the air. The 1-star martial saint was facing Lao Hei's counterattack and was on guard. How could he block Yi Xing's arrow? He also did not expect Yi Xing to shoot such an arrow so quickly. By the time the 1-star martial saint reacted, it was already too late. The arrow was like a ray of light and instantly shot into his back. The tip of the arrow came out from his chest and pierced through his chest, piercing through his heart. Even though he was a martial saint, he died instantly. In the past, martial saints were unreachable existences to Yi Xing. Now Yi Xing's arrow already had the power to kill a martial saint. Unknowingly, Yi Xing had already become an expert whose strength was equivalent to that of a martial saint. The 2 1-star martial saints were killed by Yi Xing one after another. The remaining 2-star martial saint was scared out of his wits. He was already no match for Lao Hei alone. In addition, Yi Xing was shooting arrows from afar. It was a fatal situation. If he continued to fight with Lao Hei, he would inevitably be killed by Yi Xing. However, it was impossible for him to escape from the black-feathered eagle. Hence he made his decision. The 2-star martial saint fiercely attacked Lao Hei with 2 moves, both of which were ultimate moves, forcing Lao Hei to retreat for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 2-star martial sage instantly poured out a mouthful of celestial essence and rushed towards Yi Xing. At the same time, the void above him changed, and an ordinary barren star appeared above him. Astral energy gushed out from the constellations manifested by Qin Wentian's constellation. Instantly, the strength of the 2-star martial saint skyrocketed, and his speed also increased by a notch. In the blink of an eye, he was 200 to 300 meters away. His figure was like an arrow. The 2-star martial sage's goal was very clear. Even if he died, he would drag Yi Xing down with him. Lao Hei screeched, flapped his wings, and immediately chased after the 2-star martial sage. Unfortunately, the 2-star martial sage rushed towards Yi Xing with all his might. He even used the power of Qin Wentian's constellation. Even though Lao Hei was faster, he could not catch up with him. With the speed of a 2-star martial sage, he could reach Yi Xing in a few breaths' time. With his strength, wouldn't it be easy for him to kill a half-step martial sage? Yi Xing's expression turned serious. In an instant he took out 3 blue sandalwood arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He used the stacking wave arrow art, and shot out 3 arrows in succession. The 2-star martial sage did not slow down. The short blade in his hand shone brightly, and he slashed at the arrows furiously. Cha, cha, ding. 3 sounds rang out in succession. The first 2 arrows were directly split in half by the 2-star martial sage. However, when he slashed at the 3rd arrow, the star essence in his body could not continue operating. His strength weakened, and he failed to split it open. The short blade collided with the arrowhead, and sparks flew. The terrifying power suddenly stopped the 2-star martial sage's speed. At this critical moment, if he slowed down, he would be in fatal danger. In the blink of an eye, Lao He rushed up from hundreds of meters behind him. His huge sharp claws, like spiritual weapons, grabbed the two-star martial sage's body from behind. In an instant, the defense of the two-star martial sage's star essence was broken. The sharp claws pierced directly into the two-star martial sage's back. At this time, the two-star martial sage was only a few hundred meters away from Yi Xing. He could reach Yi Xing in 1 or 2 breaths. Unfortunately, he was stopped by Yi Xing's 3 arrows. His body stopped and he died under Lao He's sharp claws. The 3 men in black were all dead. Lao He swung his claws and threw away the two-star martial sage's body. With a flap of his wings, he arrived in front of Yi Xing and lowered his head to Yi Xing. Chu Jingyue, who was following behind, was petrified. These were 3 martial sages. How could they die just like that? Yi Xing patted Lao He's head. His eyes fell on the bodies of the 3 men in black. He was also very surprised. He did not know why these martial sages in black were chasing after him. It was illogical to say that the Zhen prison temple had hired them. Since they had hired assassins, it was impossible for them to make the first move. It was completely superfluous. Yi Xing thought about it. His only enemy was the Zhen prison temple. As for the Dongfu nation, although he had killed many people from the Dongfu nation on the battlefield, he was just a junior. He had only killed some star-tempering realm warriors in the country war. He should not be valued by the Dongfu sect. Moreover, the Dongfu nation could not reach into the falling star kingdom. Therefore, Yi Xing ruled out his hatred. After thinking about it, he decided to blame his master, Zishanho. Zishanho had an enemy in the falling star sect. It was the sect elder, Hua Tianshu, who was also the sect master's wife. The disciples who entered the falling star sect from the Zishan prefecture would be suppressed by Hua Tianshu. However, Yi Xing had risen in the falling star sect so quickly that no one had the chance to suppress him. Moreover, Yi Xing had become the top outer disciple in just over a month. Almost everyone could see that Yi Xing had great potential. Hua Tianshu definitely did not want him to grow. Therefore, it was very possible that she had killed Yi Xing while Yi Xing was away from the falling star sect. Yi Xing's guess was very logical. Moreover, he had accepted it in his heart and determined that the mastermind was Hua Tianshu. However, there was one thing that he had guessed wrong. He had thought that the people he had killed in the Eastern Mountain City Country War were not important and would not be valued by the Falling Star sect. This was because only martial saints were important to the Falling Star sect. However, there was indeed an important person among the people he had killed in the Falling Star sect. It was the 3rd young Master Jin, a direct descendant of the Falling Star sect, and the grandson of the Falling Star sect master. Yi Xing had killed the grandson of the Falling Star sect master. How could he not be valued by the Falling Star sect? He had already been blacklisted by the Falling Star sect. Who are these people? Senior brother Yi. Why do they want to kill you? Chu Jingyue asked in shock as she came back to her senses from her petrified state. Yi Xing had already taken off the masks of the black-robed men. He did not recognize any of them, but he had already activated a recording array formation. The figures of the 3 black-robed men were all recorded by him. Perhaps there would be others who would recognize these 3 people. Yi Xing searched the bodies of the 3 men and found a total of dozens of lower-grade star crystals. Other than that, there was nothing else. As for the spiritual bow and the 2 spiritual short blades, Yi Xing naturally kept them. Yi Xing wanted to have a spiritual bow. He wanted a spirit weapon bow, and this spirit pattern bow was just right. As for the other 2 spirit weapons, he kept one for himself and gave the other to Chu Jingyue. Among the outer disciples, only Xian Zhuiyuan had a spiritual weapon. From now on, Yi Xing and Chu Jingyue were also part of the clan that had spiritual weapons. If the outer disciples knew about this, who knew how many of them would die? Junior sister Chu, get off the horse. We don't need to ride horses anymore. We can ride eagles. Yi Xing put the spiritual bow and short blades into his storage ring. He waved to Chu Jingyue, and then jumped onto Lao Hei's back. Lao Hei's flying speed was much faster than a demonic horse. It could travel 10,000 miles in a day. Chu Jingyue also jumped onto Lao Hei's back. Yi Xing patted Lao Hei. Up. Whoosh! Lao Hei flapped its wings and rushed towards the sky. Soon it was high up in the sky. If it was an untamed flying beast, it would be impossible for a person to stand on its back. Especially a martial sage-level flying beast, the hurricane generated by its speed could blow a person off. However, a tamed flying beast was different. It would use demonic vitality to defend itself and slow down the speed of the airflow. It would make a person feel like a gentle breeze. It wouldn't be uncomfortable and wouldn't be blown off. Chu Jingyue stood on Lao Hei's back. At first, she was a little nervous. As time passed, she gradually relaxed. Standing on Lao Hei's back was indeed very stable. In the end, Chu Jingyue completely relaxed. She looked around and opened her arms. She felt relaxed and happy. Wow! This is my first time riding a martial sage-level flying beast. It's so fast. Chu Jingyue was in a good mood. She cheered. It feels so good to look down at the earth from a high place. Yixing looked around and also felt relaxed. He said, "It would feel even better if I could fly on my own." Chu Jingyue said longingly, "Yes, it would be great if I could fly on my own. Unfortunately, humans don't have wings. It's too difficult to fly." Although martial sages can use their celestial vitality to condense the wings of flying beasts and glide in the air, they can only glide for a distance of a few hundred meters. It can't be considered flying. Although enlightened masters can fly a little further, they are still gliding in the air. After a while they need to land to breathe. I heard that only after becoming a venerable can one truly fly in the air. It's too far away. Yixing was speechless. Venerable was indeed far away. It was an expert that didn't exist in the entire True Xian domain. Half a day later, Lao Hei arrived at Zishan County City and flew directly into the Marquis Mansion. Originally, Yixing planned to ride the demonic horse directly to the Blue Cloud Mountain Range. However, now that Lao Hei was on the way, Yixing naturally wanted to visit his master, Zishan Ho. And he also had something to ask. Chu Jingyue and Lao Hei waited in a courtyard of the Marquis Mansion. Yixing went directly to the back hall of the Marquis Mansion to visit Zishan Ho. After seeing Zishan Ho and bowing, Yixing told him about the attack on his trip. He also took out the recording array that recorded the figures of the 3 black-clothed men, and showed it to Zishan Ho. After Zishan Ho saw it, Yixing asked, "Master, do you recognize them?" Chapter 185. Zishan Ho shook his head and said, "Since she wanted to kill you in such a way, she definitely would not leave any evidence behind. Fortunately, I had already expected that as soon as you left the mountain, she would make a move on you. I sent the black-feathered eagle to wait near then. It was indeed useful." Yixing said, "She did not know that I was master's disciple. Just because I was born in the Zishan County, she wanted to kill me. This is too vicious." Zishan Ho walked in front of Yixing, patted Yixing's shoulder and said, "This is because your performance was too outstanding. I know everything about you in the sect. Although Master knew that you would rise in the outer court, I did not expect that you would rise so quickly. If you were mediocre, she would not have to kill you." Zishan Ho stopped talking, removed his palm, and slowly walked to the side. After a while he continued, "When you won first place in the outer court, I knew that you would definitely go down the mountain to look for opportunities to break through the star vortex. Since you were so outstanding, you would definitely arouse her killing intent, so I sent the black-feathered eagle." Yixing said, "Fortunately, Master's prediction was accurate. Otherwise, this disciple would be in big trouble. I am confident that I can kill 2 one-star martial saints, but 2-star martial saints, even with a bow and arrow, it would be difficult to deal with them." Zishan Ho smiled indifferently and asked, "How much of your celestial essence has been converted? How much has your overlapping waves archery technique reached?" Yixing said truthfully, 20%, 14 overlapping waves archery technique. Zishan Ho was surprised. 20% of your celestial essence reached 14 overlapping waves archery technique? What kind of inheritance did you learn? Yixing said, "Pure essence art." "Pure essence art? You practiced the pure essence art?" Zishan Ho suddenly exclaimed. The falling star sect's pure essence art was an inheritance that no one had succeeded in practicing for more than 100 years after Lin Shuyuan. Yixing smiled and nodded. Although he was not proud of it, he was certainly happy in his heart. Zishan Ho was surprised for a moment, but he soon returned to normal and said, "That's right, with your martial arts talent, it is even above ancestor Lin's. If you can't cultivate the pure Yuan technique, then no one can. You cultivate the pure Yuan technique. No wonder you can achieve the 14 layered stacks with just 20% of your celestial essence." Zishan Ho then changed the topic. "However, your fate is very low. If you want to become a martial saint, it will be very difficult. You will need to rely on some opportunities and good fortune. However, the opportunity to become a martial saint can only be found by chance. It will depend on your own luck. Where do you plan to go?" Yixing said, "I've heard that Kuanyuan mountain range is rich in top-grade herbs and even spiritual herbs. I've decided to pay a visit to Kuanyuan mountain range to cultivate my invincible golden body to the complete realm. As for whether I'll have the opportunity to become a martial sage, I'll leave it to fate." Kuanyuan mountain range was a branch of the Green Cloud mountain range. It was located in the depths of the Green Cloud mountain range. It was the territory of high-level vicious beasts. Occasionally, there would even be level 2 demonic beasts. Zishan Ho nodded. "With your strength, it won't be a problem for you to explore Kuanyuan mountain range. However, Kuanyuan mountain range is closer to the east supporting country than the falling star country. Most of the martial artists who explore Kuanyuan mountain range are from the east supporting country. You have to be careful. If you meet others, don't expose your identity." "I understand." When Yixing learned about Kuanyuan mountain range, he naturally knew that it was closer to the east supporting country. If his identity was exposed, he would be in great danger. Zishan Ho said, "I know your ambition. This time, if you don't become a martial saint, you won't return. I don't know how long you'll be traveling. Take the black-feathered eagle with you. It will follow you from now on. In addition, I'll teach you the cultivation method of the Azure Cloud pupils. Listen carefully. It will greatly increase your chances of survival in the demonic beast world." The Azure Cloud pupils not only allowed one to see far, it also had the effect of mind control. The subjective consciousness of demonic beasts was far inferior to that of humans. It was difficult for martial artists to control their minds, but it was much easier for demonic beasts. In the Azure Cloud Mountains, one would definitely have to deal with demonic beasts. Being able to see far and control their minds would naturally increase one's chances of survival. Finishing his words, Zishan Ho told Yixing about the Eye of the Azure Cloud, that he had yet to teach him. Yixing listened attentively, memorizing everything in his mind. "Have you memorized it?" Zishan Ho asked after he finished. Yixing nodded. "I've memorized it. The stacking wave arrow technique is enough for you for now. As for the Lingwu arrow technique, I'll teach you when you become a martial saint." Zishan Ho waved his hand. "You can go now. I hope you can break through the star vortex soon and become a martial saint." After leaving the Zishan Ho palace, Yixing and Chu Jingyue continued to ride on Old Black and flew towards the Kunyan mountain range. Zishan County was beside the Azure Cloud Mountains, but it was still a few thousand miles away from the Kunyan mountain range. The Kunyan mountain range was only 1,000 miles away from the Dongfu country. Therefore, most of the time, the Kunyan mountain range was frequented by martial artists from the Dongfu country. However, it could not be ruled out that there were martial artists from the Luoxing country, or even the ancient Bloody country. This was because the ancient Bloody country was about the same as the Luoxing country from the Kunyan mountain range. As a martial saint-level demonic beast, Old Black flew from the Zishan County to the Kunyan mountain range. Ordinary demonic beasts were known as level 1 demonic beasts. Only at the Kunyan mountain range would level 2 demonic beasts appear. Old Black was almost invincible. Naturally, it could fly without any obstacles. As dusk approached, they arrived at the Kunyan mountain range. The sky was getting dark. The two dug a cave on a mountain peak and prepared to spend the night. Old Black rested outside the cave. As a martial saint-level demonic beast, the nearby high-level demonic beasts would avoid it when they smelled its scent. It would be quiet at night. In the cave, Chu Jingyue felt a little uncomfortable. She had never spent the night in the same room with a man in her life. Although she and Yi Xing were not in the same room, they were in the same cave. The cave was dug out, and the space was not big. It was much smaller than a room. It was even more awkward than being in the same room. Chu Jinghua secretly had feelings for him. Obviously, she had more concerns about the feelings between men and women. I will cultivate at night. You can rest as much as you want. I won't disturb you. Yi Xing, on the other hand, did not feel awkward at all. After instructing Chu Jinghua, he closed his eyes and sat down to cultivate the pure yuan technique. He had already eaten the 30 supreme grade star accumulation pills as a reward for becoming the top disciple in the outer sect. However, he had not had time to refine them all. There was still a lot of medicinal power left in his body that he needed to absorb. After seeing Yi Xing enter the cave, he started to cultivate. Chu Jinghua looked at Yi Xing for a while and felt less awkward. It was boring to stay in the cave, and Chu Jinghua did not want to go to bed too early. After a while, she ate a supreme grade star accumulation pill, and also started to cultivate. Her physique leaned towards water. The spiritual martial arts inheritance that she cultivated was the water attribute inheritance, all water technique. Her cultivation was twice the result with half the effort. Both of them cultivated until late at night, and went to sleep. That night, both of them had a dream. Yi Xingming thought about how she had become a martial sage, and continued to train. Her cultivation continued to advance rapidly. Later on, she became an enlightened being, and in the end an exalted. With her own strength, she was able to soar in the sky. She was extremely happy. Suddenly, there was another person flying beside Yi Xing. Yi Xing looked over, and saw that it was Wei Qingxian. She had also become a venerable and was flying in the sky. The two of them smiled at each other and held hands. Mountains, lakes, and pieces of land flew under the two of them. They were holding hands with smiles on their faces. They were extremely happy. They kept flying like this. Chu Jinghua, on the other hand, dreamed that it was the same as during the day. She and Yi Xing were flying in the sky. However, it was not Lao Hei who was flying them, but a larger bird. This bird was many times larger than Lao Hei. Its back was almost like a small square. She and Yi Xing were stable on it, and could even run on it. However, all of a sudden, the birds below them disappeared for some reason. She and Yi Xing both fell from an extremely high altitude. The feeling of weightlessness from falling from a high altitude instantly filled her whole body, and even her thoughts. Only falling was left in her dream. She waved her hands, trying to grab onto something to stop her body from falling. Suddenly, it was as if she had grabbed onto a pillar. Finally, the feeling of weightlessness eased a little, and she felt a little more grounded. Thus, she hugged the pillar tightly and refused to let go. Early morning. Yi Xing woke up with a faint smile on his face. The dream of flying in the sky with Wei Qingxian last night made him very happy. Although he had woken up, Yi Xing still remembered the dream from last night. Why do my thighs feel a little tight and heavy? Yi Xing suddenly opened his eyes and moved his legs at the same time. As soon as he opened his eyes, Yi Xing was shocked. It turned out that Chu Jinghua's hands were hugging his thighs and her whole body was lying on his lap. As soon as he moved his legs, he felt 2 lumps of soft flesh. He looked at Chu Jinghua's position, and saw that her head was almost between his legs. The lumps on his legs were her breasts. No wonder the 2 lumps of soft flesh were so obvious. Chu Jinghua's breasts were very plump. Yi Xing did not dare to look directly at this scene. Yi Xing glanced around, and saw that he was originally sleeping on the right side of the cave. For some reason, he was now in the middle of the cave. Chu Jinghua was supposed to sleep on the left side of the cave, but she had also rolled to the middle. No wonder the two of them slept together. This surprised Yi Xing. If Chu Jinghua hugged his thighs at night, he should have woken up, right? Presumably, Lao Hei was guarding outside the cave. Yi Xing was not on guard and slept very deeply last night. He was also having a beautiful dream. Perhaps because of these reasons, he moved to a different place and did not wake up when he bumped into Chu Jinghua. Yi Xing could only guess so. Recalling that he seemed to be flying in the sky hand in hand with Wei Qingxian last night, Yi Xing immediately saw and felt his own hands. It was not hand in hand with Wei Qingxian. It turned out that his left and right hands were tightly interlocked. Sweat. At this moment, as Yixing moved, Chu Jingyue let out a soft cry. She was obviously about to wake up. What was the current situation? Yixing could not explain and quickly pretended to be asleep. When Yixing closed his eyes and did not move, Chu Jingyue quickly opened her eyes and found herself hugging Yixing's thighs. Her heart skipped a beat and she was shocked. Chapter 186. Chu Jingyue had never spent the night in the same room with a man. Not to mention, she was now hugging Yixing's thigh in such a shameful posture. It really made her break out in a cold sweat. Chu Jingyue almost exclaimed, but she held back because she saw that Yixing had not woken up yet. This allowed Chu Jingyue's flustered heart to calm down a little. Fortunately, senior brother Yi has not woken up yet, and did not see the current situation. Otherwise, how could I see him? Chu Jingyue muttered in her heart. She quickly let go of Yixing's thigh and stood up. Seeing that Yixing still had not woken up, Chu Jingyue let out a long sigh and walked out of the cave. Yixing heard that Chu Jingyue had left the cave, but he was not in a hurry to open his eyes. Chu Jingyue must be a little flustered now. If she saw him wake up, she would be embarrassed. Chu Jingyue secretly observed Yixing several times outside the cave to see if he was really asleep. After a full quarter of an hour, Yixing showed no signs of waking up, which made Chu Jingyue completely relax. In her opinion, Yixing really did not know. If he was pretending to be asleep, he would not have pretended for so long. After half an hour, Yixing opened his eyes and woke up. He pretended to have just woken up and looked at his position to express his surprise. Then he saw Chu Jingyue outside the cave. "Junior sister Chu, you woke up so early." Yixing smiled at Chu Jingyue. Chu Jingyue's face heated up, but she thought that Yixing did not know that she had hugged his thigh to sleep last night. She calmed down after a slight confusion. Chu Jingyue said, "I just woke up not long ago. It's really safe with Lao He guarding. This is deep in the Mount Qingyan. There is no sound of evil beasts at night. It's very quiet." Yixing walked out of the cave and patted Lao He next to him. He looked into the distance and said, "From today onwards we will start looking for medicinal herbs." After a night's rest, Old Black's exhaustion from yesterday's flight had long disappeared. He was full of energy and let out a loud whimper. Yixing and Chu Jingyue both had a faint smile on their faces. They were both hiding a secret in their hearts. The awkwardness was quickly digested by Yixing. Compared to ordinary materials, the number of top-grade medicinal herbs was extremely rare. Even experienced herb gatherers would have a hard time finding them. However, this was not a problem for Yixing. Yixing and Chu Jingyue rode Old Hay and flew in the air. Yixing looked into the distance and observed the surroundings. Whenever he saw deep valleys, streams, ponds, and other precious places that were very suitable for growing materials, he would let Blackie fly over and Yixing would search carefully. Yixing's search was not just a matter of observing with his eyes. He also had his super brain scanning. Even if it was in a crack in a rock, under a pool, in a valley, and other places that could not be seen with his eyes, Yixing could still use his super brain to scan and search. This was something that even Zishan Ho, who had cultivated the eyes of Clear Cloud, could not do. The eyes of Clear Cloud could be used to look into the distance and control the mind. However, it could not see through objects or scan places that could not be seen with one's eyes. Therefore, even if the number of top-grade medicinal herbs was very rare, Yixing's harvest was not small after a day of searching. Somewhere in a deep valley, Yixing stood in front of a fist-wide crack in a rock and used his spiritual weapon to split open some rocks. Then deep in the crack he pulled out 3 stalks of top-grade blood spirit grass. It was a type of medicinal herb that greatly replenished qi and blood. "You can even find this?" Chu Jingyue was extremely speechless. Deep in the crack, one could not see with their eyes at all. Who would have thought that there would be blood spirit grass? Moreover, there were 3 stalks growing? Somewhere in a deep valley. The water rushed down from a high place. The rocks below were washed by the water and countless gullies and cracks were formed. Some of the cracks were so deep that one could not see the bottom. Yixing stood on a large rock under the water and observed for a while. Then he held his spiritual weapon and chopped at a pile of rocks. After moving the broken rocks away, there were several stalks of top-grade spirit recovering grass growing in the crack below. Yixing reached out and picked all of them. Chu Jingyue, who was at the side, was dumbfounded. How could he find this? Beside a pool. There were some footprints beside the pool. Some belonged to demonic beasts and some belonged to humans. Generally, there were many medicinal herbs in places with water. This pool was obviously frequented by people. Some wandering martial artists or experienced herb gatherers would definitely search carefully when they came here. Chu Jingyue said, "Brother Yixing, people often come here. If there were any medicinal herbs, they would have been picked long ago." Yixing smiled faintly. That's not necessarily the case. There are always places that are overlooked. As he spoke, he squatted down and brushed aside a bunch of weeds beside the pool. Then he dug up the soil and dug out a few red roots that were shaped like dragons. It was the top-grade red dragon root, which was also a type of medicinal herb that greatly replenished qi and blood. Chu Jingyue's face was full of surprise. She thought to herself, does his eyes have the ability to see through things? How could he find them so quickly? Thinking of this, Chu Jingyue suddenly grabbed her clothes and felt a little uncomfortable. If he really could see through things, then wouldn't it make no difference whether she wore clothes or not in front of senior brother Yi? Yixing saw through Chu Jingyue's thoughts at a glance and said, "Picking medicinal herbs requires skill. You can see what kind of place has medicinal herbs by observing the environment. This is a kind of knowledge. I forgot to tell you that I'm a super skilled herb gatherer." If Chu Jingyue suspected that Yixing could see through things, it would make her feel even more uncomfortable than if she knew that she hugged his leg to sleep at night. Yixing obviously wanted to dispel her idea. Besides, Yixing had never seen through her. Chu Jingyue was just making a wild guess. Even she did not believe that he could see through things. How could a person see through things? Therefore, after listening to Yixing's explanation, Chu Jingyue said in admiration, "Senior brother Ye's herb-picking skills are simply superb. No wonder you're super skilled." With Lao He accompanying them, Yixing and Chu Jingyue were almost unimpeded in the Kuan-Yin mountain range. As a level 2 demonic beast, Lao He was comparable to a martial sage. Wherever he stopped, the nearby ferocious beasts would definitely flee at the sight of him. Even if they occasionally encountered level 2 demonic beasts, the ones that appeared in the Kuan-Yin mountain range were only level 2 demonic beasts that were equivalent to a beginner martial sage. Their strength was basically about the same as a 1-star martial sage. There were very few level 2 demonic beasts that were comparable to a 2-star martial sage, so most of them were no match for Lao He. When they saw Lao He, even if they did not run away, they would not take the initiative to attack. Once a level 2 demonic beast took the initiative to attack, Lao He would deal with it. Yixing would also help from the side with his bow and arrow, shooting a fatal arrow. There were no obstacles in the Kuan-Yin mountain range. Yixing's efficiency in finding spiritual herbs was also very high. Naturally, he had a bountiful harvest. Every day, he only spent most of the day looking for spiritual herbs. The two of them spent the rest of the day and the first half of the night cultivating. Not only did they cultivate the spiritual martial arts legacy, but they also cultivated body refining cultivation techniques. The task of collecting spiritual herbs was just an excuse for them to leave the sect. Their real purpose was to cultivate body refining cultivation techniques and look for opportunities to break through the star spirals and become martial sages. Naturally, they would not stop cultivating every day. Especially Yixing, he cultivated even later than Chu Jingyue every night. This was because he had to spend more than 2 hours every afternoon learning array Dao. Yixing had memorized the method of setting up the level 2 array Dao, the coiled snake array. The key was to rely on his own practice to be able to truly use it. Yixing spent more than 2 hours learning array Dao. Naturally, his other cultivation was slower than Chu Jingyue's. However, his daily cultivation was no less than Chu Jingyue's. Therefore, he always slept more than 2 hours later than her. After the embarrassing incident on the first night, the two of them were more careful when they slept. They did not sleep too soundly, nor did they roll around. The situation on the first night did not happen again. Time passed day by day. The two of them found more and more spiritual herbs. Their body refining cultivation techniques improved greatly every day. Their cultivation also gradually increased. Occasionally, the two of them would meet other martial artists. However, with Lao He, a martial sage demonic beast by their side, the other martial artists would stay far away from them. There were no conflicts. Although most of the martial artists in the Kuanyin mountain range were from the Dongfu country, Yixing did not take the initiative to provoke them. Even if the Dongfu country was an enemy country, and Yixing hated the people of the Dongfu country, as long as they did not take the initiative to attack, Yixing would not take the initiative to kill them. The population of the Dongfu country was not any less than that of the Luoxing country. There were at least 1 billion people. Among them, 40% were martial artists. It was impossible for them to kill the people of the Dongfu country, because of the hatred between the countries. If that was the case, even if the 1 billion people of the Dongfu country stood there for Yixing to kill, Yixing would not be able to kill them all. Furthermore, if Yixing were to kill any of the Dongfu country's troops in the Kuanyin mountain range, it would definitely attract the attention of more powerful martial artists. In the end, a martial saint, a mid-level martial saint, or even a high-level martial saint would appear. In order to avoid trouble, Yixing also wanted to avoid fighting with the martial artists in the Kuanyin mountain range. He only wanted to collect herbs in peace, cultivate, and then look for the opportunity to become a martial sage. Half a month later, Yixing and Chu Jingyue's body-tempering cultivation technique had both reached the perfection realm. The foundation of the star-tempering realm had been consolidated to the peak. In the future, when they broke through the star vortex and became martial sages, they would no longer have to worry about their foundation. Moreover, their cultivation had also made great progress after half a month of cultivation. Yixing's celestial essence had already transformed by 40%, while Chu Jingyue was a little slower than him, transforming by 20%. As for Yixing's array Dao, he had also made great progress. He could now set up 80% to 90% of the coiled snake array. Although the difficulty of setting up the last 20% of the array was the highest, Yixing was confident that he would be able to completely master the coiled snake array in about 10 days, and become a grade 2 array master. Yixing didn't want to cause trouble, but it didn't mean that trouble wouldn't come to him just because he didn't want to. On the 22nd day after the two arrived at the Kuanyin mountain range, a team of martial artists from the Dongfu country encountered Yixing and the others. It was a team of 7 people. 2 of them were half-step martial sages, and the other 5 were level 9 martial artists. Because of Lao Hei's presence, the team immediately fled when they saw Yixing and Chu Jingyue. Thank you for your support. Although I did not see the miracle, I know that you did your best. Thank you. Chapter 187. Was that Yixing? Did you see him clearly? One of the half-step martial sages asked after they had reached a safe place. Look carefully, it's Yixing. This brat actually came to the Kuanyin mountain range. He's simply courting death. Another half-step martial sage said. The 7 of them were Dongfu sect's outer disciples. They had come to Mount Kuanyin to train. Yixing's name was on the Dongfu sect's blacklist. Naturally, his face was on the blacklist as well. The martial artists from Dongfu country that Yixing had met before did not recognize him. However, the 7 of them were Dongfu sect's disciples, and they recognized him. It's a pity that he has a black-feathered eagle with him. It's a martial sage demonic bird and it's hard to deal with. Otherwise, we would have killed the couple and done a great service. Since the black-feathered eagle is guarding him, we can't act rashly. Let's send the news back to the sect. It'll take too long to send the news back to the sect. Isn't senior brother Zichuanyu's team in Mount Kuanyin? They are not far from Mount Kuanyin. In their team there are 2 2-star martial sages and 3 1-star martial sages. Senior brother Zichuanyu's strength is comparable to a 3-star martial sage. If we call them over, a black-feathered eagle will be nothing. That's right. Even senior sister Ishi is very powerful among the 2-star martial saints. As long as senior brother Zichuanyu restrains Blackfeather Eagle, Senior sister Ishii will be able to tear the couple into pieces. Alright, let's inform senior brother Zichuanyu. The 7 outer disciples discussed and decided not to return to the sect. Instead, they went to look for inner disciple Zichuanyu in Mount Kuanyin. However, just as they were about to move, a voice came from afar. The few of you actually recognize this Yi and want to invite people over to kill this Yi? The 7 of them were shocked when they heard the voice. They looked over and saw a young man standing on a huge rock on the opposite hill. He was holding a bow and arrow and looking at them. The young man was Yixing. When these 7 people saw him, they fled in panic. Yixing's eyesight was amazing. He saw their expressions clearly and chased after them. The 7 of them did not see Chu Jingyue and Black-Feathered Eagle. When they saw Yixing chasing after them alone, they calmed down in an instant. A half-step martial sage shouted, "This brat dares to chase after us alone. Junior brothers, let's kill him." Yixing was blacklisted by sect master Watanabe Xiong. If he could kill Yixing with his own hands, it would be much more meritorious than sending a message. When the half-step martial sage roared, the 7 of them charged at Yixing at the same time. Whoosh! Yixing snorted, and the arrow on the bowstring instantly shot out. An arrow that could even kill a martial saint, who below the martial saint realm could block it. The half-step martial sage at the front waved his saber to block the arrow. The saber in his hand broke into 2 pieces with a clang. The arrow continued to shoot forward without slowing down. After it pierced the throat of the half-step martial sage, it shot into the heart of a rank 9 martial artist behind him. The 2 of them fell to the ground instantly, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The other 5 people were dumbfounded. They had never seen such archery skills. They were scared out of their wits. With a scream, they quickly turned around and fled. At the same time, the leading half-step martial sage raised his hand to the sky. With a whoosh, a bright light shot out from his hand and into the sky. The light soared high into the sky, at least 3,000 meters above the ground, before exploding with a bang, forming a huge sunflower pattern. Yixing's eyes narrowed. This was obviously a signal flare for the disciples of the Dongfu sect to ask for help. If it exploded in the sky, all the disciples of the Dongfu sect within a few hundred miles would know. Yixing immediately pulled out 3 Qinggu arrows and shot them together. Whoosh! 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 3 rank 9 martial artists fell to the ground. They were shot in the back and died in 1 shot. The remaining 2 looked terrified as they ran for their lives. Yixing shot 2 more arrows. The rank 9 martial artists were killed in 1 shot. The half-step martial sage's arrow only pierced the back of his shoulder. It was not a fatal wound. The huge force in the arrow caused the half-step martial sage to fall forward. The tip of the arrow pierced through his body and nailed into a bluestone, rendering him immobile. Yixing used the goose cloud flight to chase after the half-step martial sage. Naturally, he had to interrogate him and figure out some things. To the east of the Luoxing country was the Dongfu country. To the west of the Luoxing country was the Lingyu country. The Dongfu country was the enemy of the Dongfu country, while the Lingyu country was the ally of the Luoxing country. The Lingyu country was controlled by the Lingyu sect, which was more powerful than the Luoxing sect. Although there were no 4 stars perfected person in the sect, there were 2 3 stars perfected person in the sect. Among the 6 sects in the south of the Green Cloud Mountain, the Lingyu sect was not the strongest, but it was in the top 3. The Misty Moon Peak of the Lingyu sect was the cultivation place of the inner sect elder, the Misty Moon Peak. The Misty Moon Peak was one of the 5 executive elders of the Lingyu sect. She was not an ordinary inner sect elder and had great power. There were many inner sect disciples who wanted to be her disciple. However, the Misty Moon Peak had not accepted a disciple for more than 10 years. It was only this year that she accepted a personal disciple. Surprisingly, the personal disciple of Master Yenyue was a 14-year-old girl from outside the Spirit Moon sect. She was only at the 8th level of the Star Tempering realm. This caused many of the Spirit Moon sect's inner disciples and core disciples to be incomparably envious, and even jealous. The new personal disciple of the Misty Moon Peak was a mystery to the Lingyu sect disciples. Because the Misty Moon Peak had never allowed her to leave the Misty Moon Peak, None of the Lingyu sect disciples had ever seen her. Even when an elder went to the Misty Moon Peak and saw the personal disciple of the Misty Moon Peak, her face was covered with a veil and no one knew what she looked like. Therefore, in the eyes of the Lingyu sect disciples, she was a mystery. There was even a rumor in the Lingyu sect that she was the illegitimate daughter of the Misty Moon Peak. Of course, this rumor could only be spread in private. No one dared to say it in public. Otherwise, if they angered the Misty Moon Peak, one of the 5 executive elders, the consequences would be severe. The Lingyu sect disciples only knew that the Misty Moon Peak's personal disciple was her illegitimate daughter. However, they did not know that this personal disciple was about to break through the star vortex realm and become a martial saint after only 4 months of entering the sect. On the Misty Moon Peak, Wei Qingxian sat with her eyes closed. She looked solemn as she tried to break through to the star vortex realm. Not far away, the Misty Moon Peak's face was filled with joy and seriousness as she guarded Wei Qingxian. In Wei Qingxuan's dantian, the 9 star rings were extremely bright and dazzling. These 9 star rings were compressing towards the center, as if they were about to merge into one. In Wei Qingxuan's body, all her meridians were occupied by star essence. 50% of her internal strength had been transformed into star essence. Moreover, her star essence was extremely pure and strong. This was because the spiritual martial inheritance that she cultivated was one of the most powerful spiritual martial inheritances of the lower spiritual martial art, the Pure Yuan technique. Many sects had the Pure Yuan technique. However, it was hard to find someone who could cultivate the Pure Yuan technique even in 100 years. With Wei Qingxuan's destiny, it was natural for her to break through to the star vortex realm. Activating her Pure Yuan art, she could sense the stars. Most of the warriors could only sense 1 star, but she could sense countless of them. If 1 star sent down a strand of star power, countless stars would send down countless strands of star power. For Wei Qingxian, the astral energy she could sense was almost endless. This made her feel as if she was bathing in an ocean of astral energy. The 9 astral rings in her dantian absorbed the boundless astral energy and compressed it at a very fast speed. Not long after, the 9 star rings were completely compressed together, forming a dazzling ball of star essence. At this moment, something seemed to have been triggered. The scene above Wei Qingxuan's head changed and turned into a vast and boundless starry sky. The crucial step of breaking through to the star vortex realm and becoming a martial saint was finally here. That was the awakening of the astrology. After the awakening of the astrology, martial artists could freely use the power of the astrology. Before that, it was impossible for martial artists to use the power of the astrology. The sudden change on the Misty Moon Peak attracted the attention of all the martial artists above the star vortex realm in the Spirit Moon sect. They all felt a surge of star essence and looked towards the Misty Moon Peak. In the sky above the Misty Moon Peak, the bright sun had turned into an endless starry sky. No, not only the martial artists of the Spirit Moon sect, but all the martial artists above the star vortex realm in the entire Spirit Moon country, and even the entire Qingyan region suddenly felt something. At this moment, some kind of power shook their hearts. All the martial saints stopped and looked. All the perfected ones walked out of their secluded cultivation. They were shocked and looked in the direction of the Spirit Moon sect. In their eyes, the direction of the Spirit Moon sect had turned into a starry sky with countless sparkling stars. Everyone was shocked. Every martial artist above the star vortex realm knew that this was the scene of the awakening of the astrology. However, what shocked them was, whose astrology was this? How could it be so powerful? Usually, the awakening of the astrology could only be felt by those nearby. As long as they were a few hundred meters away, they would not be able to see the starry sky. After all, the starry sky that appeared during the awakening of the astrology was illusory. If one could not feel the awakening of the other party's astrology, it would be impossible to see the illusion of the starry sky. However, in the entire Qingyan region, all the martial artists above the star vortex realm could feel the starry sky. It was hard to imagine how powerful the awakening of the astrology was. Of course, they did not know who was awakening the astrology, nor did they know where it was. However, they could feel the direction and rushed towards the Spirit Moon sect to find out what was going on. However, before they could fly very far, changes occurred in the starry sky. A star lit up, the light was resplendent, and became incomparably huge. Immediately after, a second star lit up, and became incomparably huge. All the martial saints and perfected ones were petrified at this moment. How could this be? A person's astrology only had one star. Only one star could be awakened in the astrology awakening. However, how could two stars awaken in the starry sky? What kind of astrology was this? Chapter 188. Most of the martial sages and perfected persons found it unbelievable and incomprehensible. Only a few old and knowledgeable perfected persons were shocked. They had heard of a legend before. Usually, a martial artist's astrology was a single star. However, there were also legends of multi-star astrology. For an astrology with many stars, there could be 2 or 3 stars, or 5 or 7 stars, or even more. Furthermore, when the awakened stars reached a certain level and were arranged according to a certain rule, they would form the ultimate existence of multi-star astrology, a constellation. The multi-star astrology was already a legend. As for the constellation astrology, only a few words were left behind in the ancient remnant books. No one knew how powerful an astrology would be if it was a constellation. In the starry sky, the second awakened star became extremely bright. Soon there was a third, a fourth. The stars became bigger and brighter. However, the starry sky was boundless. No matter how big the stars were, they were just a drop in the ocean. No matter how many stars became bigger, they could not transcend the starry sky. All the martial sages were petrified. All the perfected persons were petrified. This was the first time they had seen so many stars awakening during an astrology awakening. Not only was there a multi-star astrology awakening, but the number of awakened stars was unimaginable. Could it be? This astrology awakening will awaken a constellation? Whose astrology awakening is this? In the entire Qingyan region, no, in the entire Truxian region, I have never heard of anyone awakening a constellation before. The few perfected persons who were more knowledgeable were so excited that their bodies trembled. Constellation astrology awakening was simply a legend, a myth. At this moment, they were witnessing this legend with their own eyes. As time passed, one star after another became bigger and brighter. There were already countless huge stars in the starry sky. Their radiance was resplendent, and they were connected into a whole. After about 2 hours, the martial sages and perfected persons finally saw the arrangement of the awakened stars in the starry sky, and the general shape of the astrology awakening. The stars that had awakened in the starry sky were connected together to form half of a human face. There was even long hair behind it. Therefore, the final shape should be that of a woman's head. Furthermore, based on the shape, it should be the head of a beautiful woman. Qingyan region, Tianluo sect, on a mountain peak. A white-bearded and white-haired enlightened master looked towards the south, looking at the star pattern in the starry sky. He was extremely shocked and excited. Could this be the legendary Virgo constellation? Just who is it that has awakened such an astrological aspect? In the future, that person will definitely become a world-shaking, heaven-defying character. The white-haired reverend muttered to himself in astonishment. Such a nature-defying character will definitely stir up the entire star continent in the future. Our Qingyan region is a remote place. How can it accommodate such a nature-defying character? The Tianluo sect was one of the 2 oldest sects in the Qingyan region. This white-haired spiritual master was already over 180 years old and had vast knowledge, but he had only just heard of the Virgo constellation. It's actually the Virgo astrological sign that represents holiness. Such a character is rarely seen in the star continent in tens of thousands of years. In the future, he will definitely become a character that defies the natural order, enough to overturn the heavens and change fate. If the people of the Great Yuan dynasty find out about this, he will definitely die. You're lucky that I met you first. Consider yourself lucky. At the same time, somewhere in the Truxian region, a beautiful middle-aged woman was also muttering to herself. Then, she raised her hand and tore the void, disappearing. In the next moment, this middle-aged woman appeared 100 miles away and tore the void again. This was no longer flying, but teleportation. 100 miles in an instant. This speed was truly shocking. A distance of 10,000 miles could be covered in 100 breaths of time. Qingyan region, Spirit Moon Sect, Misty Moon Peak. Wei Qingxian still had a solemn expression. The awakening of the astrological sign was still going on. In the starry sky above her head, more and more stars were awakened. No one could remember exactly how many stars had been awakened. They only knew that it was endless. Finally, the awakening of the stars in the starry sky was nearing its end. It was indeed a woman's head. Moreover, it was the head of a beautiful young girl. Her face was absolutely beautiful, and her long hair was flowing elegantly. At first glance, people would involuntarily feel tranquil and would not have any evil thoughts. Not far away, Taoist Yanyu was already shocked to the point that she was numb. She was knowledgeable and had heard of many astrological signs. However, she had never heard of constellation signs, let alone Virgo constellation signs. Looking at the beautiful young girl's face in the starry sky and her long hair flowing elegantly, Taoist Yanyu could tell that Wei Qingxuan's astrological sign was not inferior to her destiny sign. In the starry sky, the awakening of the astrological sign was completed. The young girl's face and hair emitted a holy light. Then, she fell downwards and disappeared. Everything fell into Wei Qingxuan's body. In between her eyebrows, a starry sky was formed. Her astrological sign was located in the center of the starry sky. It was the head of a beautiful young girl, emitting a holy light, causing her to have a sense of holiness and tranquility. When people looked at it, they would not dare to have any blasphemous thoughts. Following the awakening of the astrological sign, the cluster of starlight in Wei Qingxuan's dantian began to revolve, forming a starlight vortex. The starlight vortex had a powerful suction force. The starlight vortex attracted the power of the stars from all directions and gathered in the starlight vortex, causing the light of the starlight vortex to gradually change from pale green to resplendent. In addition, the starlight vortex was covered with a layer of holy light, causing it to be different from others. This was clearly a change brought about by the astrological sign. Wei Qingxuan's cultivation had broken through to the celestial vortex realm and became a martial sage without experiencing any fortuitous encounters or consuming any medicinal herbs or elixirs. Enlightened Master Yanyu walked towards Wei Qingxian with a face full of surprise. She did not know that Wei Qingxuan's astrological sign had already attracted the attention of all the martial saints and enlightened masters in the Qingyan region. She was only surprised. However, before enlightened Master Yanyu could reach Wei Qingxuan's side, Wei Qingxian felt a wave of sleepiness attack her. Suddenly, a surge of energy gushed out from the depths of her mind, causing her to faint and fall to the ground. Qingxian. Enlightened Master Yanyu was shocked. She had never seen someone who had just broken through the celestial vortex realm and become a martial saint who had fainted. At this moment, images appeared in Wei Qingxuan's mind one after another. The blurry images in the past became clear this time. The figure that gave her a kind and fuzzy feeling was a middle-aged man. He had some stubble and was wearing a green robe with a crown on his head. He looked like a scholar. As soon as she saw the middle-aged scholar, Wei Qingxuan's heart rippled violently, making her feel incomparably close to him and incomparably excited. Even her parents in this life did not have such a strong feeling. Soon the images in her mind changed. The middle-aged scholar disappeared and was replaced by a beautiful young woman. She was holding a baby in her arms and feeding the baby. Under the care of the beautiful young woman, the baby gradually grew up. Soon, the middle-aged scholar's figure appeared again. It turned out that he was the baby's father. The images in his mind changed very quickly. The baby grew into an adult very quickly and turned into a beautiful girl, who was as beautiful as a flower. Wei Qingxian was shocked again. The girl looked exactly like her. She felt that it was her. Could it be her previous life? The middle-aged scholar and his wife cared for their daughter in every possible way. At a young age, they began to teach their daughter to cultivate. She did not know how high the middle-aged scholar's cultivation was. When he made a move, He could turn the world upside down. There were traces of the great way of heaven and earth. Their daughter's talent was also very outstanding. When the conditions were right, success came naturally. As the images in his mind changed, Wei Qingxian always maintained the appearance of a 16 or 17-year-old. After an unknown number of years, she also overturned the world with a single move, rampaging through the world. However, she encountered an enemy who was even more powerful than her and severely injured her. The images in her mind stopped changing. The middle-aged scholar's figure appeared again, and his voice sounded in Wei Qingxuan's mind. Xiana, you and your mother were both injured by Xueli Supreme. I was useless and could only use the reincarnation technique to save one of you. You are the sweetheart of your mother and I used the reincarnation technique to preserve your memories of your previous life. Reincarnate and live a new life. Your memories are in the depths of your mind. When you step into the star vortex realm, you will awaken part of your previous life's memories. In the future, as your cultivation increases, your memories will gradually awaken until they are complete. In this life, I will no longer let you be a flower in a greenhouse. I hope that you can rely on your own efforts to achieve something. Only by walking your own path can you have hope of becoming a supreme in the future. In order to prevent your enemies from noticing you, I will not meet you. You will have to rely on yourself for everything in this life. Your mother is sealed in the extreme frost ice jade by me. I can guarantee that she will not die for the time being. I am unable to save your mother. If there comes a day when you ascend to the position of supremacy, perhaps your mother will be able to see the light of day again if we work together. Xiana, work hard. Father will wait for you. As the voice faded, the middle-aged scholar's figure disappeared from Wei Qingxuan's mind. However, there was a trace of martial arts Dao left behind, which was comprehended and absorbed by Wei Qingxian. Wei Qingxian did not wake up. However, a drop of tear fell from the corner of her eye. Taoist Master Yanue checked Wei Qingxuan's pulse. When she saw that Wei Qingxian was only unconscious, she heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. She is the one who awakened the Virgo astrology? Taoist Master Yinyue's hair instantly stood on end. She had set up a level 3 array on Misty Moon Peak. Anyone who wanted to come up had to get her permission first. However, at this moment, someone actually came up to Misty Moon Peak, and even came up behind her. She did not even notice it until the other party spoke. She only heard the voice but did not feel the person. Then, how terrifying was the person who came up. Taoist Master Yinyue turned around instantly, and saw a beautiful middle-aged woman looking at the unconscious Wei Qingxian with a smile. Who are you? Taoist Master Yinyue shouted as if she was facing a great enemy. Brothers, today's monthly votes are too pitiful. As long as you subscribe to the Archer God, you will have a guaranteed monthly vote. 1 vote per person, which is a total of a few thousand votes. Why did you only cast 30 votes today? Brothers, please check the voting warehouse. Don't waste the monthly votes. Please vote for the Archer God, thank you. Chapter 189. The middle-aged woman shook her head and pointed at Wei Qingxian. Who I am is not important. What's important is her. Do you know how big of a commotion she caused? Taoist Master Yanyu was surprised. Because she was near Wei Qingxian, it was normal for her to see Wei Qingxuan's astral projection. She did not expect others to see it as well. She did not expect all the martial saints and Taoist masters in the Qingyan region to see it. If it was a more powerful warrior, they would be able to sense it even if they were further away. For example, this middle-aged woman. Taoist Master Yanyu asked subconsciously, how big of a commotion? The middle-aged woman said, I was just passing by the true Xian region. I sensed it and rushed over. Other warriors may not be able to sense it from such a distance, but the Star Marquis and Taoist masters within a radius of 10,000 miles should have sensed it. Taoist Master Yanyu's face changed. With such a big commotion, she could not hide Wei Qingxian. With Wei Qingxuan's talent, not only would she suffer a great calamity, even the Spirit Moon sect would be in trouble. Not only that, the Truxian region was extremely vast. It had a circumference of nearly 1,000,000 miles. This middle-aged woman had passed through the Truxian region. It was unknown how far she was from the Spirit Moon sect. In the short period of time that Wei Qingxuan's astral soul had awakened, she had actually rushed to the Spirit Moon sect. The middle-aged woman saw the change in Taoist Master Yan Yu's face. You also know that it is a fool's dream for a mere 2-star Taoist master like you to protect her. If she stays here, not to mention you, even your sect will disappear. Give her to me. I will nurture her into a talent. As she spoke, the middle-aged woman took out a pill and handed it to Taoist Master Yan Yu. This is a Qiankuan fortune pill. It can extend your life by 60 years and let your bones return to their golden age. You can continue to cultivate. This is my thanks to you. Taoist Master Yan Yu could not see the middle-aged woman's cultivation. Moreover, she was sure that she was at least a martial saint, or even a king. The other party was giving her face by persuading her nicely. If he directly snatched Wei Qingxian away, there was nothing she could do. What's more, every word he said was true. As long as Wei Qingxuan's talent was known, not even the Spirit Moon sect would be able to protect her. In fact, it would bring disaster to the Spirit Moon sect. This beautiful middle-aged woman's cultivation was terrifyingly high, but she didn't try to snatch it by force. It could be seen that she didn't mean any harm to Wei Qingxian. Perhaps only someone as powerful as her could be Wei Qingxuan's backer. Reverend Yan Yu had no reason to refuse. Moreover, if she gave up Wei Qingxian, she would be able to obtain a Qiankuan fortune pill. She had never heard of this pill before. However, just the two effects of extending one's life by 60 years and restoring one's foundation to its golden age were enough to prove that this Qiankuan fortune pill was definitely an exceptional pill. Perhaps it wasn't just a spirit pill. It was very likely to be a profound pill. It was definitely a priceless treasure that could only be found by chance. Sage Yan Yu pondered for a moment, before accepting the Qiankuan fortune elixir. She asked, "How should I address you, senior?" Lan Qingking. The beautiful middle-aged woman held Wei Qingxian in her arms and uttered word by word. Reverend Yan Yu's shoulders trembled as her heart surged. King Lan Qing. The beautiful middle-aged woman was actually a king. She had never even seen a venerable one before, but today she saw a king. She was so excited that she couldn't speak. King Lan Qing glanced at Reverend Yan Yu. "How many people know her name?" Reverend Yan Yu replied. "I'm the only one in the sect who knows." King Lan Qing nodded. "I'll tell everyone that I've already taken her away. However, if anyone still comes to investigate, don't tell them her real name. Also, I'll give you a piece of advice. If someone from the Great Yuan dynasty comes to investigate, you'd better run as far as you can. For them, destroying a small sect is as easy as stepping on an ant." With that, King Lan Qing waved her hand. The void in front of her tore open. She stepped in and disappeared. In the next instant, King Lan Qing appeared outside the Spirit Moon sect. With a wave of her hand, she grabbed a mountain peak that was several hundred meters tall and threw it into the distance with a deafening explosion. Many martial artists of the Spirit Moon sect were dumbfounded by King Lan Qing's actions. Moving a mountain with a wave of her hand. What kind of strength was this? King Lan Qing stood in the air and drew a few lines on the ground where she had moved the mountain peak. Soon, a line of large words appeared. King Lan Qing is taking away the Virgo constellation prodigy. Every word was several meters deep into the ground and emitted a terrifying aura. Even the martial artists of the Spirit Moon sect, who were watching from afar, felt a threatening aura. From this, it could be seen that they could only look at these words from afar. They couldn't even get close. After King Lan Qing drew these words, she tore open the void again and disappeared with Wei Qingxian. Azure Cloud Mountain Range. Yixing hadn't become a martial sage yet. Naturally, he hadn't since Wei Qingxuan's awakening. After some questioning, he learned that young Master Jin Shan, who he had killed in Eastern Mountain City, was the grandson of the Dongfu sect's sect master. As for him, he had been blacklisted by the Dongfu sect. Yixing finally understood why these 7 people knew him. They were all outer sect disciples of the Dongfu sect. They had already sent out a distress signal. The experts near the Dongfu sect would definitely come to their rescue. Once the news reached the sect, they would even send martial sage experts. Yi Xing felt that he couldn't stay here any longer. His invincible golden body had been cultivated to perfection, and his star essence conversion was close to 50%. The only thing he lacked was the second-grade array, the coiling snake array. He was still a little short, but the array didn't necessarily need to be cultivated in the Kunyan Mountain Range. Therefore, Yi Xing decided to leave the Kunyan Mountain Range and move to the depths of the Green Cloud Mountain Range. He wanted to see if he could find an opportunity to become a martial sage. The herbs that could help a martial artist become a martial sage were at least spiritual herbs. It was extremely difficult to find a spiritual herb in the Kunyan Mountain Range. Moreover, not all spiritual herbs could help a martial artist become a martial sage. Therefore, he could only try his luck in the depths of the Green Cloud Mountain Range. Yi Xing soon met up with Chu Jingyue and Lao He. They rode Lao He and went deeper into the Green Cloud Mountain Range. With their strength, they were not afraid of second-grade demonic beasts, which were equivalent to beginner martial sages. Lao He flew nearly 1,000 miles into the depths of the Green Cloud Mountain Range. Then he was attacked. A winged flying snake, which was equivalent to a second-grade martial sage, soared into the sky and rushed toward Lao He. When it was a few hundred meters away from Lao He, it spat out a mouthful of poisonous water like an arrow. Lao He flapped his wings, creating gusts of wind. The wind blades were like knives splitting the poisonous water arrow. Lao He quickly fell to the ground. While flying in the air, he divided his demonic power to protect Yi Xing and Chu Jingyue from the gale. Otherwise, the two of them would fall, and it would be difficult for them to fight the winged flying snake. Yi Xing took out his spiritual inscription bow in the air and shot an arrow. At this time, Yi Xing's star essence had been converted to nearly 50%. The stacked arrow technique had reached 15 stacks. The bow was also a spiritual weapon. The power of the arrow was much stronger than when he had killed a one-star martial sage. Even the winged flying snake, which was equivalent to a 2-star martial sage, showed fear in the face of Yi Xing's arrow. It swayed its body in the air and swept its huge tail, colliding with the arrow. Sparks flew. The arrow was whipped into the distance by the snake's tail. However, the scales of the snake's tail were damaged, and some blood flowed out. To the winged flying snake, this was not much of an injury. However, it was still injured, especially by a half-step martial sage. It was immediately enraged. It let out a long, ear-piercing hiss and continued to pounce. When they were about 100 meters away from the ground, Yi Xing pulled Chu Jingyue and jumped down from Lao He's back. Lao He had no more worries. He flapped his wings and rushed toward the winged flying snake. The snake and the eagle suddenly fought in the air. Yi Xing performed the wild goose cloud flight and landed safely with Chu Jingyue. After that, he immediately took out an arrow and put it on the bow. The strength of the double-winged flying snake was inferior to that of Blackie. It was only equivalent to an ordinary 2-star martial sage. However, it was poisonous and Blackie was wary of it. Therefore, the two of them were almost evenly matched. If Yi Xing fought the winged flying snake alone, he would not be its opponent at all. However, shooting an arrow at this time could play a decisive role. Whoosh! Just as the winged flying snake and Lao He were fighting fiercely, Yi Xing suddenly shot an arrow. With Yi Xing's eyesight, this arrow was naturally not wrong. It accurately shot into one of the winged flying snake's wings. The winged flying snake's wings were damaged, and it had problems flying. It could not dodge in time and was viciously scratched by Lao He's claws. The snake's scales splashed and blood dripped. The winged flying snake was injured and did not dare to fight again. It immediately fled into the distance. Lao He wanted to chase after it, but Yi Xing called it back with a long whistle. This was the territory of second-level demonic beasts. It was not good to be too ostentatious. If he chased after the winged flying snake, it might attract other powerful demonic beasts. Therefore, it was better to chase it away. Near the winged flying snake's nest, Yi Xing obtained several spiritual herbs. Although these spiritual herbs had nothing to do with breaking through to the celestial vortex realm, as spiritual herbs, they were extremely precious. They could be refined into spiritual pills to improve the cultivation speed of the celestial vortex realm, or detoxification spiritual pills. In the territory of second-level demonic beasts, Yixing did not dare to fly freely in the air with Lao He. Being attacked by the winged flying snake was a lesson. If the winged flying snake was equivalent to a 3-star martial sage, then Yixing's side would be at a disadvantage. The efficiency of searching for spiritual herbs on the ground was extremely low. After a day, except for a few spiritual herbs in the winged flying snake's nest, there was no other harvest. Early in the morning, Yixing and the others found a place to spend the night. It was a natural cave. As usual, Lao He guarded outside. Yixing and Chu Jinghua cultivated inside. Chu Jinghua cultivated the all-water art and continued to transform her star essence, while Yixing learned the snake coiling array. As long as he mastered the snake coiling array, he could use the array to hunt all second-level demonic beasts, which were equivalent to a first-level martial sage. After this day, Yixing's snake coiling array was 99% complete. In order to complete it in one go, Yixing did not go out to look for spiritual herbs the next day. At noon, Yixing finally mastered the snake coiling array and set it up successfully. Yixing was overjoyed. A plan to hunt demonic beasts and look for spiritual herbs formed in his mind. However, before he could carry out this plan, he suddenly felt a fluctuation of star force in the distance, which made him change his mind. Yixing looked into the distance and saw a star force light column shooting into the sky from the direction of the Kunyan mountain range. He did not know what had happened. Roll over and ask for 10 monthly votes for the archer god. 10 votes, do you have it? Chapter 190. Yixing had never felt such a strong fluctuation of star force before. The distance between him and the star force light beam was at least 250 kilometers. Even so, he could clearly feel the fluctuation of star force coming from the star force light beam. It could be seen that the star force contained in the star force light beam was really shocking. Even though Chu Jinghua's eyesight was not as good as Yixing's, there was basically no difference between their eyesight at such a long distance. Chu Jinghua also saw the star force light beam in the distance and felt the fluctuation of star force. Then what's going on? Chu Jinghua asked in surprise. Yixing shook his head. I don't know. Let's go and have a look. The star force light beam did not last long. After about 10 breaths, it rushed into the sky and disappeared without a trace. But the two had already memorized the approximate location of the star force light beam. They got on Lao He and flew there. At the same time, with the star force light beam as the center, warriors and demonic beasts within a radius of nearly 500 kilometers all saw the star force light beam soaring into the sky and felt the fluctuation of star force. Some powerful martial artist teams, as well as some powerful demonic beasts, were all rushing over there. Lao He was obviously the fastest. Eagles were one of the fastest birds, not to mention the black-feathered eagle, which was equivalent to a beginner martial sage. At this moment, Yixing naturally urged Lao He to fly as fast as possible. It only took them a little more than 15 minutes to reach the destination. The place where the star force light beam was located was very easy to find because the ground there had cracked, creating a canyon that was 100 meters long. Moreover, many high-level ferocious beasts were fighting to the death around the canyon. These ferocious beasts were obviously nearby and had come here first. For some reason, they were fighting to the death. Moreover, Yixing could see that there were more ferocious beasts in the distance coming this way. As for the warriors, Yixing's distance was limited, so he had not found them yet. My God, what's the reason for these ferocious beasts to fight to the death? Chu Jinghua also saw the scene beside the canyon and exclaimed. Beside the canyon, there were a few corpses of ferocious beasts. Most of the ferocious beasts had retreated after being defeated. There were still a few ferocious beasts that were still fighting. They were the strongest of the high-level ferocious beasts. Yixing sensed another wave of astral power, which originated from the cracked canyon. The reason lies in that canyon. Let's go and take a look. Yixing pointed at the canyon, and had Blackie fly directly above it. When Yixing looked into the depths of the canyon, he immediately became spirited. This canyon was over 100 meters deep. There was not enough light below, so ordinary martial artists would not be able to see clearly. However, with Yi Xing's eyesight, he was able to see clearly. The bottom of the canyon was densely packed with star crystals. In the middle of the valley, there was a pool of milky white liquid. The source of the astral power fluctuations was this pool of milky white liquid. At the bottom of the canyon, there's a star crystal lode. It's a newly formed star crystal lode. In the center of the canyon, there's a pool of star crystal spiritual milk. Yi Xing looked excited and his voice was full of excitement. Star crystal lode? Star crystal spiritual milk? Chu Jinghua suddenly became excited and said excitedly, "We've found a star crystal lode. If we tell the sect about it, we'll get 10,000 contribution points. The star crystal spiritual milk is the purest star power. It's enough for our cultivation to break through the star vortex realm and become a martial sage." No wonder they were so excited. Their first purpose of coming out was to find the opportunity to become a martial sage. Now they had found the opportunity and it was right in front of them. Moreover, it came with a star crystal lode, which was worth 10,000 contribution points. It was more than 100 times more valuable than any sect mission. They immediately understood why the ominous beasts were fighting to the death here. The star crystal lode was not attractive to the ominous beasts, but the star crystal spiritual milk was enough to make a high-level ominous beast break through to become a second-level ominous beast. It was like making an ordinary martial artist break through to become a martial sage. This attraction was too strong. Yi Xing let Blackie land. As soon as they landed, he and Chu Jinghua jumped off Blackie's back. Several high-level ominous beast overlords who were fighting stopped fighting when they felt the aura of a second-level ominous beast. They looked fearful. However, the star crystal spiritual milk determined whether they could become second-level ominous beasts or not. Therefore, even though they were afraid of Blackie, they did not retreat but growled in a low voice. Yi Xing waved his hand and Blackie pounced on the high-level ominous beast overlords. He and Chu Jinghua had to get the star crystal spiritual milk. They could not let these ominous beasts have a share. High-level ominous beast overlords were still first-level ominous beasts. However, Blackie was a second-level ominous beast. These high-level ominous beast overlords were no match for it, and were quickly killed by Blackie. Yi Xing looked into the distance and looked around. Some of the ominous beasts who rushed over saw that Blackie had killed several high-level ominous beast overlords and retreated far away. They did not dare to come over. Although the temptation of becoming a second-level ominous beast was great and worth risking their lives for, the ominous beasts did not dare to rush up when they knew they would die. "Senior brother Yi, let's go down together and absorb the star crystal spiritual milk to break through the star vortex and become a martial sage," Chu Jinghua said excitedly. Standing at the edge of the canyon, she also saw the star crystal spiritual milk at the bottom of the canyon. Yi Xing waved his hand and said, "The starlight beam just now must have attracted many powerful warriors and ominous beasts. These high-level ominous beasts are just nearby ominous beasts. There may be more martial sages and second-level ominous beasts coming here. We must guard this opportunity. You go down and cultivate first. After you break through to the martial sage realm, you can go back with Blackie and report the news to the sect. I will first set up a formation around the canyon above. Once the formation is completed, I can cultivate in peace without any worries." Chu Jinghua looked surprised. When faced with the opportunity to become a martial sage, most people would only focus on cultivating first. At this time, there were very few people who were as calm as Yi Xing. Chu Jinghua frowned and said, "What if the star crystal spiritual milk is not enough for you to break through the star vortex after I absorb it? What should we do?" Yi Xing smiled and said, "You can rest assured. The star crystal spiritual milk inside is enough for both of us to break through to the star vortex realm. You go down. Not only do we have to guard the star crystal spiritual milk, but we can't let the people of the Dongfu sect know that there is a star crystal lode below. Otherwise, the Dongfu sect is closer to here. Once the enlightened masters of the Dongfu sect arrive here first, the lode will be taken over by the Dongfu sect. A star crystal lode could yield at least 100,000 star crystals, or even millions of star crystals. Star crystals were indispensable for warriors to restore their star power, array masters to set up arrays, and array masters to maintain arrays. To a sect, a star crystal lode was an extremely important resource for war preparations. Although this star crystal lode was located in the Kuanyin mountain range, which was closer to the Dongfu sect than to the Yixing, must try his best to keep the lode in the hands of the falling star sect since he had discovered it first. There was only one way to keep the lode in the hands of them, that was to delay the news of the star crystal lode from the Dongfu sect. If the Dongfu sect did not know that a star crystal lode had appeared in the Kuanyin mountain range, and the formation masters of the falling star sect had already set up layers of formations around the lode, then it was obvious that the Dongfu sect would not be able to take the lode away. If the falling star sect had not taken control of the lode, the Dongfu sect would know about it, and the two sects would compete. This place was closer to the Dongfu sect, so the falling star sect would not be able to fight for a long time. The Dongfu sect would have a great advantage. Therefore, what Yixing had to do was to block the news. He had to set up the snake coiling formation around the star crystal lode. As long as the Dongfu sect's warriors came, he would kill them one by one. If two came, he would kill them both to ensure that the news would not spread. As for Chu Jingyue, as long as her cultivation broke through to the star vortex realm, she would be responsible for sending the news back to the sect. As for her directly returning to the sect with Old Black, it was not advisable. Although this would allow the sect to receive the news faster, Yixing did not set up the formation. Once the demonic beasts or warriors disturbed him, he would not be able to continue. Therefore, when he was setting up the formation, Old Black had to protect him. At this time, Chu Jingyue could absorb the star crystal spiritual milk and break through the star vortex realm. After hearing Yixing's explanation, Chu Jingyue did not say anything more and went down the canyon. What she needed to do now was to break through to the star vortex realm as soon as possible and then return to the sect. Yixing asked Old Black to protect him. Any demonic beasts or warriors who came close to the canyon would be killed without mercy. Yixing himself was around the canyon, inscribing formation patterns and setting up the snake coiling formation. Although Yixing's cultivation was only at the half-step martial sage realm, the spiritual martial arts inheritance he practiced was the pure vitality technique. The strength of his celestial essence was extremely high and was not inferior to that of a one-star martial sage. It was enough for him to set up an ordinary snake coiling formation. However, in terms of the amount of celestial essence, he was far inferior to a one-star martial sage. But it did not matter. If his celestial essence was insufficient, he could recover it with star crystals. Yixing still had some low-grade star crystals that Gu Tianshang had given him. Moreover, there was a star crystal lode below the canyon. Yixing could dig up a large pile of star crystals at any time. By constantly recovering his celestial essence with star crystals, Yixing could set up a large-scale snake coiling formation. Moreover, Yixing used the materials available and placed star crystals to inscribe the formation patterns. As long as the formation was completed, there would be an endless supply of energy. The canyon was more than 100 meters long and dozens of meters wide. If Yixing wanted to set up a snake coiling formation that covered the entire canyon, it would be much more difficult than setting up a small model of the snake coiling formation. Before he could even complete 1/10 of the formation, a level 2 demonic beast, Storm Leopard, which was equivalent to a one-star martial sage, came here and rushed directly toward the canyon. Fortunately, Lao He was there to protect him. He rushed up and blocked the attack, so it didn't affect Yixing's formation. The star crystal spiritual essence could not only help a warrior to become a martial saint or a grade 1 demonic beast to advance to a grade 2 demonic beast, but it could also increase the cultivation of a martial saint or a grade 2 demonic beast. Therefore, the storm leopard had fought with its life on the line, and was killed by Lao He in the end. When Yixing's coiling snake formation was about 30% complete, a new problem came. This time, it was a group of 5 martial sages that had come. The following is free. Ever since that day, he had felt a stabbing pain at the lower right side of his sternum, and it had been a dull pain for the next few days. Sweat. Thinking of the sudden death of a few web authors, I felt a little scared. Thinking back to the past 2 years, I hadn't gone to the hospital for a checkup, and because I didn't exercise while writing, my update rate had always exceeded that of the masses. My body had always been in a state of fatigue. I couldn't have contracted a serious illness this time, could I? What if I got sick? Would I still have time to finish writing The Archer God? Today, I quickly went to the hospital for a checkup. Fortunately, the doctor said that it was just an inflammation of the gallbladder, nothing serious. It wasn't liver cancer like I was worried about. Thank God. This kind of mentality is really hard to describe. Brothers, please don't laugh at me. I was really worried. But now I feel relieved. I definitely have time to finish writing The Archer God. Hee, our Archer God Yi is about to become a martial sage. Brothers, please support me with a guaranteed monthly vote. Chapter 191. The 5 of them were inner disciples of the Dongfu sect. 2 of them were 2-star martial sages and 3 were 1-star martial sages. They rode on 5 green wind eagles. These 5 were the inner disciples that the 7 outer disciples of the Dongfu sect wanted to find to kill Yixing. Among the 2 2-star martial sages, the man was Zichuanyu and the woman was Yishi. Zichuanyu was famous in the inner disciples of the Dongfu sect, because he had the ability to challenge those of a higher level. He was not only invincible among the 2-star martial sages, but he could even fight against a 3-star martial sage. Senior brother Yu, there is a canyon ahead. This should be where the star power light pillar is. Senior sister Kong, there is a black-feathered eagle and a half-step martial sage ahead. The team was led by Zichuanyu and Ishi. The 1-star martial sages reported the situation to the 2 of them. However, they did not need to report. Zichuanyu and Ishi could tell at a glance. They were still 1,000 meters away from the canyon when Blackie flew into the sky and blocked their way. In the distance, Yixing stopped inscribing runes. The 5 martial sages arrived at the same time. 2 of them were 2-star martial sages. Yixing knew that Blackie alone could not stop them. Yixing raised his hand. The spiritual inscription bow and the green sandalwood arrow appeared in his hands. He fixed his eyes on Zichuanyu and the other 4. Yixing had heard the conversation between the 7 outer disciples of the Dongfu sect that he had killed. Therefore, when he saw the 5 martial saints, he immediately guessed their identities. Friend, is this your black-feathered eagle? When Zichuanyu saw the black-feathered eagle blocking their way, he looked down at Yixing in the distance and asked. He and the other 4 martial sages were surprised. Even they did not have a martial sage-level flying mount. They were riding on level 1 demonic beasts, the green wind eagles. However, Yixing was only a half-step martial sage. If the black-feathered eagle was his mount, it would be too shocking. Are you the inner disciples of the Dongfu sect? Yixing did not answer Zichuanyu's question. He said coldly, You are Zichuanyu. She is Ishi? As he spoke, Yixing glanced at Ishi. This was a woman with a very voluptuous chest. Seeing Yixing's gaze sweep over, Ishi puffed out her ample bosom and said, Little handsome, your tone is not right. How dare you speak to me and senior brother you like that? Where are you from? These 5 people had been out training for several months and had yet to return to the sect, so they did not know Yixing. Yixing sneered. I'm a dog slaughterer who specializes in killing Dongfu dogs. Ishi's face darkened. Are you a Luoxing? Zichuanyu and the rest were filled with murderous intent. Yixing was only a half-step martial sage. It was strange for him to be with a martial saint-level black-feathered eagle. Zichuanyu and the others thought that he was a disciple of the Blood Spectre sect, so they asked him a few questions. This was because the Blood Spectre sect's Blood Spectre I could easily tame demonic beasts. The Blood Spectre sect was famous in the Green Cloud region for taming demonic beasts. They were the strongest of the 6 sects in the Green Cloud region. The Dongfu sect and the Blood Spectre sect were allies. Now that they knew that the other party was not a disciple of the Blood Spectre sect, but a disciple of their enemy, the Zichuanyu and the others were filled with murderous intent. Kill the black-feathered eagle first, then kill that little bastard. Zichuanyu shouted as he took out a spiritual weapon. He rode the green wind eagle and charged toward Lao He. The black-feathered eagle was very fast. Zichuanyu knew that if the black-feathered eagle carried the other party away, the 5 of them would not be able to catch up. As long as they killed the black-feathered eagle, the other party was only a half-step martial sage. With the green-winged eagle chasing after them, the other party would die. Therefore, killing the black-feathered eagle first would cut off the other party's path of survival. The other 4 martial sages also controlled the green-winged eagle and charged toward Lao He. Lao He also let out a sharp cry as the feathers on his neck stood up. He flapped his wings and stirred up a fierce wind as he charged toward the 5 martial sages. Lao He was stronger than a 2-star martial sage. The strongest of the 5 martial sages was only a 2-star martial sage. He was not afraid at all. At this moment, Yixing had already knocked an arrow on his bow and aimed at a 1-star martial sage. A 1-star martial sage who rode the green-winged eagle in the sky was a live target for Yixing whoosh. The green sandalwood arrow left the bow and flashed like a flowing light, making a sound as it pierced through the air. However, the arrow left the bow faster than the sound. Before the 1-star martial sage could hear the sound of the arrow piercing through the air, the green sandalwood arrow had already shot toward him. In an instant, the 1-star martial sage's expression turned into one of shock. At the same time, the other 4 martial sages were also shocked. Obviously, they did not expect Yixing's arrow to be so fast. Obviously, they had underestimated Yixing. At this moment, the other 4 martial sages had already launched their attacks toward Lao He. The 1-star martial sage who was attacked by the arrow was also about to attack Lao He. He could not resist the arrow that suddenly shot toward him. In a hurry, the 1-star martial sage could only circulate his celestial essence to form a defensive layer in front of the arrow. The defensive layer formed by the martial sage's celestial essence was almost like an iron wall for cultivators below the martial sage realm. It was basically impossible to break through. However, the result was far beyond the 1-star martial sage's expectations. Puff! The arrow easily penetrated his celestial essence defense. Then, without slowing down, it shot forward and pierced his throat. An arrow pierced the throat and killed him in one blow. The 1-star martial sage died in an instant. He fell off the back of the green-winged eagle and fell to the ground. The green-winged eagle was also shocked by Yixing's arrow. It let out a scream of fear and immediately turned around to flee. At this moment, Lao He and the other 4 martial sages clashed. The terrifying power immediately sent him flying more than 100 meters. Countless feathers fell from the void and many bloodstains appeared on his claws. Obviously, the joint attack of the 4 martial sages was extremely powerful. Lao He could not resist it. In the first round he was repelled and injured. However, compared to the 5 martial sages, one of them had died. It was obvious that Yixing's side had the upper hand. "You guys kill this beast. I'll go kill that little bastard." Zichuanyu shouted angrily. The murderous intent in his eyes was even stronger. After witnessing Yixing's archery skills, he knew that he could not allow Yixing to shoot arrows from a distance. Otherwise, the other 2 1-star martial sages would definitely be killed. Moreover, even if he and Ishii Kong were to fight with the black-feathered eagle, Yixing's sudden arrow would be impossible to guard against. The black-feathered eagle let out a scream and flapped its wings. It wanted to stop Zichuanyu. However, Ishii Kong and the other 2 1-star martial sages immediately attacked, and the black-feathered eagle was unable to defend itself. Originally, the black-feathered eagle's strength was not much stronger than Ishii Kong. With the help of the 2 1-star martial sages, the strength of the 2 sides was already on par. Now the black-feathered eagle was injured and could not fully display its strength. Under the attacks of Ishii Kong and the other 2, it was naturally at a disadvantage and could not take care of Yixing's swoosh. 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 When Yixing saw Zichuanyu rushing over, he took out 3 arrows at the same time. One arrow after another, 3 arrows were shot consecutively. Clang. 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 However, Zichuanyu's strength was not to be underestimated. With 3 consecutive slashes, 3 flaming saber radiances were shot out, and the 3 arrows were sent flying. The green-winged eagle carried Zichuanyu and rushed toward Yixing like an arrow. In a few breaths' time, they would be in front of Yixing obviously. Yixing's archery skills could not threaten Zichuanyu's strength. However, Yixing was not afraid at all. In the next moment, Yixing took out 3 more arrows. In a flash, the 3 arrows were placed on the bowstring and shot out at the same time. Whoosh! 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 3 arrows were shot at the same time. The 3 arrows were shot out at the same time. They were shot in different directions and drew 3 distorted trajectories in the void. This time, it was not the wave-stacking arrow technique, but the spinning arrow technique. The spinning arrow technique was only a middle-grade martial skill. In terms of lethality, it was thousands of miles away from the wave-stacking arrow technique. However, it had its own special uses. Yixing did not intend to kill the enemy with these 3 arrows. Instead, he had another purpose. Just as Yixing had expected, Zichuanyu had already slashed his saber at him. The flaming saber radiance shot out for dozens of feet, but did not touch any of the arrows. The arrows' trajectories were distorted and Zichuanyu was shocked. For a moment, he could not catch the trajectories of the 3 arrows. However, Zichuanyu was after all a powerful person. The shock only lasted for a moment before he regained his composure. The spiritual weapon in his hand, along with the flaming saber radiance, was slashed out continuously. Clang! Clang! In such a short period of time, he was able to see through the trajectories of 2 more arrows. With 2 crisp sounds, the 2 arrows were instantly sent flying. However, Yixing had shot a total of 3 arrows. Although Zichuanyu had blocked 2 of them, he had made a mistake and the flaming saber radiance hit empty air. In an instant, Zichuanyu circulated his celestial essence and covered his body with a layer of celestial essence defense. He could see that the power contained in Yixing's 3 arrows was much weaker than the previous arrows. It was impossible for them to penetrate his celestial essence defense. However, Zichuanyu did not expect that the arrow that was not blocked did not hit his body. Instead, it spun in the air and instantly hit the heart of the blue-winged eagle below him. The blue-winged eagle let out a mournful cry and suddenly fell from the sky dead. At this time, the blue-winged eagle was still nearly 200 meters in the air. At such a height, a half-step martial sage would fall to his death even if he had a movement skill. However, Zichuanyu was not a half-step martial sage, but a 2-star martial sage. He circulated his celestial essence and instantly condensed a pair of celestial essence wings on his back, slowing down the speed of his fall. Martial sages could use celestial essence to form wings and glide. Although the celestial essence wings were not strong and could not glide too far, they would not die from a height of 200 to 300 meters. Zichuanyu was furious that his mount had been killed by a half-step martial sage in a head-on battle. His eyes were almost burning with flames. "Thief! I will tear you into pieces!" Zichuanyu let out a roar that shook the sky. Holding the spiritual weapon with both hands, with a terrifying flaming saber radiance, he slashed down at Yixing from above. Chapter 192. Wild Goose Cloud Sword. Yixing dared not touch Zichuanyu's flaming saber radiance. He activated his lightness skill to the maximum and merged it with the wind to retreat. Yixing's Qinggong of the transcendent state was already extremely fast. Coupled with the addition of the wind, Yixing's speed reached a terrifying level in an instant. The flaming saber radiance missed and created a 10-meter-long crack on the ground. The ground was charred black. Zichuanyu was surprised that Yixing was able to dodge his attack. However, he snorted coldly in his heart. In his opinion, Yixing's light body technique was indeed extraordinary. Perhaps he could dodge 1 or 2 of his attacks, but the speed of his attacks had to be faster than the speed of his opponent's dodging. It could be done once, but not thrice. He did not think that Yixing could dodge 3 attacks from him. "I'll chop your head off in 3 attacks." Zichuanyu held the spiritual weapon saber with both hands and shouted angrily. He rushed toward Yixing. However, Yixing, who was not far away, did not dodge at all. Instead, he looked at Zichuanyu with disdain. At this moment, the void around Zichuanyu twisted. Suddenly, several astral snakes appeared and pounced on Zichuanyu at the same time. It was a level 2 array, the coiling snake array. Yixing knew that he was no match for Zichuanyu. As he dodged, he took out the coiling snake array disc that Gu Tianshang had given him. Although it was an ordinary level 2 array disc, it was enough to kill a beginner martial sage. The sudden appearance of the Star Force snakes was beyond Zichuanyu's expectation. He was shocked. The spiritual weapon saber in his hand slashed out a flaming saber screen, and slashed in all directions. Bang! 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 A series of explosions sounded. The Star Force snakes were not cut by Zichuanyu's flaming saber radiance. Instead, Zichuanyu was pushed back by the counterforce. A level 2 array disc? Zichuanyu was shocked and shocked. He had never imagined that Yi Xing, a half-step martial sage, would have a rank 2 array disc. This item was extremely rare, and even the inner disciples of the Dongfu sect would find it difficult to obtain it. Formation discs were the weakest formations of the same level. An ordinary grade 2 snake coiling formation disc could not kill a 3-star martial saint, but it was more than enough to kill a 1-star or 2-star martial saint. Although Zichuanyu's strength was comparable to a 3-star martial saint's, he was still inferior to a 3-star martial saint in a life-and-death battle. Therefore, Zichuanyu was at a disadvantage in the coiling snake array activated by the array disc, and was repelled by the star power serpent. However, Zichuanyu's strength was comparable to a 3-star martial saint. It would not be easy for the coiling snake array to kill him. Seeing that Zichuanyu was blocked by the coiling snake formation, the corners of Yi Xing's mouth curled up. He knocked an arrow on his bow and pointed it at a 1-star martial saint, who was fighting fiercely with Lao He in the distance. Stop! In the coiling snake array, Zichuanyu shouted angrily, "If you dare to harm my Dongfu sect's disciple again, I will make you beg for death." Zichuanyu knew that with the archery skills Yi Xing had just displayed, it would not be difficult for him to kill a 1-star martial saint. Yi Xing glanced at Zichuanyu and said, "Don't worry, it will be your turn later." Then with a whoosh, the arrow left the bowstring. The 15-stacked forces blue sandalwood arrow was extremely powerful. Even a 2-star martial saint would be severely injured if he was not killed by it. Clang, the result was obvious. The arrow shook off the weapon in the 1-star martial saint's hand and shot into his chest. Because of the weapon's obstruction, the arrow did not hit any vital parts. However, the arrow piercing through the chest was still a serious injury. How sharp were the eagle's eyes! Seeing that the 1-star martial saint was injured, Lao He attacked him with his claws. The injured 1-star martial saint almost fell off the back of the blue-winged eagle after being hit by the arrow. How could he resist Lao He's claws? His head was instantly scratched open and he died. As he killed the 1-star martial saint with one claw, Lao He was also attacked by Yi Shi and another 1-star martial saint. The demonic beast's body was huge, and its vitality was tenacious. Lao He was only slightly injured after being attacked by the two. Lao He was at a disadvantage when fighting 1 against 3. Now that he had killed a 1-star martial saint, the pressure on him was greatly reduced, and he was about to turn the tables. At this time, Yi Xing took out a blue sandalwood arrow from afar. He knocked the arrow on his bow and aimed at the only 1-star martial saint alive. "Bastard, you are courting death. I will break your bones inch by inch and let you die a horrible death." In the coiling snake formation, Zichuanyu saw that another junior martial brother was killed by Yi Xing. He roared furiously and waved his spiritual weapon, attacking the star power snakes crazily. Unfortunately, although it was difficult for the coiling snake formation to kill him, he was far from being able to break the coiling snake formation. No matter how hard he tried, he was repelled by the star power snakes and could not escape. Whoosh! The arrow pierced through the air with a loud sound. The only 1-star martial saint alive was suppressed by Lao He's counterattack, and could not escape from Yi Xing's arrow. He was shot in the heart by Yi Xing and died instantly. 3 1-star martial saints died one after another. Zichuanyu was trapped in the coiling snake formation, and Yi Shi was scared out of her wits. She did not dare to fight with Lao He, and controlled the blue-winged eagle to escape. The blue-winged eagle's speed was much slower than Lao He's. Lao He flapped his wings and chased after Zichuanyu. Yi Shi was shocked. She jumped down from the blue-winged eagle and survived. However, the blue-winged eagle was caught by Lao He's claw. Lao Hei's other claw followed and the eagle's beak pecked down. The blue wind eagle was killed by Lao Hei's storm-like attack. A pair of celestial essence wings appeared on Yishi's back. After landing on the ground, she didn't try to escape. Instead, she rushed towards Yixing. As she flew, Yishi tore her clothes. Her plump breasts suddenly popped out and jiggled. "Young master, please spare my life." Yishi almost tore off all her clothes. As she tore, she shouted, "Don't kill me. I'll give you everything. My skills are superb. I'll definitely serve you well. Don't kill me." "Yishi, you bitch, how dare you beg for mercy from this bastard?" Zichuanyu, who was in the coiling snake formation, was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He was one of Yishi's gigolos. Yixing's eyes narrowed. He did not see Yishi's naked body. Instead, he saw the figures of Wan Xingliang, Lu Chen, and Yang Yun, his 3 dead comrades. Yixing was unmoved by Yishi's begging. With a whoosh, the arrow in his hand burst out. At the same time, Lao Hei in the air also threw the blue wind eagle's body and swooped down from the sky. He grabbed Yishi's head with his sharp claws. For Lao Hei, no matter how naked Yishi was, she was not attractive at all. If Yishi resisted with all her strength, she might be able to hold on for a few breaths under the joint attack of Yixing and Lao Hei. But now she took off her clothes and ran naked. How could she resist the joint attack of Yixing and Lao Hei? She died in an instant. "Ah!" Zichuanyu roared. Although he was angry that Yishi had begged for mercy, he was even more furious that Yishi was killed. Under such circumstances, Zichuanyu's potential was stimulated. He was able to exert almost 120% of his strength. There was a faint sign that he was going to break the coiling snake formation. "It's your turn now." Seeing this, Yixing took out 3 blue sandalwood arrows without hesitation. He performed the wave-stacking arrow technique and shot 3 arrows at Zichuanyu. Clang! 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 Zichuanyu was locked in a fierce battle with the coiling snake formation when he was suddenly attacked by Yixing's arrows. Although he managed to block the 3 arrows with his saber, he was still unable to focus on one thing. In the blink of an eye, Zichuanyu was hit by 2 Star Force snakes. He spat out blood and fell to the ground. The next moment, several Star Force snakes swarmed over Zichuanyu. In the blink of an eye, Zichuanshu was turned into a corpse. Yixing and Lao Hei worked together and used the coiling snake formation disc that Gu Tianshang had given him. Finally, they killed all 5 of the Dongfu sect's inner disciples and kept the news of the star crystal load under control. Yixing did not have time to search for Zichuanyu and the other 4. He threw a supreme spiritual herb with healing effects to Lao Hei and immediately began to engrave the formation inscriptions. He knew that Zichuanyu and the other 4 would not be their final opponents. There might be more powerful martial artists or demonic beasts. Without the coiling snake formation, he would not be able to fend off the enemies. He would not have time to absorb the star crystal spiritual milk to break through the stellar vortex and become a martial sage. However, Yixing did not expect that the Dongfu sect would be informed of Zichuanyu's death the moment he died. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.